Don Winslow. Stand by for action. Stand by for adventure. Stand by for Don Winslow of the Navy, by the makers of delicious Post Toasties. Yes, shipmates, Don Winslow is on the air, bringing you the exciting adventures of the naval intelligence officers who fight against spies and saboteurs behind the lines so our great Navy can battle the enemy on the front lines. And now, shipmates, Commander Winslow's good friend and fellow officer is coming aboard. Here he is, Lieutenant Red Pennington.
Hello, fellas and girls. It's sure great to be back. Boy, it seems like we've been away a long time. But now we're all set for action again. And seriously, shipmates, this time it's worldwide action. And it affects every one of us. You know, there are 3 great fronts in this war. Yes, 3. The soldiers, sailors, Marines, Coast Guard, and Air Corps who man the battle stations are the first front. The second front is the factories and farms turning out the weapons and food for our fighting men. And the third front, shipmates, is the home front. In a couple of days, we're going to enlist your help on this important battle line. So be on hand for official orders from Commander Winslow. Be ready, willing, and able to do your share.
I'm sure all our friends will have decks stripped for action, Lieutenant Pennington. And meanwhile, fellows and girls, remember this. You'll be able to do a better job if you're in first-class shape. And one good way to help yourself stay tip-top is to follow Don Winslow's own advice. Commander Winslow says, get plenty of rest, out-of-door exercise, and eat good, nourishing food at every meal.
Let me take over there, George. Food is right down my alley. And when it comes to breakfast, string along with me and pour yourself a big bowl full of crisp, delicious Post Toasties. There's a dish for you. Boy, are they good. And good for you, too.
Right, Red. So, fellows and girls, treat yourself to a big helping of delicious Post Toasties tomorrow morning. Find out with Red what a smackin' good dish they make. Post Toasties taste good. They're good for you. Ask your mother to get a package of Post Toasties today. And now, shipmates, all hands on deck for our story. Don and Red are heading for a new assignment. As yet, they have not received their fighting orders. They were just recalled from shore leave and placed aboard a Navy PBY patrol bomber bound for a secret rendezvous somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. While on the way, their giant plane receives the dreaded SSS signal from a large cargo liner, the Redlands. That signal means submarine attack. They turn back to go to the liner's aid. They spot the submarine and roar down to the attack. The bombardier sights, presses the trigger on the release cable, and 2 bombs drop swiftly to the target.
Don, we got it. That sub is cold pig iron now. What a plane, what a crew. It was a direct hit. Yippee! Hey, what's the matter? Why so glum? We got it, don't you understand?
Yes, I know, Red. But there was something very strange about that submarine that I don't like.
What do you mean, strange? It's just a mess of scrap iron now. You don't have to worry about that one anymore.
Not so sure, Red.
Well, for Pete's sake, what are you getting at?
Did you notice the size of it?
No, I can't say that I did. What about the size?
It was too small.
Too small? Say, are you kidding?
No, I'm not. When I first saw the shadow under the water, I thought it might be caused by surface distortion. But when those bombs hit and blew it half out of the water, I was sure. That sub was too small, Red.
Say, what do you expect him to do? Build the subs in standard size for you? It was big enough to torpedo the Redlands.
That's just it. There was something more behind the sinking of this one ship, I'm sure.
I don't know. You're going way over my head.
Bombardier the pilot. Bombardier the pilot.
Hold it a minute, Red.
Pilot, go ahead. Just spotted a man in the water. Looks like a survivor from the Redlands. He's drifting away from the lifeboats. He'll be lost altogether if we don't signal them to pick him up. Pilot, roger. I'll go down and signal by blinker. They'll reach him. Okay. He's drifting away on a line from the Redlands to the wreckage of that sub. Right. I've got it. Say, nice eggland. Thanks for the swell run. Pilot to radio.
Winslow to pilot. Winslow to pilot.
Yes, Commander.
I'd like you to go down and pick up that man yourself. I want to speak to him, and I want to get a closer look at the wreckage of that submarine.
We're behind schedule now, sir. I was ordered to get you to the Admiral by 6 hours. If we go down, we'll be way off.
I'll take the responsibility, Lieutenant. This is important.
Right, sir. Anything you say. Pilot to all crew. Stand by landing stations. Bombardier at forward hatch. Prepare to pick up survivor. Bombardier, roger.
Come on, Red. We'll go forward.
But what's this all about? The lifeboats could have picked up that fella just as easily. And what do you want to look at that wreckage for?
I'll explain it on the way to the forward hatch. We're late for our meeting with the Admiral now, and I can't take too much time with his stop, Red.
Okay, you better lead on. I'd probably put my foot through the bomb bay.
Here, up this companionway.
Hey, they better make these compartment doors wider if they expect me to do a lot of traveling on PBYs.
This is the pilot's office. How we doing, Lieutenant?
We'll be down in a minute, sir.
Good. I won't hold you up very long. Down here to the forward hatch?
Right. Ensign Harvey, the bombardier, will be there to help you out.
Thanks. Come on, Red.
I'm right behind you. But, Don, you still haven't explained why you want to look at the wreckage of the sub.
The debris will tell me if I'm right or wrong about the size.
I still don't see what's so important about it being small.
You will soon enough.
Right up here, sir.
Thanks. You're Ensign Harvey?
That's right.
Nice bonding on that sub.
No, the setup was perfect. I couldn't miss. Here, I'll open the hatch and prepare to pick up that survivor.
Thanks. Hang on to this line, Red. Be ready to throw it the minute we come up to the fellow, right?
Look out for your head. I'm opening the hatch.
Okay.
We're landing. Hang on.
Seeing that water come up at me like that turned my insides upside down.
Okay, Red. Ready with that line. All right. Take it easy. We see you. Grab the line when we throw it. Don't worry. We'll get you. Okay, Red, heave. Hey. Good shot. Hey, he's got it. All right, now pull in.
Here, I'll give you a hand, Lieutenant Pennington.
Thanks.
Hang on there. Keep coming on that line. Ensign Harvey, you better hold on to my legs. I'll reach over and grab him.
Yes, sir.
All right, now. Easy. Here we go. All right, come on. Let go of that line and grab my hand.
All right. I got you.
All right. Pull me in up there.
Right, sir?
Don't you talk about my tonnage again.
There. All right, grab it. Got it.
Now you're okay now.
I don't know how to thank you, man.
Easy, boy, easy.
I'd have been a goner sure if you hadn't come down.
Here, you're freezing. Better get back into the cabin.
Wait a minute. My name is Driscoll. I was chief mate on the Redlands. Tell me, did you get that sub?
Yep, smacked her right on the button. She won't be doing any more dirty work.
Good. I feel better already.
Ensign Harvey, better take Driscoll into the cabin. Give him something hot and wrap blankets around him. We'll take over here.
Right, sir.
All right, Lieutenant. Taxi over to that wreckage, will you?
Yes, sir.
How you're going to find anything out of that mess beats me, John. Those bombs made mincemeat out of that sub.
Just so long as I can pick up a lead. I don't care how small the pieces are.
As far as I'm concerned, the smaller the better.
Easy, Lieutenant. Throttle down. This far enough.
Right, sir.
Well, there it is, Don. Take a good look.
Yes. Not very much left, is there?
About the best you could do with that stuff would be to cut it down for toothpicks. Hey, look what's floating out from under that chunk of cork. It's white.
Yes. Sailor's cap. And just make out the insignia.
Yeah, it must have been part of the insulation on the hull. What about it?
Will you look at the size of it?
Is that still biting you? What's a hunk of cork insulation got to do with the size of the sub?
Now, listen, Red. That stuff lines up the hull to keep the moisture out of the boat, right?
Yeah?
And that piece out there is practically semicircular in shape. Well, add another half to it, and you'd have the full size of the hull.
That's right.
Have you ever seen a hull cross-section that small?
Why, yes, Don. In Naval Intelligence plans of the two-man sub.
Exactly.
Commander Winslow.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Wind's freshening, sir. If we don't get started soon, I won't be able to land when we reach the Admiral.
All right, you can take off now. I've found what I was looking for.
Right.
Come on, Red. Let's see what Driscoll can tell us.
Just fine, sir. I got that cold Pacific chill out of my bones.
Ah, swell. Now, do you think you can answer a few questions for us?
Sure. Be glad to tell you anything I know.
Now, according to that signal we received when we passed you, the Redlands shipped from Los Angeles and was due to join a convoy.
That's right. We sailed under sealed naval orders from the convoy command.
I see. What did those orders say?
Oh, they gave us our course to the convoy and our rendezvous time.
Anything else?
No, from there on, we'd be under orders from Admiral Colby.
Tell me, Driscoll, how many of you on board the Redlands knew what was in those orders?
Only the captain and his first officers. They were kept very secret. We weren't even allowed to open them until we'd been out of port for an hour.
You're sure that nobody knew your course until you opened the orders?
Positive. I was in the captain's cabin when he read them. The envelope was sealed tight.
What are you getting at, Don?
You'll see in a minute, Red. Now, Driscoll, were you traveling on one of the regular sea lanes?
No, sir, we weren't. The Redlands was carrying important cargo. That's why the convoy command gave us those sealed orders, I guess.
Yes, to cut down the chance of being torpedoed by subs that would wait on the regular transport routes.
Do you think that sub was waiting for the Redlands?
Absolutely. Now, look at the torpedoing in the light of what we just discovered in the wreckage, Red. That was a small two-man sub.
A two-man sub in these waters?
Right. Those subs are sent out on quick raids. They haven't the fuel capacity to range these waters looking for stray ships. So obviously it must have been waiting for the Redlands.
Holy cow, you're right, Don.
It was part of a prearranged scheme. The enemy is getting secret information which is liable to destroy the whole convoy command.
Well, Don has discovered something really important. Will this startling deduction have any bearing on their secret mission for Admiral Colby? Yes, Don has discovered a piece of information that's really important. And here's some important information for you. Fellows and girls, Post Toasties stay crisp longer in milk. Why is that important? Because everybody goes for real crispness in a cereal. And that's exactly what you get with Post Toasties. Yes, and it's a proven fact, too. Because in a nationwide crispness test, it was shown that Post Toasties actually stayed crisp longer in milk than other cornflakes tested. But discover this extra crispness for yourselves, shipmates. At breakfast tomorrow, try a big bowl full of delicious Post Toasties with milk and fruit. You'll be enjoying a breakfast dish that Don Winslow himself says is tops for taste. Ask your mother for a package of crisp, delicious Post Toasties today. Fellows and girls, be sure to be with us every day to keep pace with the adventures of Don and his friend, Red Pennington, as they track down the dangerous enemies of our beloved country. Tomorrow, Don and Red receive special secret orders from Admiral Colby that will plunge them into one of the most thrilling adventures of their entire careers. You'll hear all about it tomorrow. Same time, same station, same call to action. All hands on deck for Don Winslow. All hands on deck. Don Winslow of the Navy is presented Mondays through Fridays by the makers of nourishing Post Toasties, the delicious cornflakes that stay crisp longer in milk.
That's the speeding bullets. More powerful than locomotives. Able to reach tall buildings in a single bound. Look at the sky. It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman. Strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here's an important message. Fellows and girls, have you ever seen a squadron of American bombers roaring through the air in formation? Have you seen newsreel pictures of Uncle Sam's destroyers cutting through the seas on patrol in search of enemy subs and surface raiders? I'm sure you have, and I bet you were thrilled. You probably felt terribly proud, too. Well, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly, you have a right to be proud. Not only because those planes and those ships represent the fighting spirit of America, but because you helped to build them. Yes, sir. Every time you bought a war-saving stamp, your money helped buy the labor and materials that are used to make planes and ships and equipment to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. So next time you hear some boy or girl on your block say, "Oh, shucks, what difference does it make if I buy one stamp or not? What difference can one dime make?" You tell them that it does make a difference. It makes a big difference. You tell them, for instance, that 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective, or that 1 dime will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets. Tell them that if every boy and girl in the United States bought just one 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, it would add up to enough money to buy a lot of swift pursuit planes, with which our Army and Navy forces could blast the Axis out of the air. And while you're at it, you might remind them that this is one way that all you fellows and girls can help to win this war. Now, after all, everybody can't join Uncle Sam's armed forces, but all of us can buy war-saving stamps. So talk it over with Mother and Dad tonight. Tell them you want to help Uncle Sam win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly, every single day if possible. And I'm sure that they'll be glad to cooperate.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen are in Arabia having very strange and exciting adventures. In our last episode, Countess Wojcicka, a Polish refugee, the living image of Lois Lane, had been abducted by a band of Arab desperados led by a man known only as the Fez. In the meantime, Lois Lane and Sir Mycroft Bittersweet, a penniless Shakespearean actor, had also vanished under mysterious circumstances. Dropping his disguise of Clark Kent, Superman went into the streets of Mecca in search of a certain fortune teller and forced him to reveal that the man known as the Red Fez would show up shortly to pay him. Returning to the scene later as Clark Kent, accompanied by Jimmy, he was met by a very strange surprise indeed. Listen. You say there's something strange about that fortune teller, Jim?
Yes. He's got a long, crooked scar on the back of his hand.
Well, what of it?
There's only one other man with a scar like that, and that man is Sir Mycroft Bittersweet, the Shakespearean actor.
Jim, you can't mean that.
I certainly do. He's no fortune teller. He's Sir Mycroft himself.
But that isn't possible. I had a long talk with that fortune teller less than an hour ago, and he's certainly the same one. No. Now that you mention it, there is a slight difference.
Look, the Countess Wojcicka may be Lois's exact double, but if 2 people have that identical scar on the back of the same hand, well, I'll believe anything, even if the moon is made of green cheese.
If you say Sir Mycroft had that same scar on the back of his hand, then our so-called fortune teller over there must be Sir Mycroft. Unless what? Well, that scar might be painted on his hand, you know.
Oh, golly, Mr. Ken, I'm more confused as it is. 2 hours ago, we left Sir Mycroft in that hotel room, trying to bring Lois back to consciousness. Now we find him here disguised as a fortune teller. Now you say it may be the fortune teller disguised as Sir Mycroft.
Well, we've got to take into consideration all...
You know something? I'll bet I'm not Jimmy Olsen. I'll bet I'm Lois Lane disguised as Jimmy Olsen. Or maybe I'm the Grand Mufti of Zululand.
I know just how you feel, Jim. All this is a bit confusing, but I think we're going to get to the bottom of it pretty quickly.
Well, good. Let's grab Sir Mycroft.
No need to rush into things. Let's be sure first that he is Sir Mycroft. Come on.
What are you going to do?
Move closer to him and see if we can recognize his voice.
Okay.
All right, quiet now. We can hear him from here.
Fortune, tell your fortune, Effendi. Read your future in the sand. Oh, rummy sort of business, by Jove. No one wants to get his fortune told. Oh, well. 2 fortunes for the price of 1. 2 fortunes for the price of 1. Did you hear that?
I certainly did. Come on, we're going to have a little talk with Sir Mycroft Bittersweet. Let me do the talking.
Okay.
Fortunes tell you very interesting fortunes. Well, even I to make it interesting. Tell fortune, Effendi, special reduced rate.
Will you tell my fortune?
Pleasure, Effendi. Tell me what you wish to know. I will stir the sands and read the future for you.
Well, it's this way. An hour or so ago, my young friend here and myself left a certain Sir Mycroft Bittersweet alone in our room with a certain girl named Lois Lane.
Ah?
When we returned to the room, both Sir Mycroft and the girl were gone. What I want to know is, where is the girl?
And Sir Mycroft?
Oh, I know where Sir Mycroft is.
You do, Effendi?
Oh, yes. He's probably fleeing for his life, thinking all sorts of horrors are after him. Shakespearean actor, you see. All talk, but really no courage at all. I figured him for a coward the moment I saw him, a weak-minded, frightened...
What? I say, cease to this. By Jove, Kent, how can you say such things of me? Here I am, risking my very life.
Mr. Kent, you hear what I hear? That sounds like Sir Mycroft.
The East is a strange and mysterious land, Jim. To think of this Arab fortune teller sounding like Sir Mycroft.
Well, I not only sound like him, I am him.
Poor fellow's out of his mind.
Yes, the poor man really believes he is Sir Mycroft, bittersweet.
Oh, devil take it, I am Sir Mycroft.
You couldn't possibly be.
Kent, old chap, for heaven's sake, it's I tell you. I, Sir Mycroft, concealed under several layers of theatrical grease paint. Look here, old boy, you see, it comes off on my fingers.
Golly, it does, Mr. Kent. Maybe this man is Sir Mycroft after all.
Oh, a wonderful boy, a most deserving boy.
Jim, if this man is really Sir Mycroft, what's he doing disguised as that Arab fortune teller?
Well, I can explain everything, by Jove.
Go ahead, then. We're listening.
Well, after you and the laddie here popped off to investigate room 24, leaving me with the unconscious Miss Lane in room 19, it occurred to me that Miss Lane might not yet be out of danger.
What do you mean?
Well, consider what had gone before, old boy. Miss Lane had vanished while walking with you in the bazaar. Then later, we'd seen a woman whom we mistook for Miss Lane in the lobby of your hotel. We discovered that this woman was actually registered as the Countess Wojcicka. Baffling, what?
That's putting it mildly.
Well, I've never believed in exaggerating matters, you know. Well, to continue with this ruddy business, we find Miss Lane in your room unconscious. After you and the lad left, I directed my brain toward the task of figuring what might have happened. It wasn't long before I had the answer.
And what was that, Sir Mycroft?
Miss Lane had been captured by a band of desperados who had mistaken her for the Countess Wojcicka. Realizing their mistake, they had returned her to the hotel and would now try to get hold of the real Countess.
You've hit the nail square on the head, Sir Mycroft. That's exactly what happened.
You mean the beggars had actually made off with the Countess?
Yes, you see, after we left you, we went to room 24, where I intended to have matters out with the man in the red fez. And instead of finding red fez in room 24, we found another man.
Yeah, a guy with a beard and a long cigarette holder.
The Count, you see.
Oh, yes.
Well, we soon discovered that the Countess had been spirited away.
Then the Countess is now in the hands of the ruddy beggars who kidnapped Miss Lane, oh?
I'm afraid so. Speaking of Lois, where is she?
I took her to the Oxford and Cambridge Hotel, a little place in the east end of town I know quite well. Just had a hunch something might happen to her if she remained in the other place, you know, so I got a room for her and saw to it she'd be comfortable. She's there now, none the worse for her experience, except for a rather large bump on her head.
What I want to know is, what are you doing here disguised as a fortune teller? And where's the fortune teller?
Behind that wall over there, all trussed up like a Christmas turkey.
You mean...
No trifling matter, really. I bumped him on the head a little, and that was that.
But why? Why?
Also easily explained. I deduced, you see, that the fortune teller had a hand in the little game that was being played. Ergo, if I were to become the fortune teller, I might learn something of vital importance. So far, nothing's turned up.
Well, something may at any moment. The man in the red fez is supposed to show up here to pay off your Christmas turkey there.
Oh.
Now, you go on pretending to be that fortune teller. Jim and I'll wait over in that doorway. When Red Fez shows up, let me handle everything.
Right,
hold on, Jim. Start fortune telling to Michael.
Right you are. I'll tell your fortune, Effendi. Read future in the sand. Fortune.
Hours passed as Kent and Jimmy and Sir Mycroft waited for the man in the red fez to make his appearance. Gradually, the crowd in the streets thinned out, and the cold night wind blew through the alleys and bazaars. Realizing at last that Red Fez did not intend to appear, Kent, Jimmy, and Sir Mycroft decided to make their way back to the hotel where Lois was staying. They had reached a rather lonely street known as the Road of the Kava when suddenly Kent stopped short.
Wait a minute. What is it, Mr. Kent? I say, see something, do you?
Plenty. Look across the street there. See that man moving along, keeping close to the building?
Oh, yeah. Say, I didn't notice him before.
He's deliberately trying to keep out of sight.
Well, if he wants to keep out of sight, let him.
Right you are, by Jove. We've got sufficient troubles of our own without investing in someone else's.
Listen to me, both of you. That man is Count Wojcicka.
What? Are you sure?
Positive.
How can you tell, Mr. Kent? I can hardly see him from here.
Well, he happened to pass close to that street lamp back there.
I say, my dear, what's the bloody beggar doing out here at this odd hour? What?
I don't know, but I intend to find out. I'm going to shadow him.
What?
That's right. Now, you two go on to the hotel where Lois is and keep her company. I'm going to follow our friend the Count.
Can we go with you?
It'll be easier and safer if I follow him alone.
Yes, right you are. Well, the Oxford and Cambridge is right down this side street. Come along, laddie. Good luck, Ken.
Thanks, but I don't really think I can.
Oh, good man, Ken. Plenty of nerve, what? Good man to have with you in the spot.
That's hard to say. Mr. Kent is so funny. Sometimes he's brave, and other times he's so scared he faints. I never could make him out. Neither could Miss Lane.
Is that so? Interesting, very. Well, here's the hotel. Come along in, David, my boy.
All right, with you.
Yes, I'll get the key to Miss Lane's room at the desk. I say, you there behind the desk. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh.
Yes, well, now that you're awake, you can let me have the key to my room.
Okay, get out of this hotel.
What?
Don't you see that sign there? No beggars or street bikers allowed. Get out now.
He doesn't recognize you, Sir Mycroft. He's still wearing that fortune teller's outfit in grease paint.
What? Oh, by Jove, of course. Look here, old Bruce, this is just a disguise, then, you know, masquerade and all that. Underneath these rags beats the heart of a true Britisher.
Oh, is that so? What's your name?
Bittersweet. Mycroft Bittersweet.
Oh, yes, of course. I have a message for you from the young lady.
What young lady? You don't mean Miss Lane?
Oh, golly, don't tell me she's not here.
She left about an hour ago. Asked me to tell you she was going to the old mosque.
The old mosque? Well, what the bloody devil has she gone to that abandoned Arab temple for?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
Well, we've got to act. Come along, Jamie, my boy. We're going to that old mosque as quickly as our legs will carry us.
Why has Lois returned to the old mosque where she was first held prisoner? For further thrills and mystery, be sure to listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman. By all means, don't forget to tune in to Superman tomorrow for another thrilling and exciting episode. And don't forget to talk to Mother and Dad before you go to bed tonight about making arrangements to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Start the day off right tomorrow. Buy at least one 10-cent war-saving stamp first thing after breakfast. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program. Every single dime is important because all our dimes put together can go a long way to help pay for the guns and tanks and planes and ships we need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. And here's an idea. Why don't you get together with your friends tomorrow and make a joint pledge to buy war-saving stamps every time you've got a dime? See which of you can buy the most war-saving stamps every week and every month. Help Uncle Sam smash the Axis. Do your share to win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leave tall buildings in a single bound. Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Silver! Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. I'll Silver! Hi!
It was a sight for aching, sun-tortured eyes. A little depot painted red. On one side there was a grove of cottonwood trees, and on the other a wooden water tank. Ever since sunrise, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had been riding over one of the roughest and most desolate stretches of desert in the West. And now, although it was only an ugly little box of a railroad station, it was the most welcome sight in the world. Even Silver, the masked man's powerful white stallion, sensed relief from the blazing sun. He knew that rest and fresh water lay ahead.
Take it easy, boy. We'll be there in just a few minutes.
As they trotted down the long, mesquite-studded slope toward the thin, glittering streaks of rail that rimmed the valley, the Lone Ranger's keen eyes took in every detail of the scene before him. Suddenly he raised his arm as a signal to Tonto and reined up sharply.
Ho, Silver, ho. Tonto, name of this way station?
Me not know.
There's a water tank and a telegraph office. Must have a name. Look, the right side of the platform. Aren't there two saddle horses?
Maybe riders inside station. Wait for train.
Yes, that's possible. Why did they leave their horses there in the sun when there's a hitch rack under the trees?
Not bad.
Well, there's one way to find out. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Ho, ho.
Scout, ho, fella.
Leave them here in the shade, Tonto. Easy, big fella. Get your wind, Silver, and you can drink. Come on, Tonto. Anybody here? That's strange. Doesn't seem to be any...
Sure is. What do you... Masked man, an Indian. Outlaws.
We're not outlaws. All we want is a drink of water.
Water? Oh, sure.
Well, just tell us where it is. We'll help ourselves.
No, I'll get it for you.
Well, don't bother. We'll...
No, you better stay out there in the waiting room. It's against the law for me to let anybody come back here in the office.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, you and the Indian better wait right there. I'll rustle up a dipper and bring you a drink.
Tonto, I don't think this man is a station agent here. He acts strange. There's no sign of whoever rides the two horses outside.
Kimasabi. Door over there. Closed tight.
Yes, Tonto. I've noticed that. When he comes back, I'll try...
Here's your water, stranger.
Oh, thanks. Have some, Tonto? It's got pretty lonely being a station agent in a spot like this.
Yeah, it does.
Ever have any visitors?
Now, look here, stranger. I'm busy. I've got work to do. You got your drink of water now, vamoose?
I was just wondering about that door over there. Is that the room where you store freight?
That's my business. Railroad company don't answer questions from hombres like you.
Are you sure it's the railroad company?
I'm sure of one thing. You had better clear out of here and fast.
And that gun, I suppose, is to strengthen your advice.
I reckon it can do all the talking I'll need. Now get a move on.
I'd rather not.
You're asking for it? My hand.
You get him.
Red, I got this.
Watch out, Tonto. The door.
This crazy. Come on, Ralphie. Kimasabi.
Tonto, you're hurt.
Don't mean I've hurt bad. You go catch crook.
They're not important. Here, let me see where that bullet nicked you.
It's in the shoulder. It's not bad. Me fix it all right.
Here. We'll use a strip from this handkerchief. Steady. Turn your shoulder over this way. Stand still now. In just a second. That doesn't look too bad. There. That better? Tonto, the door to the room where that red-headed outlaw was hiding. There's someone lying on the floor in there. Wait.
Man dead?
Yes. Shot through the heart. Probably the station agent. They killed him so they could... That's it.
Me not savvy.
The train. They killed the agent so they could hold up the train.
Oh.
It'll be here in a minute. Come on, Tonto. We better leave. I'm afraid the circumstances would be hard to explain.
We not run away from trouble.
Of course not. We can be of more help if we're not under suspicion. Come on. We'll wait in that clump of cottonwoods.
Junction. Watch your step, Mr. Brewster.
Yes, I'll watch my step.
Never mind, conductor. I'll help you.
No, Kurt, you get the bags. I'll help Father.
Now, let go my arms, both of you. I'm not so old yet that I have to be lifted off a train.
All set, Mr. Brewster?
I will be as soon as I get back to the ranch.
Forward. Forward.
Now, where the tarnation's the buckboard? Larkin.
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
I thought I told you to have a couple of the ranch hands waiting for us here at the depot. How are we going to ride home?
I can't understand
Maybe
why
they're waiting inside. I'll go and see.
Oh, no, Miss Miller. You stay here with your father. I'll go.
I declare a bunch of lazy cowhands. Haven't got gumption enough to meet a train.
Now, Father, remember the doctor said you weren't to get excited.
Who's excited? Where's Larkin?
He's gone to look for the boys who were supposed to meet us. Maybe they're around.
I'm not going to stand around here and wait all day.
Father.
You sit there and keep an eye on them valises. I'll rustle Larkin and the cowpokes.
Father, you aren't supposed to... Oh, well, he'll do it anyway. Father! What was it?
Somebody's sniping at us from the hill back of the depot. Get down, Millie. Hug the dirt.
Who could it be?
Stay down here, Millie. Millie. Oh.
Father, you're excited.
Me not hurt. Not hurt, Millie.
Father. Father!
The old man has been hit, Tonto. Where did that shot come from?
Me not see.
We may be able to help. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Easy,
fella.
big fella. Can we help?
An outlaw. And an Indian.
Maybe we can help you.
You've killed him. Killed my father.
Oh, you're mistaken. We're not outlaws, and we didn't fire those shots.
What happened? Mr. Brewster.
Father's been shot.
I heard the shots and ran back as quick as I could.
Ran back from where?
Well, I was going back to... An outlaw. So it was you who...
No, it wasn't.
Oh, you...
Reach for that gun and I'll shoot.
So you got the drop on me. You killed Mr. Brewster. Now I suppose Millie and I are next.
I haven't killed anyone. Quite by accident, my Indian friend and I saw the shooting. We were in that grove of trees over there.
Yeah? If you're not a murdering outlaw, what are you wearing that mask for?
A reason of my own. But if you'll tell me something about yourself and this man who was shot, maybe I can help find the murderer.
That's a laugh. A murdering gunslinger offering to find himself.
Evidently you don't want any help.
All I want is for you to take those gun sights off of me for half a second.
Under the circumstances, it's impossible.
Really tough. When you got the drop on somebody, ain't you?
The oddest part about this whole thing is that there should be 2 murders here on the same day.
2 murders?
Yes. The station agent was killed not over an hour ago.
The station agent?
And I suppose you just happened to come along and find him dead.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, you...
The station agent? Then maybe whoever killed him shot my father.
That's what I was thinking. I saw the man who did it.
Who?
A tall, red-headed man. Oh, about middle-aged. Another one he called Brophy.
Brophy? Kurt, that sounds like Red Colton and Brophy from the Circle T.
Of course it ain't. This hombre did the killing himself. And he's the one who shot your pa.
You seem to know quite a bit about it.
Well, it's a good thing you're holding the trigger end of that shooting iron. If it wasn't for that, I'd...
Tonto, come here.
Me come.
This man seems to think I'm taking an unfair advantage of him. He has a gun on his hip. Go over and get it.
Oh, you want to be sure I won't outdraw you. Is that it?
Me gun gun.
Good. Here, hold my gun, too.
Hey, what the...
Now I no longer have a drop on you. What are you going to do about it?
Plenty.
I'm waiting.
Why,
This was your idea.
Kurt!
He isn't hurt. He'll be all right.
Why did you do that?
To avoid more shooting.
I don't know what to say. I'm so confused. My father's been killed, and you say the station agent's dead? Why? Why?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Who are you?
Why anyone should want to kill your father is a more important question.
I still can't believe it. Father didn't have an enemy in the world.
Do you mind telling me who you are and who he is?
I'm Millie Brewster. He's Kurt Larkin, foreman of the Bar F, our ranch in the valley.
And how do you happen to be here at this particular way station today?
This is Cooley Junction, the nearest railroad point to the ranch. Kurt and I had taken Father into Pearl City to see a doctor. We'd just gotten off the train when...
Yes, I know the rest. I saw it happen.
Some of the boys from the ranch were supposed to meet us here with a rig or a buckboard so Father could ride home. But now he won't be...
I know how you feel. You have my deepest sympathy.
You don't talk like an outlaw.
I'm not. And I want to help you.
How?
Find whoever committed these murders and discover the reason for them.
Can you do that?
I can try.
Oh, if there was only some way...
Who's that coming? Otto, can you see?
4, maybe 5 men. And they ride hard.
It must be the boys from the ranch.
They'll help you take care of your father. Here, Silver.
Where are you going?
Easy, big fella. I'll ride into the next town and report the station agent's murder to the sheriff. Naturally, you'll report the other one.
I don't know whether to trust you or not.
Of course you don't.
If you go, the boys can run you down. If I tell them to.
Well, that's up to you. Oh, here's Mr. Larkin's gun. Give it to him when he wakes up. Come on, Silver.
Hit him up, Scout.
I don't know why, but I am going to trust him.
Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. On the evening of the third day after Sam Brewster's murder, Millie sat alone in the large living room of the Bar F ranch house. The numbing shock of her father's sudden death was somewhat lessened now, but the tension of the past 3 days had taken its toll. She was very tired and very lonely.
Why, Kurt.
Yes. I figured you'd be alone, Millie. There's some things we got to talk over.
Things?
Business. Now that your pa's gone, how about everything here at Circle T?
We'll carry on, of course. That's the way Dad would have wanted it.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Millie. Especially the we part.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you'll find out all about it tomorrow. Lawyer's coming out from Pearl City. A fella named Crawford.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, your pa's will. This lawyer's bringing it out.
I didn't know Dad had ever made a will.
Sure he did. Made it last week when we were in Pearl City.
That's strange. He didn't mention it to me. Are you sure?
I saw it with my own eyes. I witnessed it.
I wonder why he didn't say something to me.
Well, I guess he figured you might worry. You know, him having a bad heart and all.
No, I don't understand it.
You will tomorrow.
What are you trying to say, Kurt?
Guess I might as well tell you. You'll hear from Crawford anyway.
Hear what?
That your pa left this whole layout to me.
What?
Yep. Lock, stock, and barrel.
I don't believe it.
Well, you'll have to. Both things legal. In black and white.
You mean my own father would leave the Bar F to a stranger?
Well, I'm not exactly a stranger, Millie. I worked for your pa for over 5 years.
It's ridiculous.
But I know how you feel, and I'm willing to do the right thing.
What is it?
Share it with you. I think you're entitled to half of the Bar F.
You're very generous, Kurt.
Sure, we'll run the place together. After all, a man's got to get married sometime.
Married?
Well, you know I've been sweet on you, Millie.
First you tell me the ranch is no longer my home, then you offer to marry me.
Why not?
I wouldn't marry you, Kurt Larkin, if you owned every ranch in the state.
You're kind of snippy, ain't you? You'll change your tune tomorrow.
Get out of here. Get out.
Now, wait a minute. You can't order me around.
This is my home, and I don't want you in it.
It'll be my home tomorrow.
It's mine tonight. Now get out.
All right. But But wait till tomorrow after that will is read.
I don't believe Dad ever made a will.
You'll see.
Even if he did, he also kept a daily journal every day for the past 30 years. If he intended to make a will, it would be mentioned in the journal.
Maybe it is.
I'll let you know tomorrow, Mr. Larkin.
No, Millie. Maybe we can...
Get out.
All right. It's your deal now. But my turn's coming.
As Kurt Larkin left the ranch house, he turned toward the corral. But before he reached it, he stopped by a small tool shed where two men waited in the shadows.
Larkin.
Shut up, I see you.
We've been waiting for overnight.
Yeah, I've been talking to the girl.
Yeah? Has she caught on yet?
Yeah, she will when Crawford gets here tomorrow.
How about our payoff? You promised 200 cash right after the job.
After what job? I had to do it myself.
That wasn't our fault. The master hombre ambled into the depot and queered everything.
Yeah. We no sooner beefed the station agent...
I know all about it.
And shell out some dinero and we'll be drifting back to the Circle T.
Why should I pay you for something you bungled?
Now, wait a minute, Larkin. You'd better shell out or we'll do some talking that won't be so healthy for you.
Yeah, Sheriff Gaz might like to know just who did do the Brewster killing.
Why?
Careful, Larkin. I'm awful handy with this 6-gun.
You're right. We're all in it together. I've got the money for both of you, but there's one little job we got to do first.
What is it?
I just found out the old man kept a journal, and he wrote in it every day.
Well?
The will that Crawford and I wrangled him into signing by pretending it was a prescription for medicine, it might not hold up.
How come?
Well, if the girl takes it into her head to go to court, that journal might hurt me.
What's a journal?
A book with writing in it. I never knew the old coot kept one of these things, but maybe he did.
Where is it now?
It must be in his desk in the front room of the house.
Why don't you get it yourself?
I want to keep clear of the place until after tomorrow.
How much is it worth to you?
Another 200.
Cash?
On the line the minute you hand it over.
All right. Come on, Red.
No, wait. We'll have to stall for a couple hours till after Millie goes to sleep.
How do we get in the place?
Any of those windows are all unlocked.
You wait for us here?
No. The other side of the corral.
How we know this journal thingamabob?
It's a big flat book in the old man's desk. Now be careful and don't make any noise. That Millie Brewster can handle a gun almost as good as she can talk.
It was several hours later that Millie awoke suddenly from a sound sleep. Her room was on the second floor of the rambling old ranch house and directly above the living room. For a moment she was puzzled, then instantly alert, because among the many familiar night noises of the old house, she detected a new sound. The sound of a creaking door and cautious footsteps somewhere in the room below her. Millie stepped out of bed quickly and slipped into a dressing gown. As she left the bedroom, she picked up a small pearl-handled gun. Slowly and without making a sound in the carpeted hallway, she crept to the head of the stairs. The strange sounds in the large room were much more distinct now. Halfway down the stairs, she stopped. At the far end of the living room, she saw a small circle of light from a bullseye lantern. It was shining on her father's old-fashioned roll-top desk and silhouetting the figures of two men. Millie was more annoyed than frightened. She leveled her gun and spoke in a sharp, clear voice.
If either of you move, I'll shoot.
What is the girl?
Put your hands up and walk this way. Both of you. Don't try to reach for a gun. I said walk this way.
Well, you heard what she said. Start walking. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, sure.
Millie had made a grave mistake. In ordering the men to walk toward her, she allowed one of them to stand in front of the lantern. He made the most of the opportunity.
I'll get the light. You grab the book.
Got it, and I'm gonna...
You gotta run for it.
The entire ranch was aroused by the shooting. Millie was unharmed, but as further sleep was out of the question, she dressed quickly and ordered one of the cowhands to saddle her favorite pony.
Steady, boy. Steady.
Millie.
Steady.
Millie, what happened?
You're a little bit late, aren't you, Kurt?
Well, I was in bed when I heard the shooting. Dressed as quick as I could. What's wrong?
Two men tried to rob the house.
Robbers? Which way'd they go? The boys and I'll trail them.
Never mind. I'm going into town and report it to Mr. Giles, the sheriff.
I'll go with you.
No, Kurt. I'd rather go alone. Come on, boy.
All right, you cowpokes.
You heard what Miss Brewster said. Get back to the bunkhouse.
Larkin, that girl can sure handle a shooting iron.
Yeah, she almost plugged it. Hey, not so loud. Did you get the journal?
Right here. How about the payoff?
Let me see the book.
Divvy up the cash first, Larkin.
All right. Here. 400 in gold in this bag.
I hope you're telling the truth, because if you're
Give
not...
me the journal.
You know, I'm glad I found out the name of one of those things. I've seen them lots of times, but I never knew what they was called.
You fools, you half-witted fools. What's wrong? That's the book, ain't it?
No, of course not. This is a picture album.
As Millie rode toward town, her mind was filled with hundreds of unanswered questions. Was she really going to lose the Bar F ranch? Had her father actually made a will, leaving it to Kurt Larkin? Before she could speculate further, she was aware of a large white horse standing by the trail several hundred yards ahead. As she drew nearer, she recognized the rider. It was the masked man who had promised to help her. Millie reined up sharply.
Oh, boy. Oh.
I've been waiting for you.
Waiting?
Tonto and I saw you leave the ranch, so we took a shortcut and waited for you here.
I'm on my way to see Sheriff Giles.
Yes, I guessed as much. That's why I told him to come out to your ranch. He'll be along here any minute.
You told the sheriff to come to the Bar F? Why?
To arrest the man who murdered your father.
Who is it?
Kurt Larkin.
Are you sure?
Positive. His own gun will convict him.
I've suspicioned Kurt ever since that day Dad was killed. And more than ever this evening.
Oh, what happened?
He told me that Dad made a will in Pearl City last week, leaving the Bar F ranch to him.
How did he propose to prove it?
He says that a lawyer named Crawford will arrive sometime today and show me the will.
That'll be another guest for Sheriff Giles.
I bluffed him for a while, but I'm afraid it didn't work.
What do you mean?
I pretended that my father had kept a daily journal, and that it would prove he didn't intend to will the ranch to Kurt.
Oh, what happened?
2 men tried to rob the house tonight. If they were working for Kurt, he's going to be sadly disappointed.
Did they take anything?
Only an old picture album, and it won't be...
This may be a way to make all of them convict themselves.
I don't understand.
Let's ride back to the ranch, Tonto. Wait here for the sheriff. Tell him I've gone on ahead.
Me do it.
Come on, Silver.
Let's go, boy.
When the Lone Ranger and Millie Brewster reached the Bar F ranch, they left their horses by the corral and approached the house on foot. No lights were visible, and they entered the house quietly through a rear door.
Just a minute, I'll light a lamp.
No, they'll come back searching for the journal. I don't think we'll have to wait very long.
But how can you...
Shh. Someone's raising a side window now.
Come on, Brophy. Yeah. You better come in yourself, Larkin. I won't be able to find anything in the dark.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I gotta do everything myself.
What do you mean by that?
Now, you two armies can't even do a simple job like picking up a book without querying it.
It ain't our fault that
Shut up. From now on, I ain't listening to any more alibis.
Hey, look here, Larkin. Me and Red did the best we could.
The best you could. Old man Brewster'd still be alive if I'd waited for you two galoots to beef him. Had to do it myself.
I'm glad to hear you admit it, Kurt.
Who's there?
Light the lantern, Millie. Remember, I've got you covered.
Come here, man.
Hold on, Larkin. Put your hands up, all of you. What's going on here?
It's Sheriff Giles.
These are the men I was telling you about, Sheriff. They killed the station agent. And Kurt Larkin's the man who murdered Sam Brewster.
We heard him admit it.
Good. I'll take care of them. They'll all three hang. You can bet on that.
Then our work is finished. Tonto, where are the horses?
Silver Scout outside door.
Time for us to ride, Kimosabe. Adios, Miss Brewster.
Wait a minute. After all this, and I still don't know his name.
That's simple, Miss Brewster. You've been talking to the Lone Ranger.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
There's assembly. For the fighting son of freedom, the Coca-Cola Company presents the Victory Parade of Spotlight Band. Tonight, tomorrow night, every night, Monday through Saturday, the Coca-Cola Company sends the greatest bands in the land to entertain the soldiers, the sailors, the Marines, and war workers. Tonight, we're at Detroit, Michigan, playing for the war workers of the General Motors Corporation. Presenting in person and in the spotlight, Sammy Kaye.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. We've experienced the thrill a minute meeting the war workers of the General Motors Corporation and seeing the American spirit that drives the men and women who drive the machines in our industry's victory drive against oppression. And we don't want to waste a minute before doing our best to entertain them. So here is a song from our new picture, Iceland. You can't say no to a soldier. To all the girls from Nancy Norman.
Oh, you can't say no to a soldier, a sailor, or a handsome Marine. No, you can't say no if he wants to dance. If he's gonna fight, he's got a right to romance. So get out your lipstick and powder. Be beautiful and beautiful too. If he's not your type, then it's still okay. You can always kiss him in a sisterly way. Oh, you can't say no. No, you gotta give in if you want him to win for you.
The Victory Parade of Spotlight Bands is here to provide a lot of entertainment for a lot of war workers. And in our desire to improve each shining moment, we're calling on Sammy Kaye and Company to offer one of their newest romantic successes.
to bring us the words of this beautiful song, we'd like to present to you Tommy Ryan.
My devotion is endless and deep as the ocean, and like a star shining from afar remains forever the same. My devotion is not just a sudden emotion. It will be constantly burning, and your love will kindle the flame. What a sweet beginning to the dream I planned. I'm content to be your slave. Your wish is my command. And this sensation was never a mere fascination. Here in my heart one sweet day it started, then with time it grew. My devotion to you.
And when the spotlight's on refreshments, it's Coca-Cola. At the soda fountain and with ice-cold bottles in the big red cooler. Yes, the civilian supply must be limited in wartime. But there's enough to go around often for many refreshing pauses. So remember always to look for, ask for, the real thing. Coca-Cola. And refresh yourself as only Coca-Cola does refresh you.
Every American is doing his or her best to make the most of his or her ability to help in the war effort. We have a lot to fight for and to work for, and it's been our good fortune to find a song that paints a perfect picture of one of the American scenes we're fighting and working to preserve. It's one of our biggest-selling records, and it's sung tonight by its cowboy author, Billy Williams, assisted by the choir. Here is Where the Mountains Meet the Sky.
I'm heading for the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. Gonna saddle up my faithful pinto and bid the boys goodbye. I'll say so long to Mom and Dad, and tell sister not to cry, 'cause I'm heading for the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. I'm gonna ride, 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 ride down that dusty trail to the land sweet enchantment, where hardships don't prevail. When my roundup days are over and I've said my last goodbye, I'll be up in the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. I'm gonna ride, 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 ride down there Christmas where hardships don't prevail. When my roundup days are over and I've said my last goodbye, I'll be up in the blue horizon where the mountains meet the sky.
This is Sammy Kaye. And for the war workers of General Motors gathered here and for the servicemen of America gathered everywhere, here's the 1942 Mademoiselle from Armentières, Miss Lollapalooza Lou.
For me, it's Lou, Lou, Lollapalooza Lou. She's the most terrific gal I ever knew. Every soldier, every officer wants to win a kiss from her. Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza Lou, 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 Lollapalooza Lou. She's the most terrific gal I ever knew. With the kisses that she gives the Yanks, make would wreck a million tanks. Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza Lou, Lou, Lou. Lollapalooza Lou, she's the most terrific gal I ever knew. Voice the sergeant thought that she was dumb. Now he's taking orders from Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza Lou. She's the most terrific gal I ever knew. She has all the pilots with the troops doing extra loop-de-loops. Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza Lou, 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 Lollapalooza Lou. She's the most terrific gal I ever knew. She's the reason that the men are all envied by the corporal. Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza
Lou, 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 Lollapalooza Lou. She's the most terrific gal I ever knew. All we 1918 Army men wish that we was young again. Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza, Lollapalooza Lou. Yeah!
Hollywood, California, we bring you a new Dr. Christian prize play called The Case of Tommy Holmes, starring Gene Herschel and presented for your pleasure by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. You know, I think every home today should have its own conservation warden. Why not appoint yourself to the job? Charge yourself with the task of doing everything possible to conserve your household appliances and other things made of metal that can't be replaced. As the home conservation warden, you'll find that Vaseline jelly can be of a great help to you. This medical preparation you've used so often for minor burns and other everyday emergencies is now doing double duty. It stands ready to protect many things in your home. Because Vaseline jelly is air-resistant and water-resistant, it can help prevent rust from forming on metal. Think how important this is right now when you're storing so many things away for the season. Before putting up your lawnmower and other garden implements, be sure to give them a protective coating of Vaseline jelly. Put a thin application of Vaseline jelly on the metal parts of your household appliances, especially the electric fan before it's laid away. And the same goes for your golf clubs and other sporting equipment. To keep your window and door screens free from rust, coat them lightly with Vaseline jelly before stacking them up for the winter. Metal parts of farm implements, too, should get a protective coating after the last harvest. If you conserve now when storing things away, you'll be glad you did when spring comes around. Remember, Vaseline jelly costs very little, only 10 cents a generous jar. Yet it can prolong the life of many things you can't replace. Our prize play for tonight, The Case of Tommy Holmes, was written by Gene Shoemate of Des Moines, Iowa. Many of you who live in the Middle West are familiar with the voice of Gene Shoemate, which is heard frequently broadcasting football, baseball, and other important events. I'm 27 years old, married, have a beautiful daughter of 3.5 years who looks like her mother, he writes. I went to the University of Missouri to study journalism, but I got mixed up in radio by working at the local station. When Gene Shoemate received the news that he had won a Dr. Christian Award, he had just returned from broadcasting the first University of Iowa football game. On the way home from Iowa City, I stopped off at Grinnell, Iowa, to help out on a bond auction with the KSOKRNT Victory Bond Parade. Mr. Hersholt will know about our efforts along this line because he donated 2 autographed pipe racks to auction off. Well, from a man of action like Gene Shoemate, you expect an action story. And that's what you're going to get in The Case of Tommy Holmes. Included in the cast tonight, beside our star Gene Hersholt as Dr. Christian and Lurene Tuttle as Judy Price, are Tyler McVeigh, who plays Eric Norvell, the reporter, Frederick Shields, who plays Mr. Fox, an attorney, Dix Davis as the boy, Tommy Holmes, Griff Barnett as Officer Tom Blake, and James Eagles as the hospital orderly. And so the curtain rises. It's early evening in River's End, and the streetlights have just been lighted. Policeman Tom Blake has just stopped his patrol car at the corner of Linden and 2nd Street, where the highway comes into town. Tom suddenly stops to watch an approaching car. The driver is coming too fast and slides as he turns the corner. He apparently regains control, then suddenly straightens and heads directly at a telephone pole.
Hey, there's been a wreck! Car smashed!
Clear the way here. There's a man hurt. Call the ambulance, mister.
You bet.
And get Dr. Christian over to the hospital quick. This guy's out cold. Right in here, Doctor.
All right, Blake. Come on, Judy.
Hello, Officer Blake.
Good evening, Miss Judy. He's been out like a light ever since we brought him in, Dr. Christian.
Hello, Dr. Christian. Do something for him, will you? I'll try.
He's still unconscious.
Apparently not hurt badly. Just stunned.
Thank goodness for that.
Well, what are you doing here, Eric? I thought the star reporter of River's End Enterprise...
He's coming around. What happened? It's all right. You were in an accident. Nothing serious. Who are you? Old Christian, doctor. Lie still and you'll feel better. Where am I? River's End Hospital. They brought you here. They? There was a policeman close by when the accident occurred. He called an ambulance for you.
Hello, Mr. Fox. Don't you know me? Eric Norvell, reporter.
Are you talking to me?
Of course, I was with you this afternoon.
What did you call me?
Fox.
Is that my name?
Well, sure, Gerald R. Fox. What's the matter?
I don't know. I can't think. My mind's a blank. Perhaps you'd better not talk, Mr. Fox. Rest is what you need most now. Do I know you, Doctor? I don't believe so. Should you know me? Well, I can't remember. I can't remember anything. Who am I? Why am I here?
Dr. Christian, what's the matter with him?
Amnesia, I'm afraid.
Amnesia? You mean loss of memory?
Yes, Eric.
But that can't be. I've got the biggest story of the year, and he's sitting on it. You're Gerald R. Fox, lawyer for Mark Forsythe of Chicago. Remember that? You're controlling $1 million. Remember that? You've got to... But he's got to remember, Dr. Christian. It's important.
Oh, you can get your story later, Eric.
Oh, hang the story. I don't care about that. It's the boy I'm thinking of. Try hard, Fox. Try hard to remember why you're in River's End. You've got to try.
It's too late to help anyone now. You'll be all right. A few days rest, and then we'll work it out.
A few days will be too late.
I'll leave instructions with the nurse, Judy. I'll stop in later this evening to look at him.
Yes, Doctor.
Dr. Christian, you're not leaving.
And you're leaving with me, Eric. I want to talk to you.
He might run away or something.
Oh, I don't think so. Come along, Eric.
But,
please.
Where are we going?
To my office.
Will you want me, Dr. Christian?
Yes, Judy, I might. Unless there's something else you have to do. I don't want to spoil your evening.
Evenings were made to be spoiled.
Thank you, Judy. Well, come along then, both of you. We'll take my car. Now, Eric, you can tell us why you were so upset at the hospital.
It's no good talking. We have to do something. It's a matter of hours.
Well, if you'll tell me what the trouble is, perhaps I can help you.
You know Tommy Holmes, the little orphan out at the home?
Yes, of course, Tommy. I are great friends.
He's a great kid.
Yes, he is.
You know what he told me today? He said if he had $1 million, he'd build a new home for the kids. With a swimming pool.
Well, that sounds like Tommy.
That was the first thing he said. Nothing for himself. No ponies, no new clothes or ice cream. Can you imagine that? A 10-year-old kid thinking of his friends first.
That would be wonderful of anyone, Eric. Whether he was 10 or 50.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, Dr. Christian. He's 1 in a million.
Tommy Holmes, a new home, the man in the hospital. Well, pardon me, Eric, but it doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe this will make sense, Dr. Christian. That man in the hospital has $1 million for Tommy.
For Tommy? How?
Well, perhaps you'd better tell us the whole story.
Okay, here it is. I got it from a friend of mine who's a lawyer in Chicago. He works in the probate court and has access to a lot of records. Now, this guy Fox was a lawyer for Mark Forsythe, a financier. Forsythe died a year ago tonight. His will, drawn up by Fox, left $1 million to his grandson, location unknown. The kid's mother was Forsythe's daughter. He disowned her when she married, and she died a year or so before Forsythe. He tried then to find the boy and give him a home, but the kid had dropped out of sight.
Tommy came to the River's End orphanage about 2 years ago.
Check. And he's the grandson of Mark Forsythe.
You're positive, Eric?
Double positive. I took Tommy's picture and rushed into Chicago to see Fox. He said he thought it was Tommy Holmes, but that he'd have to make an actual identification.
That is why he's in River's End.
Right. And you have to do something, Dr. Christian.
I don't see what there is for me to do, Eric. Mr. Fox, as you call the patient, he's a victim of amnesia. He may regain his memory soon. In the meantime...
But how soon?
Oh, there's no way of knowing. Perhaps a day or a week, or maybe a year.
Even a day is too long.
Tommy has lived without $1 million for 10 years. Another day won't hurt.
Another day and the $1 million will go back into the Forsythe Brown business.
What's that?
It's a provision made in the will. Everything that was possible was to be done to find Tommy Holmes. If the search was not a success, if the boy wasn't found within a year of Forsythe's death, the money was to revert to his partner in his business.
Oh, I see.
And today is the deadline?
Midnight tonight. Less than 5 hours.
Oh, what a strange thing to do.
Well, the old guy was strange right down the line. He specialized in money. He probably figured the boy would be found in a year, and if not, there was $1 million that ought to be put to work, earning another $1 million.
Eric is right, Dr. Christian. You must do something to help Tommy.
I wouldn't care ordinarily, although it would be a good story any time. But Tommy deserves a break.
Yes. Tommy deserves the break.
Dr. Christian, where are you going?
Oh, I thought I might take a drive. The evening is very nice.
But, Doctor...
I may stop at the home and see Tommy. Eric, you and Judy meet me at the hospital in a half an hour.
All right.
Half an hour might be too late.
You heard what he said, Eric. Unless I'm mistaken, in half an hour, Dr. Christian will have a solution.
Oh, don't be too sure, Judy. But I'll try. Have you ever been to the hospital, Tommy?
No, sir. I heard about it. One of the kids was there. You know, Lewis Martin. He's the one. He said you punched buttons and women in white dresses brought you ice cream.
They most certainly do. course, it's a question whether or not the ice cream is worth a broken arm like Lewis's.
Well, I guess maybe it is if you like ice cream a lot.
You like ice cream a lot?
Oh, I'll say. Next to swimming, I like it best.
You never had a broken arm?
Oh, no, sir. Lewis said it didn't hurt much, though. Lewis said you put him to sleep when you fixed it.
That's right. Well, there we are, Tommy. Now you can see the buttons and the women in the white dress. Eric, Judy.
Yes?
There we are.
He tried to get away, Dr. Christian. He tried to walk out.
But they stopped him.
How did you know?
Well, I told the attendant to watch Mr. Fox. In his condition, he might decide to go and search for himself. It's a helpless feeling, Eric. Not knowing who you are, or where you're from, or where you're going. I believe you know these people, Tommy.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Tommy.
Hiya, Tommy.
Hello, Miss Price. Mr. Norvell, was it all right for me to come with Dr. Christian? You said not to leave the home with anybody but you, but I thought he was okay.
You bet your life, Tommy. Dr. Christian's okay.
Pardon me, Dr. Christian. There's a long-distance call from Chicago for you in the office.
Thank you, William. Judy, you take Tommy with you. Wait for me outside Mr. Fox's room.
Yes, Doctor.
Right here, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Dr. Christian speaking. Yes, go ahead. I see. You're sure of that? Yes. Yes, it's very interesting. Thank you very much.
The chief said you wanted me, Dr. Christian.
Yes, Officer Blake, I do. Come along, will you? You're going to see Mr. Fox.
The guy that smashed his car.
Yeah, that's right. Is this the room, Judy?
Yes, 204.
Well, come along then, all of you.
Get out of here. Let me alone. There's nothing wrong with me. I don't need a doctor.
Oh, you'll feel better if you don't excite yourself, Mr. Fox.
Well, what do you want? Why can't a man suffer alone without a bunch of professional experimenters punching at him, tormenting him, seeing what makes him tick? You know you can't do anything for me.
I can in your case.
What do you mean?
Can you help him regain his memory, Dr. Christian?
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't want your help. I don't need your help.
Mr. Fox, I want you to meet a young friend of mine. His name is Tommy Holmes. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Tommy, do you know this man?
Oh, yes, sir.
Where did you know him?
He worked for my grandfather,
Who was your grandfather, Tommy?
Mr. Forsythe.
Mr. Fox, does the name Forsythe mean anything to you?
Never heard it.
All right. Tommy's a fine lad, Mr. Fox. You know what he told Eric? He told him that if he had $1 million, he would build a new home for his friends in a swimming pool. His friends are orphans. Tommy is an orphan. I'm afraid that to most of us, money means power and a chance to make more money. Tommy and his friends think money is something that will give them a swimming pool. They're happy together, and what one of them has, all of them have. What one of them receives, the others shall also receive.
Well, what's this got to do with me?
You'll know presently. Judy, will you give me my case?
Yes, Doctor.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you back your memory. I hope that I can give Tommy and his friends a swimming pool.
Dr. Christian...
Just a moment, Eric, and you'll understand. Mr. Fox, you're suffering from amnesia, or loss of memory. There are several causes for this. In your case, it apparently was caused by a blow on your head. You were in an automobile accident. The blow was struck so that it injured the blood vessels that supply blood to the portion of your brain that controls memory. Insufficient blood is reaching your brain to cause it to function properly so that you remember nothing before the accident. I hope that I'm explaining this clearly enough for you.
Go on.
Now, there's a way by which we can stimulate the flow of blood to your brain, thereby bringing about a return of memory. It will not last long, perhaps from 3 to 5 minutes. That is what we call the lucid interval. During that time, you will be normal, and we shall hope that you will remain normal.
Here's the needle, Doctor.
Thank you. This is a hypodermic needle, Mr. Fox. With it, I shall inject a solution of sodium amytal into your bloodstream, and the reaction will follow shortly.
Well, I don't want it.
Tommy wants a swimming pool for his friends, Mr. Fox. the solution, Judy.
Oh, take it away. I'm afraid of it.
There's no harm in it. It won't hurt.
I don't want it, I tell you.
Eric, will you hold Mr. Fox's arm?
You bet.
Oh, let me go, young
Struggling
man.
won't help any of us, Mr. Fox. All right, Eric. This is it.
No.
Take it. No. There you are. Properly injected. Judy, will you take his pulse, please?
How long, Dr. Christian?
Not long. Well, Tommy, you think you would like to be a doctor?
Gee, no. Why'd you put him to sleep like you did Lewis?
Oh, that'd take too long. All right, Eric. I think you can release him now.
All right, Doctor.
He's quieted down.
His pulse is normal, Doctor.
Yes, it's time now.
What is it?
How do you feel?
Where am I?
You're all right. You've had an accident.
Oh, yes. My car. I lost control.
Can you tell us your name?
My name is Gerald Fox.
It worked.
What? Where am I? Who are you?
I am a doctor, and you are in the Riversend Hospital.
Riversend? Oh, yes.
Can you tell us what your business is here, Mr. Fox?
Well, I'm looking for a boy named Thomas Holmes. My client, the late Mark Forsythe, was his grandfather.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Fox, it's very important that you answer the next question carefully. Come here, Tommy. Mr. Fox, do you recognize this boy?
No. No, I don't. This is not the Thomas Holmes I'm looking for.
You're a liar. You saw his picture. You said he was the one.
I'm sorry. I thought it was, but photographs are deceiving sometimes. This is not the boy.
It is the boy, I tell you. It has to be.
Please, leave me alone, all of you.
I guess I'm wrong, Dr. Christian. I'm sorry. Come on, Tommy.
Mr. Fox, you lie.
What's that?
You lie. This boy is the Tommy Holmes you're looking for, and you know it. But you want to rob him. You want the money for your own use. You want to give it to Mr. A.J. Brown of the company, and he will in return give you half. Isn't that the truth?
No.
It is the truth.
This man's insane.
No. No, it's you who are insane, Mr. Fox. Insane with the desire for wealth and power. Insane with greed for...
You know what you're saying, Dr. Christian?
Oh, yes, Eric, I know what I'm saying. I know that A.J. Brown, the late Mr. Forsythe's partner, is near bankruptcy. I found that out this evening by calling Chicago. He needs Tommy's money.
But Mr. Fox was a sick man.
Yes. Explain that.
Mr. Fox was and is a liar. He did not have amnesia. He did not suffer from loss of memory. Did you, Mr. Fox?
Oh, I can't remember.
Officer Blake, you saw Mr. Fox's accident. Was there anything strange about it?
Well, I thought at the time that he could have missed that telephone pole if he'd been a good driver.
Yeah, he could have. He wanted to hit it. He wanted the next accident. It would save him $1 million.
I don't remember what happened.
Oh, you remember all right. You remember the injection. And why? Because the injection of what I called sodium amytal was really an injection of distilled water.
What?
It would have no effect on you whatsoever.
Then you?
Yes. Then you did not have amnesia, and you thought by so conveniently acting the part of a man who did have it, you could postpone the decision on Tommy until after it was too late.
You can't prove it.
I can, and I will. Officer Blake, take him to the police station.
No, you don't, my lad. You don't get away from
Let me go.
You see, Mr. Fox, there's no escaping. You can't believe you have a chance in court. Or do you?
No.
And you're a smart man. Now, I would suggest you look at Tommy more carefully. Perhaps you were mistaken in your first decision. What do you say now?
He's the boy. I'll sign the papers. The money's his.
Boy, there's my story. Gangway, I want a telephone.
Oh, Judy, will you punch the button twice?
Yes, Dr. Christian. But why twice?
One's for a fountain pen for Mr. Fox. The other is for a woman in a white dress. She has some ice cream for Tommy.
And the curtain comes down on another Dr. Christian prize play. Our star, Jean Hersholt, will be with you in a moment. Down with the curtains and up with the rugs. It's fall cleaning time again, so give the house a good going over. And when you've got it back in apple pie order, then look to your hands. If the extra hard work has made your hands sore and red, as well it might, then turn to Vaseline jelly. Truly, here is one of the most soothing preparations you could possibly use. Smooth on Vaseline jelly and notice how quickly, almost instantly, it helps. Now, there's good reason why it's so effective. Vaseline jelly does 3 important things. First, it soothes irritated skin. Second, it forms a protective film that helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. And third, it promotes healing. Keep a jar of Vaseline jelly on the kitchen shelf, ready to apply promptly for housework hands. And if you're working in a war plant, keep a jar in the locker and use it whenever the hands become blistered, cracked, or sore from hard, rough jobs. Get Vaseline jelly tonight, only 10 cents. Look for the trademark Vaseline. It's your guarantee of absolute purity. And now, here is Gene Hersholt, our star. And he has something special he wants to say to us.
Friends of the Dr. Christian program. In our stories about the people of River's End, you see from time to time the vital part our hospital plays in our community. Our hospital is supported in part by our community ward chest, which is just starting its annual drive. To the sum contributed by the generous people of River's End to the community ward chest, our hospital is able to serve the community whether or not the patient is able to pay. In your hometown, the community ward chest drive is underway too, or will start shortly. Won't you support it this year more enthusiastically than ever? The need is so much greater because of dislocations in all walks of life caused by our tremendous war effort. Share what you have by contributing to your local community war chest. By sharing, we all forge more strongly national unity and national solidarity. Now for next week's prize-winning play. The contribution of America's leading authority on food poisons, Dr. William Bose of Boston, Massachusetts. It's called Black Magic, and I know you'll get a real thrill out of a most amazing story. So until next Wednesday evening at the same hour, I'll say good night.
Men, if you switch to Vaseline hair tonic, here's what you can honestly expect to happen. Your hair will have a live, natural look, and it'll stay neatly in place all day long. For well-groomed hair that stays well-groomed, comb in a few drops of Vaseline hair tonic every morning. Get Vaseline hair tonic tonight. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
America's great stars salute the world's great soldiers. Here comes Jubilee, first of a new series of programs to the armed forces of these United Nations.
We've got two great books to look upon. The first, of course, the Holy Bible. We know what's in that good book, and we know, too, what's come out of it. Good sermons, good lessons, and good guidance, and a kind of a good feeling that fills you up with a lasting warmth. The other book's a dictionary. Webster got it together. Not Daniel, but Noah. And through this book, we turn to the word Jubilee. He says about Jubilee, a good word. A word of exaltation. So we're going to exaltate with singing by the greatest, the very greatest of them all. Of course, I mean Ethel Waters. We're going to jubilate with the wonderful music dreamed up by the Duke of Ellington. We're going to exaltate with the blending of voices by the Svengali of singers, one Hall Johnson. We're going to jubilate with Eddie Rochester Anderson, whose ability to make a man laugh is a priceless heritage, and particularly priceless these days. And then there'll be me. My name is Ingram, Rex Ingram, and I'll spout words about this program and its people. But first, that comes the urge for the music. And because it's first, and because it's an urge, and because it's what it is, and he is what he is, the Duke steps out.
My pack on the floor. Come on, doggies, don't get sore. Get hip, hip, hip to your step. Hip foot, straw foot, 4 miles more. After this step, there's a camp cot in store. Come on, doggies, don't get sore. Get hip, hip, hip to your step. They all laugh with spring, and I start to sing. I can't laugh like he. I'm carrying everything but the kitchen sink. Hey, foot, straw foot, 3 miles long. Where in the heck is this mechanized war? Come on, doggies, don't get soft. Get hip, hip, hip to your stick.
I think now, you'd sort of like to hear the voices of the Harrigan choir. Listen to them as they visit a city called Heaven.
I'm walking this wide world
I wring from myself a reluctant confession. Even I would rather listen than speak when the listening is to a great voice. A great woman, too, who has done much for songs and for people who write them, for people who sing them. Here's one of the best of songs, by the best of those who write them, and by the best of those who sing them. Ethel Waters and W.C. Hander's Living Forevermore, St. Louis Blues.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. I hate to see that evening sun go down. 'Cause my sweet man done left me in this town. Feeling tomorrow like I feel today. Feeling tomorrow like I feel today. I'm packing my grip and making my getaway. While that St. Louis woman that wears them diamond rings led my man around by her apron string. If it wasn't for her powder and for her starboard hair, the man I love wouldn't have gone nowhere, nowhere. Got to St. Louis blues, and I'm blue as I can be. My man's got a heart like a rock cat in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. But when you see me leaving pin crepe on your door, won't be dead, just ain't coming back no more. Got railroad blues, railroad fare, feel like riding and a jet nowhere. Even get me a train 15 coaches long. When you look for water, I'll be gone. The train I ride is marked Santa Fe. Carry me back down yonder to Tennessee, to my dear old Mama and Dad. Bestest time I ever had. So long, 'cause I'm on my way.
You know, the Rochester of Minnesota is where they cure the ills of people. And the Rochester of Eddie Anderson does the same kind of a precious job. You know, making millions of people smile is a mighty potent skill. And none is more skillful than our next star. Come on, Rochester. Boy, the world needs you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you I'm sorry for being late here this evening. You see, Mr. Benny let me drive down here to the studio in the Maxwell, and I shouldn't have to say no more. Well, anyway, I'm glad to be here, and I plan to sing a little song that I had a chance to do in a picture that I was in with Mr. Benny called My.
Hold it just a minute, Rochester. There's a fellow out in the hall by the name of Mantan Moreland. He claims to be a cousin of yours, and he says he has to see you right away. Shall I let him in?
Oh, yeah, let him in. He's all right. Yeah, Mantan's a cousin of mine. I got Mantan a job. First, I want to tell you, I got Mantan a job in this picture they're doing out to MGM Studio, Cabin in the Sky. Now, what did you want, Mantan? What's the hurry?
Well, look here, Rochester. I got to have $4 right away.
Well, what did you do with the check the studio gave you?
Well, I was standing in line at the cashier window, and when the man handed me my envelope, a dime fell on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was kneeling down for the three, it was three fellas kneel right down to help me look for my dime.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I knew, Ivory had reared its ugly head.
In other words, you are devoid of the proverbial Liberty cabbage.
That's it.
Oh.
Look here. You know, I wouldn't be broke if I had a job like you. How did you get a job with Mr. Benny?
Oh, well, that takes a first-class butler. Yep.
If I could be a butler like you take a first-class butler.
Yes.
To get a job with Mr. Benny?
Why, sure.
Well, I'm a first-class butler.
Well, what makes you a first-class butler?
At home, when the doorbell rings, don't I jump up and answer the bell?
Yeah, but that don't make you a first-class butler. You just 1A and anxious.
So look here. How much money do Mr. Benny pay you?
Well, it's roughly about $2,000 a week.
Roughly?
Yeah, but when you smooth it out, it's $30. I want to shout a poem about how I dream of that gleam in your eye. I want to shout, but all that comes out is my. I want to sing of flowers in spring, but oh dear, when you're near, I just die. I want to sing, can't sing a thing, but my. I could say, oh, how lovely, or I could say, oh, how sweet. I could have Shakespeare at the tip of my tongue, but every time we meet, I look at you, what do? I get weak, I can't speak, I just sigh. And though I try, the best I can try is my. I can say, oh, how lovely, lovely. I can say, oh, how sweet. I could have Webster in the palm of my hand, but every time we meet, I look at you, what do? I get weak, I can't speak, I just sigh. And though I try, the best I can try is
with us here, or in the movies these days, building the cabin in the sky on soundtrack. The Duke reviews for you the first time anywhere except on the MGM lot, one of his own compositions. You're going to like this one. It's called Going Up. a Navy release show some time ago. It took place, I believe, in Madison Square Garden, which they tell me is neither a garden nor in Madison Square. Be that as it may, they had a show. And somewhere in between countless stars of stage and screen, they called on a man, a young fellow in uniform, a uniform of the Army of these United States. He only owned it one sentence, but that one sentence will be spoken as long as men can freely speak, which is not too incidentally a reason for this war. So that men can freely speak. His name is Joseph Louis Barrow. He was a private then, but most people know him as Joe Louis. You know, the heavyweight champion of the world. Of the cinders. Oh, yes. We're going to win because God's on our side. Doris Sherry used that line to write a poem around. I'd like to make it a word. God is on our side. He said that. He said that clear and ringing. Yes, the man of mighty fist and mighty arm said it. But that one voice is the voice of an army. That one voice is the voice of 13 million that say it. Say it, said it, and said it eternally. Those words, the words said first in the hungry years when chains held strong men together. Said it, too, in the days of bondage and bigotry. And said it always knowing that the day of freedom was at hand. When they swarmed the slopes of San Juan Hill, when they drained their blood on the earth of France, when their regiments swept the glory over all the fields of battle, they said, God is on our side. They all said. The fighter with the lightning in his arms, the scientist who draws miracles out of plants, the educator with hopes in his mind, and the doctor who heals with skill, the architect who puts heaven into homes. They said. The gunner at Pearl Harbor, the engineer at Bataan, and the mechanic in Libya, and the builder in Australia, and the flyer, the tank driver, the steel-helmeted soldier, they all said. And they know, these heroes, that God is on our side. And in their hearts and as they work and as they fight and train and learn and die, they know that not only is God on our side, but that they are on the side of God. And we're on the side of God with them. So lift the trumpets and let them sound. Beat the drums and let them roll. Raise the flags and let them wave. Here come more Americans. Americans strong, steady, staunch, and swift. Americans gay, grand, and glorious. Here they come, Americans all. And with their songs singing clear and their motto ringing clear, God is on our side.
Oh, just as bell of Jago, just as bell of Jago, and welcome tumbling down. Just as bell of Jago, just as bell of Jago, and welcome tumbling down.
They talk about the king of Gideon, and they talk about the men of Saul, but there's none like Joe Joshua has the best of time at all.
Just as bell of Jago, just as bell of Jago, and welcome tumbling down.
Up to the walls of Jericho, Lord, he must have spear in hand. So bloody ram horse, Joshua, cave, Bethlehem, and the hand.
Just as bell of Jago, just as bell of Jago, and welcome tumbling down.
Sing the lamb and sheep on skin to go, and the trumpet begins to sound. Oh, Joshua, men and children, shout, oh,
Just as bell of Jago, just as bell of Jago, and welcome tumbling down. Just as bell of Jago, and the world comes tumbling
And now, Ethel Waters, the best of the best, singing Blues in the Night. At the piano, Reginald Bean, who also arranged the song.
My mama done told me, and my mama sure was right. Yes, my mama sure told me, hun, a man will sweet talk, give you the glad eye. But yeah, when all that sweet talking's done,
A man is still a two-face and a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. And when you hear rain falling, hear them trains calling, remember what your mama's done told you. When you hear that lonesome whistle blowing across the trestle, ooh-wee, your mama sure told you, a-hooey, a-hooey, a clickety-clack, a echoing back the blues. From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever far winds blow, I've been in them big towns, talking my big talk. But there is one thing I still know, and that is a man is a two-face, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. Yet I can't go on, knowing that when he's gone, I'll be left with the blues in the night. From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the fall winds blow, I've been in them big towns, been talking my big talk. But there is one thing I know. Worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night, in the night. Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky, stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time, and life's so bare, with gloom and misery everywhere. Stormy weather, just can't get my poor self together, and I'm weary all the time, so weary all the time. When he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray my Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. Can't go on. All I had in life is gone. Stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining all the time.
Didn't need any announcement for that Ethel Waters encore. My, my, my. Everybody sure loves that song. And Ethel, too. Well, we got to be getting now. The time's up. But Jubilee will be celebrated again very, very soon. Listen for it. In the meantime, thanks. And for Ethel Waters, and Duke Ellington, and Eddie Rochester Anderson, and all Johnson Choir, and all the others who joined up, goodbye. We'll be seeing you soon. And the best of everything till then. This is Rex Ingram. And this was a special presentation for you, prepared by those special service fellows in the War Department, for everybody in the United Nations.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in.
Fellows and girls, doesn't the roar of Hop Harrigan's plane make you want to learn to fly? Doesn't it make your fingers itch to get hold of that joystick and feel the thrilling response of the ship to the controls? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet many of you listening right now are dreaming of a career in aviation, ambitiously planning to learn to fly just as soon as you can. Some of you, no doubt, are even looking forward to the day when you'll be qualified to join the Army or Navy Air Forces. Well, believe me, aerial warfare requires lots of physically fit, well-trained young men. Yes, sir, aviation in war and aviation in peace is a field for youth. But as you well know, there's much more to flying than merely guiding a plane through the skies. A good pilot isn't made overnight. A well-trained pilot for combat or peacetime civilian aviation requires many months of preparation, long hours of hard work and study. You boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you reach the required age, and you boys and girls who are planning careers in peacetime aviation when this war is won, you can begin to prepare. You can start your training right now. How? By taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools all over the country. These courses, approved by the Army and Navy Air Forces and the Civilian Aeronautics Administration, teach aerodynamics, theory of flight, navigation, meteorology, all the necessary fundamentals. And what's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during regular school hours. If you're a high school junior or senior, or between 16 and 18 years of age, you are eligible to take these aviation courses. If you're not old enough yet, tell your older brothers about them. But don't waste any time. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been established in your high school, talk with your principal about them and ask him to include them in your curriculum for the next semester. If additional information is required, address inquiries to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story.
As you remember, Hop Harrigan and Lisa Collard, the young French girl who engineered Hop's escape from prison, made their way to Paris in the hope of contacting an influential member of the loyal French underground, the patriots who secretly resist the Nazi occupation of France. One of these is Paul Jubilee, a newspaper publisher who, although seemingly friendly with the Nazis, is in reality a leader of the underground. Hop told Jubilee his mission in occupied France, to secure and fly back to England a Messerschmitt plane equipped with a new and deadly aerial cannon. Jubilee informed him that Messerschmitts equipped with the new cannon were stationed at Le Bourget Field in Paris, and if Hop wanted to take a chance as a lone wolf, he could. Desperate, Hop decided to risk it and made plans to attempt a single-handed getaway disguised as a Nazi officer. But before he could leave Jubilee's residence, an unexpected visitor arrived. The Gestapo officer who had imprisoned Hop, Colonel Strauss. The situation is tense. As we join them now, Hop, Jubilee, and Lisa are together in a room of the publisher's house, while Colonel Strauss impatiently demands admittance. Listen.
Open up, Jubilee. I have important business.
Hop, what will we do? It is Strauss.
He must not find you here. It would mean death for all of us.
Look, I've got an idea. I'm going to duck into that closet and you let him in, Jubilee.
But what about me, Hop?
Jubilee will surrender you to Strauss.
Are you mad, Harrigan?
Now, I know what I'm doing. You surrender Lise to Strauss, Jubilee.
Hop, I am afraid.
Oh, will you trust me, Lise? I won't let you down.
Jubilee, let me in.
Now, look, there isn't much time. I'm going to duck into the closet. Now, don't forget. You do as I say. Okay, let him in.
Jubilee, what sort of nonsense is this? Open that door at once.
One moment, Herr Strauss. I am coming.
What took you so long?
I am sorry, Herr Strauss, but I was busy. Come in.
Who is this French boy?
A friend of mine. And a surprise for you.
I'm in no mood for surprises, Jubilee. Tell the boy to leave. I want to speak with you alone. I'm in trouble.
I know. The unfortunate escape of that young Englishman. What is his name?
Harrigan. I suppose all Paris is talking, huh? Let them talk. Harrigan must be somewhere in the city. I will take it apart, brick by brick, to find him.
That may not be necessary.
What do you mean?
Take a good look at the little French boy, Herr Strauss.
I am in no mood for pleasantries, Jubilee.
The boy, Herr Strauss.
A boy is a boy. But Himmler is another matter. Himmler and the Fuhrer. They will ask for explanations.
The boy, Strauss, is Lise Collard.
I do not care if his name is... What? Lise Collard?
Oui, monsieur.
Where did you find her, Jubilee?
Here in Paris.
Jubilee, this is a stroke of luck. She will tell me where I can find Harrigan.
I don't think she knows. I have already questioned her.
Girl, where is the English swinehund?
I cannot say.
There are ways of making you talk, you know.
I will never talk for you or any other man.
We will see about that. What plans did you have for her, Jubilee?
I am like a man with a better mousetrap. The buyers will come, eventually.
You French. Always 3 ways to say nothing.
If I have this Collard girl, then to get her, Harrigan must come to me.
Oh, I see. You're very clever, Jubilee. You mean you will just sit here and Harrigan will walk into the trap, huh?
Oui. And I do not have to do any of this shooting and running and shouting.
Good. I will wait here. I won't leave.
You're right, Strauss. You won't leave.
Harrigan, in a Nazi uniform. Jubilee, you tricked me.
No, Strauss. I tried to keep you from coming in here, even though Harrigan had his gun in my ribs. I refused to answer your summons, knowing full well that Harrigan would have you at gunpoint. But you insisted.
Enough explanation, Jubilee. Get your hands up. You too, Strauss.
What are you going to do, Harrigan?
Kill you.
No. Don't, Harrigan.
Stand still, Jubilee. That paunch of yours is quite a target. Lise, you'll find some sheets in that closet. Get them.
Oui, Hop, immediately.
Harrigan, where did you get the German's captain's uniform?
Today's my birthday. Hitler sent it to me.
Please, do not point that gun at me, Harrigan.
Please, get behind Strauss. Keep out of his reach. Now remove his gun from its holster.
I like these, Hop.
I wouldn't try anything, Strauss. There's nothing I'd rather see than a dead Gestapo agent.
I have his gun, Hop.
Good. Now tear those sheets into strips.
How many strips, Hop?
Enough to keep them both safely tied until I finish my business, Lise.
Oui.
Now, Strauss.
Yeah?
Get to that phone.
Yeah, Harrigan. Only don't shoot. Please don't shoot.
I won't, as long as you do as you're told.
Yeah, anything.
Now, pick up that receiver. Call Le Berger Airport.
I don't know the number. I don't know where...
That was the trigger being cocked, Strauss.
I'm calling. For the sake of pity, Harrigan, don't shoot. I am young. Operator, give me Le Berger Airport at once.
You'll ask for the commandant.
Hello? Give me the commandant. This is Colonel Strauss, Gestapo. What shall I say?
Tell them to prepare a Messerschmitt 110 equipped with a new cannon. One of your aides, Captain Hess, will pick it up immediately. And remember, Strauss, this gun is loaded.
Yeah. Hello, Commandant. This is Colonel Strauss. You'll prepare immediately a Messerschmitt 110. One of those with the new cannon. One of my aides will pick it up in a few minutes. He refuses, Harrigan. He refuses.
Shoot him, Hop, like a dog.
No, don't. Commandant, I order that plane immediately. I don't care about regulations. This is business for the Fuhrer. Ja, dankeschön.
But, Harrigan, they will strip me of my rank. And you call yourself a Nazi leader. Those strips ready yet, Lise?
Here they are, Hop.
Okay. Sit down in that chair, Strauss. That's it. Now tie him up, Lise. Make it good.
Oh, oui, with pleasure.
You will tie me too, Harrigan?
You, I should shoot, Jolie.
It is too tight.
That means it isn't tight enough. I'll help you, Lise.
Thank you.
There. That ought to hold you. And now I'm going to give you a Tank Tinker special.
What is that? An American torture?
No, an American sleep inducer. I never did this to a bound man before, but in this case, it can't be helped. Sweet dreams, Strauss.
He's, like you say, out cold.
Say, was the act all right, Jolie? He didn't suspect anything, did he?
I don't think so. He looked very convinced. Well, your plane is ready now. You have worked a miracle.
Oh, gosh, I almost forgot. Lise, don't stand here. Beat it. Get in touch with LaRose. See that he gets you out of Paris right away. Unless you want to change your mind and come along with me.
No, Hop. My place is here, in my own country. And now, good luck, Hop. And be careful. Maybe someday we will meet again. Au revoir, Hop.
Au revoir. See you soon. And now I got to tie you, Jolie.
Leave me loosely tied. You go immediately to the field. I will free myself in a short while and then release Strauss. But not before you get away.
Oh, great. Here, sit down. Now, you tell me if it's too tight.
All right.
Gee, you know I'm going to miss Lise. She's been a swell sport.
Don't worry about her. I will see that no harm comes to her.
Thanks, Jolie. There. Those knots too tight?
No. Now you'd better go.
Okay. Well, so long, Jolie. I'm not much on this speech stuff, but if I get to England with that Messerschmitt, I'll have you to thank for it.
No. You will have your own courage and bravery to thank. That and what all of us have come to know as the American spirit. May it never fail us.
It won't, Jolie. Don't worry. So long.
Au revoir.
Now, to get to Le Bourget. Hey! Well, that must be Colonel Strauss's car parked outside. Might as well use it. Drive to Le Bourget Airport at once.
This is Colonel Strauss's car, Herr Capitan. I have orders to wait for the Colonel.
I'm acting on instructions from Colonel Strauss. You do as I tell you.
Ja, Herr Capitan. You said Le Bourget Field, Herr Capitan?
Yes, as fast as you can make it.
Jawohl.
All receiving stations. Achtung.
What's that, driver?
Shortwave radio, Herr Capitan. Always we keep an arm for special orders. I will turn it off.
Achtung, all receiving stations. Achtung, notice is here given of the theft of a German captain's uniform bearing the 62nd Hussar identification. Be on the lookout for a British spy masquerading in this uniform of the Reich.
Turn off that radio.
It is believed the spy is one known as Harrigan. He has blue eyes, blonde hair.
Turn that off, I said. Do you hear me? Turn it off.
I have turned it off. But too late, Herr Harrigan.
Well, it looks like poor Hop is in trouble again. And only a few short miles from the airport and his goal. Recognized by the driver of Strauss's car, how will he get away? Be with us tomorrow and find out. Tune in, same time, same station, and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airwaves. If anyone were to ask you, is Hop Harrigan a good flyer? You'd probably answer, I'll say, is that boy's an expert. And I'd agree with you 100%. And believe me, to be an expert flyer requires plenty of skill. The kind of skill that is acquired after a thorough training in groundwork and the fundamentals of aviation. You fellows and girls who are high school juniors or seniors, or between the ages of 16 and 18, can start training for careers in aviation right now by taking the pre-flight training courses now being set up in high schools all over America. Remember, if pre-flight training courses are not now available in your school, talk to your principal about them and ask him to include them in the curriculum for your next semester. If additional information about these aviation courses is required by your principal or by you, address all inquiries to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan comes to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
That's another speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to reach tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! A bird! It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, then steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our tank troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American Armed Forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. Why, right at this moment, there may be a detachment of American commandos carrying through a raid on occupied France, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp, or even a dime every other day. Because remember that every
every dime is important, because 10 cents will buy 5 45 caliber bullets. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe out of the sky. So do your share to help win this war. Every time that you've got a dime, buy a war savings stamp. And now, the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen are now on the radio, involved in some strange and mysterious adventure. In our last episode, we heard how a certain Countess Wojcicka had been abducted by a band of Arab desperados, headed by a man known only as the Red Fez. We also saw Mike Rock, a penniless Shakespearean actor, had disguised himself as a fortune teller so that he might learn something of the Countess' whereabouts. As Kent, Jimmy, and Sir Mycroft returned to the hotel where the actor had left Lois, our friends saw Count Wojcicka, the Countess' husband, moving stealthily along the street. Kent decided to shadow him and accordingly left the others. When Jimmy and Sir Mycroft arrived at the hotel, they found that Lois had gone, leaving a message which said that she was on her way to an old Arab mosque, an abandoned temple. Now, as our story continues today, we find ourselves in a room outside the old mosque. Seated at a table is a man in the red fez. He is talking with one of his henchmen. Listen.
Soon, Abu, this business will be finished. With the money we shall receive, we shall then be able to retire from a mode of life which I assure you, to one of my delicate temperament, is highly distasteful.
You were always one for making high and mighty speeches, master. You talk too much.
It has been in my mind, Abu, for many a moon to curb your tongue. You do not accord me the respect that is due my position as leader of our little band.
You will get from me all the respect you deserve, which is none at all.
Oh, you wound me deeply, Abu. Can it be that you dislike me?
Who can dislike what does not exist?
I understand you not.
I will explain. When first I joined your band, you were a good, clean, honest desperado. If someone wanted someone else put out of the way, we did the job quickly and efficiently in the best business-like manners. Job was done, money paid, and there was an end to it.
Cut and dry business, no imagination.
That may be, but who wants imagination? I want money.
Oh, such a thing to say. Had I known you felt this way, I should never have permitted you to join my band.
Not permitted me. You begged me to join. You literally came to me on your hands and knees. Join my band, Abu, you said. Please join my band. No one can cut throats like you can.
But that's true.
Well, I'm sick of you and your red fez and your theatrical productions. We're given the job of putting the Countess Wojcicka out of the way. Do we do a workman-like job of it? No. We have to hire a fortune teller and some long-haired flute player. For what, I ask you? For what?
To lend an air of mystery to the proceedings. To give the man who hired us a little something for the large sum of money he'll pay.
All you were asked to do was to put the Countess out of the way. She is still, so far as I can see, in very good health.
We shall take care of that in good time.
There is no better time than the present. But come, I will go into the next room and take care of her at once.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I've arranged a perfect finale for this little business.
Someone is knocking at the door.
Obviously. Open it.
Open it yourself,
Abu. Remember who is master here. Open the door.
Open it yourself.
Abu, I prefer not to use force.
Come another step toward me and I will give you this knife.
Really, Abu, I sometimes think...
By the beard of Allah, how long did it take you to open the door?
Now, CD.
Now yourself. I bring with me a beautiful captive in the best conditions of our business, and I'm forced to rap until my knuckles are raw.
A beautiful captive? You say you bring a beautiful captive?
Yes, the truth. I caught her snooping around outside. Bring her in, man.
Take your hands off me. Did you hear what I said, you tin-horn imitation?
Well, Miss Lane, we meet again.
Allah be merciful. It's the girl we mistook for the Countess. This means more trouble.
Trouble for Miss Lane, I'm afraid. All right, Edie. Take your men and go.
Before we go, when do we get paid?
As soon as we get rid of the Countess. All right, I go. Come, man. Miss Lane, I suppose you tell us what you were doing in this vicinity.
Does it really matter?
No, I don't suppose it does. Abu, would you be good enough to bind her hands behind her back since you put it that way?
Not at all. There's no need to tie me up.
There's every need, Miss Lane. We shall not only bind you, but gag you as well. I would rather you and the Countess Jessica did no talking while you are together.
You mean I'm to be placed in the same room as the Countess?
Of necessity. It is the only room left beside this one, since the mosque was practically torn down stone by that amazing individual in the red cape.
And the Countess is still alive?
Yes, worse luck. We could have put her out of the way long ago. Now, hold still while I make these knots secure. Abu, will you...
Will I tie knots and answer doors as well?
I am the master here. It is I again. What is it this time, lady?
I have 2 more captives. But this time they are not beautiful.
2 more?
So, one looks like a fortune teller, but talks like an Englishman until I gagged him. The other is a boy. He did not talk so much, but I gagged him anyway.
Jimmy, it must be Jimmy and Sir Mycroft.
Bring them in. With pleasure. Bring them in, man.
Jimmy! Sir Mycroft, why did you follow me here? I should never have left that message.
I cannot answer you, I'm afraid, since we are well gagged, and we had best leave them that way.
That is right. There's too much talk around here as it is.
With this I agree. Too much talk and too little action. Already all of Mecca is beginning to descend upon us here. I say, let's stop talking and do our job. Let us put the Countess and the rest of these people out of the way.
Oh, let us not be rash. We must wait until our employer arrives. I've arranged the finale, the right to...
What's on you and your finales? Was it in our agreement with our employer that we were to stage an entertainment for him as well? No. Oh, get rid of the Countess is what he said, and get rid of the Countess is what we should do. No more, no less.
Wait a minute. You mean that you were hired to do this job? You didn't kidnap the Countess to hold her for ransom?
Of course not, my child.
Enough of this, master.
Yes, Abu.
Henceforth you are no longer the master.
What?
I hereby call upon the members of this band to join me in rising up against you. If anything is to be done, it must be done now. Let us get rid of the Countess and these others at once.
We must wait and...
We wait for nothing. CD, you others, are you with me? Excellent. Stand back, master. We now take matters into our own hands.
You will regret it.
You will regret it more than us if you do not hold your tongue. Sidney, bring the Countess in here at once.
You mean you're going to kill us? All of us?
I regret, but that is exactly what I mean.
You can't do that. You can. You hear? You can.
Gagger.
Stop it. I'm an American citizen.
Oh.
Here's the Countess, Abu.
Good. Now then, place them all against the wall. The Countess, Miss Lane, the boy, the old man. We shall make short work of them. Hark, listen. The temple bells strike the hour of midnight. Even the time is right.
As the Arab desperados prepare to put an end to Lois, Jimmy, the Countess, and Sir Mycroft, Clark Kent is shadowing Count Modjeska through the narrow, windy streets of Mecca. Suddenly, Kent stops short, steps into a doorway, and in a moment emerges in the blue and red costume of Superman.
Now we'll take care of that, Count. Who are you? Let go of me. Not until we have a little talk, Count Modjeska. How do you know my name? Who are you? Never mind that. What are you doing sneaking along this street?
What business is it of yours?
I'm going to make it my business. To begin with, where is your wife?
Stand back or I'll blow you to pieces.
With that little toy pistol, don't make me laugh.
Stand back, I said. Stand back.
Now, I'll relieve you of that ugly weapon.
Here, what? Give me back that gun.
No, you might hurt yourself. Guns are dangerous things. Now, suppose you tell me what you're up to.
Let me go. You're killing me.
Not quite yet, but I will, unless you start explaining a few things in a hurry.
Stop. I will tell you anything you want to know.
Talk fast. Who kidnapped your wife? Where is she? Who's holding her for ransom?
Nobody is holding her for ransom. She was kidnapped because I wanted her put out of the way.
Why?
I have been dependent on her for as long as I can remember for any money I ever had. To make more money, I tried gambling, lost heavily. I had many debts which must be paid or I should go to jail, disgraced forever. I knew my wife would never give me the money if I asked for it. There
another way. Her money, all of it, comes to me when she dies. And so I hired this man.
Why, you...
Please, don't hit me again.
Where's the Countess now? Quick, where is she?
There is an old and abandoned mosque on the edge of the town.
Yes, I know it. Is that where she is?
Yes, that is the headquarters of the Arab band.
Thanks for the information. And now, just so you won't see more than is good for you... Now then, I've got to get to that mosque, and fast. Up, and away!
Red cloak flying in the wind, Superman wings through the night on his way to the abandoned mosque, little realizing how precious is every second. Is he already too late? Be sure to hear tomorrow's thrill-packed episode. Tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too old or too young. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there is one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and the tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance the fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet! More powerful than a locomotive! Take one of these tall buildings at a single pound!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Ken Sears, New York Yankee catcher, and Art Flynn, business editor of the weekly newspaper Sporting News. We'd hoped to have with us, too, the star second baseman of the Yankees, Joe Gordon, but he was unable to join us. However, Messrs. Sears and Flynn have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's story, Nicky and I, quite unexpectedly, become involved in the crucial game of the World Series. I call it The Adventure of the World Series Crime.
Series. You all know what's happened. The Eagles won the first 3 games. Then the Larks came back to take the 4th and 5th games, and now the Larks are leading in the 6th game 3-2. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. That's a walk for Henderson. Fills the bases for the Eagles. 2 out. We'll see now. Oh, here's the great Sparks himself coming to bat. Now let's see. Hitt will score 2 runs. The Eagles will win 4-3, and the World Series will be over. But if the Larks can stop Sparky again, the series will be all tied at 3 games apiece, and the payoff game tomorrow, there it is, strike 1 on Sparks. You know, everybody's asking what's happened to Sparky. Champion batter of the major leagues, he was an Arkansas tornado in the first 3 series games, hit over 500. won the first 3 games for the Eagles almost single-handed. And then he folded. Here's the pitch. Strike 2. Strike 2. Well, Sparky didn't get a hit in the 4th game or the 5th. And today, in 3 official tries, the great Sparks has popped up once and struck out twice with men in scoring positions. There it is. 4-1. That's 1 and 2 on Sparky. You know, there's some ugly rumors around, but take it from your Uncle Ted, they're just malarkey. You know, you've heard them. That Sparky's been drugged, Sparks was sold out to the gamblers. It's all... Here it is! Strike 3! Sparky didn't even lift his bat off his shoulder. He's out. Well, that's the game, folks. Ties it up at 3 games apiece. But what's happened to Sparks? Mr. Dayton, owner of the Eagles, wants to know. Mac McClune, fighting manager of the Eagles, wants to know. What's happened to Sparky?
Yeah. No. Just a minute. Mr. Dayton's private office. What? No. Say, listen, Weisenheimer, I'll give it to you in plain English. There ain't no more tickets. Oh. Hello, Mr. McClune.
The boss in, Susie.
Yeah, he's waiting for you. Say, Mr. McClune, I want to tip you off. The boss said me and the boyfriend could see today's game from his box, and, well, you know what that means.
Yeah. As usual, Dayton's ducking out in a pinch.
Yeah, well, the rest of us still think you can lick them bums, Mr. McClune.
Thanks, Susie. You want to see me, Mr. Dayton?
Oh, come in, Mac.
Yeah.
Mac, I am leaving you in complete charge.
Going away today, Mr. Dayton? I notice you have your golf clubs already.
Yes, I'm running up to the country club. I couldn't stand the strain of the final game, Mac. My heart, you know.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll phone you the result.
Well, it's not as if I were running out on you or the team, Mac.
Of course not, Mr. Dayton.
You'll bench Sparks, of course.
Thought you were leaving me in charge.
But, my dear McClune, he's had half a dozen chances to win the series in the last 3 games. And what's he done?
If Sparky goes, I go.
Oh, he couldn't bat a ball with a coal shovel.
Bat a ball. Bat. Oh, what a fool I've been. Of course, the bat.
What are you raving about, Mac?
Look, Mr. Dayton, if your heart can stand the strain of making one phone call before you go out to play golf, just one, mind you, we can still win this series.
A phone call?
I want a detective. Pay any fee he asks, but have him here in 15 minutes.
A detective? What detective, Mac?
The best in the world, Mr. Dayton. If there's one man can save this World Series for us, it's Ellery Queen.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
You know, nobody minds hard work these days because we're working for victory. But what are you going to do when you're stopped by a common sick headache? Miss Edith Ide of Fremont Avenue, Los Altos, California, has the answer to that. She writes,
I work at the Red Cross 7 hours a day, 5.5 days a week, and spend what time I have left practicing my music. This constant work and study is quite a strain, and sometimes I get a common sick headache and my nerves feel on edge. Well, one evening, while listening to your very entertaining Ellery Queen program, I heard your clever, educated train tell about Bromo Seltzer, and I decided to try it the next time I got a headache. Was I delighted with the quick, effective relief I got. Why, in just a short time, my head felt a lot better, and my jumpy nerves began to calm down. I told everyone at the office about it, but most of them informed me that they were already familiar with Bromo Seltzer's grand health and had been relying on it for a long time. Now I'm never without Bromo Seltzer. I keep a bottle in my desk at the office and another at home.
And that's a wise idea for everybody. You know, these days, you never know when you're liable to get a common sick headache. So if you don't already have a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer in your home medicine chest, get one tomorrow for sure. And now back to our mystery. In answer to Mac McClune's phone call, Ellery, Nicky, the inspector, and Sergeant Veely have just arrived.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Ellery.
You know my father, Inspector Queen.
Inspector.
Hiya, Mac.
Sergeant Veely.
Hi.
And this is my secretary, Nicky Porter.
Hello.
Miss Porter. When they heard you wanted me on a case, Mac, I couldn't shake them off.
There's anything we can do to help the Eagles win, Mac.
Thanks, Inspector Queen.
We're Eagle fans, all of us.
We need 'em all, Miss Porter.
I got a week's salary on the Eagles, Mac.
You and a flock of others, Sergeant.
Where's Mr. Dayton?
In a place where he won't bother us. Ellery, if you can solve a mystery in 3 hours, we've still got a chance to win. If you can't...
Doesn't sound like Mac McClune talking.
3 hours. Give me the facts.
Well, Ellery, you know ball players. They're all kind of superstitious.
Yeah, remember how Babe Ruth always touched second base on his way in from right field at the end of every inning?
Sparky's worse, Sergeant. He's got a pet bat.
You mean Ellery's got to find one of those nasty things that fly around at night?
Mac's a baseball manager, Nicky, not a zookeeper. He means a baseball bat.
Go on, Mac.
Well, Ellery, with that pet bat of his, Sparky's the greatest hitter in the game today.
Without it, he's just a bum, huh?
Hold it, Sergeant. Mac, what happened to Spark's bat and when?
Well, the morning after the third game, Sparky told me about it, but it went clean out of my head. Somebody stole his bat.
Aha.
If Sparky gets back his bat, you think he'll snap out of his slump, Mac?
Inspector, I'll eat your badge in the Lark's dugout if he don't.
Ellery's been asked to find stolen jewels, stolen documents, but a stolen baseball bat.
Quiet, Nicky. Mac, was the bat stolen from the clubhouse?
No, Ellery. Sparky was so nervous about it, he wouldn't leave it in the regular bat rack. He took it home with him.
Where does he live?
Well, Sparky got married just before the series.
You mean the World Series is Sparky's honeymoon?
Sort of, Miss Porter. So, Mr. Dayton gives Sparky and Lily, that's Sparky's wife, the use of his apartment during the series. They've been living there.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Here's Dayton's apartment, Inspector.
Okay, Mac. Really, you park out here in the hall and watch this front door.
Huh?
We don't want to be disturbed. Go ahead, Ellery. Knock.
Fancy layout.
Oh, Inspector, you ain't leaving me out in the cold in a case like this.
Bailey!
Yes, sir.
Mac, come on in. Hello, Sparky. This is Inspector Queen, his son Ellery, and Miss Porter.
Howdy.
Meet the missus. Lily,
Hi,
meet Inspector Queen.
Gee, it's awful good of you folks to help Sparky.
I reckon I'm past being helped, Lily.
Maybe not, Mr. Sparks. When did you first discover your bat was stolen?
Well, Mr. Queen, I always put the bat in the hall closet there. The first thing I woke up the morning of the fourth game, I looked in the closet, and Uncle Sam, that's my pet name for the bat, you see.
Sparky calls everything we own by a pet name, Mr. Queen. There's a skunk back home that bothers the chickens. Sparky calls him Hitler.
I'm beginning to like you, Sparky.
The bat was missing, Sparky, when you first looked in the closet that morning?
No, Inspector. That time Uncle Sam's standing there all right. But then all that morning we have visitors, and when they go away and Lily and me get ready to mosey over to the ballpark, why, I open the closet door and Uncle Sam's gone.
How many visitors did you have?
Wasn't it 3, Lily?
Oh, 4, Sparky.
4 visitors. Well, that means one of them must be the thief.
I reckon so, Miss Porter. I wasn't counting Mr. Dayton, Lily. He's not exactly a visitor. This apartment being his'n.
Oh, Mr. Dayton come first. He forgot to take his golf bag with him when he gave up this apartment.
So he comes to pick it up.
Tell Mr. Queen who the other 3 were, Sparky.
Okay, Mac. First there was Pagoli.
Pagoli? The big-time gambler?
I smell a rat.
And what did Mr. Pagoli want?
Well, it's sort of personal.
Oh, now, Sparky, you mustn't hold anything back if you want Mr. Queen to help.
Lily's right, Sparky.
Well, Mac,
now look here, Ellery. Sparky's the idol of sports fans all over the country, and he deserves to be. He sets a good example for the kids. Don't drink, don't smoke, a square shooter, but he's got one weakness that's going to get him in a heap of trouble. It already has.
I know. I read about it in the papers.
Well, that's where Pagoli fits. Gambling.
Looks that way, Dad.
The commissioner had you on the carpet about it, didn't he, Sparky?
Yeah, Inspector.
But Sparky won't listen. He wastes most of his dough paying off.
Gee, I've tried so hard to make him stop. I even refused to marry him until he promised to quit. Only he didn't quit. I reckon you'll have to excuse me.
Lily. Be a good girl, Nicky, and keep Mrs. Sparks company in the next room.
All right, Ellery.
So you owe Pagoli money, Sparky, and he came here yesterday morning to collect,
When you start talking about gambling, Sparky shuts up like a clam.
Guess who's outside asking to see Sparky, Ellery?
Speak of the devil, Sergeant?
Huh?
Big shot Pagoli.
Bring him in, Veely.
All right, Inspector. Step into the parlor, Mr. Fly.
Be careful with your hands, you. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Sparks. I come back tomorrow, eh?
Well, now, I don't know. Tomorrow will be too late, Pagoli.
Inspector Queen, I not see you at first.
In an umpire's eye, you not see him.
Be careful how you talk, Mr. Veely.
Sergeant Veely to you, pig.
My business with Mr. Sparks, it can wait. I go now.
Oh, wait, Mr. Pagoli.
What do you want?
Well, seeing how things are, maybe I better tell the truth.
The truth? You told me Pagoli came to see you the other day about the money you owe him, Sparks.
Well, I didn't want to worry you, Mac. Mr. Pagoli here, take care of what you spill, Hick. He was willing to forget my IOUs if...
Mr. Sparks, I warn you.
If
what?
If I threw the series, Mr. Queen.
So that's it, Pagoli, you dirty backstabber.
Drop that rod, Pagoli. Oh, it's dropped. Now I'll give you a demonstration of the famous Veely. Say, Uncle. That's better.
Fireworks over? Now, Mr. Pagoli, did you have any bundles or packages with you when you visited this apartment the other day?
All of a sudden, no talk English, huh?
No, he didn't have, Mr. Queen.
You're sure, Sparky? Did he wear a topcoat?
No, sir. Okay. Head him out, Veely. Put a tail on him, though. I think we'll be seeing more of Mr. Pig.
Come on, Pig. Back to your style.
Sparky, who were the other two visitors you had? Who came after Pagoli?
After Mr. Pagoli comes Collins. Collins? Manager of the Larks? Yep, and after Collins comes Buck Fisher.
Fisher's the first baseman on your own team, Mac, isn't he?
Yeah. Sparky beat Buck out of the batting championship by 3 points.
Less than 2 hours left. Time's running out. Dad, you and Mac tackle manager Collins of the Larks. Nicky and I will call on the vanquished Eagle batsman Buck Fisher.
You'll find both of them at the stadium now, Ellery.
Good. That saves us time. Dad, we check with each other at the stadium. Sparks can give us the other details on the way over. Hurry.
Collins, we've known each other since the old Sandlot days. We don't have to spar around.
Well, what's on your mind, Inspector?
Collins, why did you, the manager of the opposition team, drop in to see Sparks, the star batter of Mac's team, during the World Series?
It's your little idea, Mac? Trying to frame me just before the start of the last game?
You know me better than that, Collins.
Okay. Inspector, I ran up to see Sparky about our bet.
What bet?
$2,000, even money on the World Series winner.
Sparky bet his team to win, Collins?
That's a hot one. Did you ever hear of Sparky betting against himself? Sure, he bet on his team. With his team taking the first 3 games, I thought Sparky might be willing to raise the ante. At big odds, of course. But no soap.
Sparky said no?
He was willing, Mac, but his wife said nix.
Collins, were you wearing a top coat that morning?
Who, me? A top coat in this weather?
Did you have any bundles with you?
Criminy, no. Say, what's this all about anyway?
Forget it. Come on, let's go, Mac.
Just a minute, Inspector. Collins.
Yeah, Mac?
Who you pitching today?
See tonight's paper.
There's the door to the Eagles' locker room, Nicky.
Yes, there comes an Eagle.
Excuse me, are you Buck Fisher?
Yeah? See you out in the field, fellas. Okay.
Who are you?
What? Don't you know Ellery Queen?
Never heard of him, lady. Hey, you're not the new sports writer for the Herald, are you?
Strike. No, Fisher, I'm a detective.
Detective? What goes?
A few simple questions, Mr. Fisher. Why did you pay a visit to Sparks the morning of the 4th game?
Well, Sparky and I had a bet all season on who'd wind up with the best batting average. Sparky won by 3 points. 10 is Hyde.
And I saw him do it. Made 5 hits in the last game of the season.
So what?
So, why'd you drop in to see Sparky that morning, Fisher?
Oh, we had another bet. Who'd get the most hits in the series? Sparky hit like a house afire the first 3 games, but I figured he'd fold. So that morning I comes up and I says, Sparky, how about doubling the bet?
Did he, Fisher?
He says yes, but his wife says no. So what's the matter, Sparky? Cold feet? Well, Sparky says okay. Then his wife starts the waterworks, so I beat it. But the double bet's on. Oh, there's a signal for batting practice. I gotta go out and clout a couple.
Oh, Mr. Fisher?
Yeah?
did you wear a top coat that morning or carry any packages?
What? No.
Miss Porter, why did you ask Fisher those last two questions?
If you can ask him of Pagoli, Mr. Queen, I can ask him of Fisher.
That's what I thought. Come on, Miss Copycat. Let's find Dad.
Inspector, you learned exactly as much from Collins as Ellery and I did from Buck Fisher.
Yeah, Nicky, a great big goose egg.
Ellery, the game will be starting in a few minutes. Are we getting anywhere?
Well, Sergeant.
We haven't even got to first base. Ellery, we're no nearer finding that bat than when we started.
I wouldn't say that, Dad.
Ellery, don't tell me you know where...
Yes, I know where Sparky's bat is, Nicky. There's only a 50-50 chance it's still there. Dad, step aside with me. I'll tell you what to do. Now, you telephone.
Ellery and his pesky secrets.
Yeah. I wonder what's cooking.
Nearly 2 hours since Dad made that phone call, Nicky, and no sign of anybody.
You wear out the sidewalk, Ellery.
2 hours waiting at the ball player's entrance, and we could have been inside with Dad and Veely watching the game. Dad, what inning is it?
Last of the ninth, son.
What's the score now, Sergeant?
Still the same, Miss Porter. 1-0 favor of the Larks.
Oh, give up, Ellery. It's too late now. You must have been wrong this time.
Nicky, I tell you I wasn't wrong. I couldn't have been. How can I go in there and face Mac McClune without that pet bat of Sparky?
Well, you can't do the impossible, Ellery. He gave you only a few hours. What's that?
Nicky, this is it.
What, a police call? But Ellery...
You Ellery Queen?
Yes?
Here it is. The bat.
Mac, we got it.
Are we in time, Mr. McClune?
By the snakes of St. Patrick, it is. It's Sparky's bat. Hey, Sparks! Floyd, call Sparky back. He's on his way to the plate.
Right. For the police department.
Hank, how's it stand? Oh, we're behind, Inspector. Same as yesterday. 1-0. Last the ninth. Bases full, 2 out, and Sparky up.
Sparks get a hit. Any hit will drive in 2 runs.
And we win.
Sparky, take the lead out of your feet. Hey, what is it, Mac?
You're not benching.
Your bat, Sparky. Your own bat. Here. Now go on out there and use it.
Uncle Sam. Don't you worry, Mac. Good old Uncle Sam won't let you down. One side, fellas.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery and, I hope, a solution as well. Nicky, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our guests tonight are certainly the right men to try to solve this mystery, because both of them know just about all there is to know about baseball. And when I tell you who they are, you'll see what I mean. Our first guest is Ken Sears, catcher of the New York Yankees and son of Ziggy Sears, famous National League umpire. You can be sure that when the Yankees meet the St. Louis Cardinals for the first World Series game October 5th, more than a few eyes will be watching Ken Sears.
All right, Nicky, I'll agree the first guest knows baseball. But what about the second?
Well, our second guest isn't a ball player, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know about baseball. He's Art Flynn, business manager of the Sporting News, the Bible of the baseball world. Mr. Flynn has been with the Sporting News for 16 years and has covered every World Series in that time. Mr. Flynn says that the Sporting News has a tremendous international circulation, since so many of its old readers are now in the service, but still yelling for their copies. And, incidentally, they get them. And now, Ellery?
Mr. Sears, I have 2 questions for you this evening. Number 1, where did I find Sparky's bat? And 2, who stole it?
Well, Mr. Queen, I believe you found that bat in Mr. Dayton's golf bag.
Mr. Dayton's golf bag. And how did it get there?
Well, I believe Mr. Dayton visited Sparky's apartment that morning, and I believe he stole that bat and went out to the golf course to play golf and missed that last game of the World Series.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Sears. And now, Mr. Flynn, where did I find Sparky's bat and who stole it?
I think I've got to agree with Ken Sears, Ellery, that he found it in the golf bag because no one had a top coat. And secondly, I'd say that that the person that put it there was Lily, the wife, because when they were talking about if he threw the series and she walked out and said no when they wanted to double his bet, it's a case of that famous French saying, cherchez la femme.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Sears. You'll have to wait a moment to find out whether you've solved tonight's mystery correctly. And in the meanwhile, here's Ernest Chappell, who, it develops, is up on his modern slang.
Ellery means I'm hep to the jive, I suppose. And all because I happened to mention to him that when you have a headache, you just can't be on the beam. In other words, you don't feel 100%. But if you're hep, that is to say, if you know your way around, the chances are that you know our Bromo Seltzer gives quick, effective relief from the three-way misery that may often accompany a common sick headache. Yes, Bromo Seltzer acts three ways: on head, nerves, and stomach. Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you have a common sick headache. See how quickly it has you cooking with gas. Or, as we old fogies say, feeling more like your old self again.
Where did you find the bag?
That was simple, Nicky, once I knew the facts. Only 4 people, Dayton, Pagoli, Collins, and Fisher, visited Sparky between the last time he saw the bat in the closet and the time he saw it was gone. So obviously, one of those 4 stole the bat from the apartment.
Well, I said that long ago, Ellery, but which one?
The important question wasn't who took the bat, Nicky, but how. How was the bat taken out of the apartment under Sparks' nose without Sparks seeing it?
Strike one.
After all, a bat is a sizable object, 36 inches long and a solid hunk of hickory.
So that's why you asked about the packages and the top coats, huh?
Right, Dad. But none of the 4 visitors carried a package or wore a top coat. The top coat idea was a shot in the dark. Actually, you can't conceal a 36-inch baseball bat under a coat, or inside a trouser leg for that matter, and still walk like a human being. Yet the bat was taken from the apartment. How?
Ball one.
There was one article taken out of that apartment that was big enough to conceal a 36-inch baseball bat.
But Sparks said nothing went out, sir.
Wrong, Dad. Sparks said one thing did go out. Remember? Dayton's golf bag.
Dayton? The owner of the Eagles? The one who lent the Sparks' his apartment?
That's right. Dayton came back for his golf bag, Sparky said.
And with the top zippered over, it'd hold a baseball bat and not be seen.
No! Strike 2.
Now, either Dayton put the bat in his golf bag or someone else did. If Dayton were the thief, the first thing he'd do once he was out of the hotel was get rid of the bat. But if someone else put the bat into Dayton's bag and Dayton hadn't yet looked inside, the bat would still be there.
So, Nicky, Ellery told me to phone the chief of police nearest to Dayton's country club. Chief rushed to the club, found Dayton's bag still unopened, and the bat inside.
So Mr. Dayton can't be the thief.
And there's ball 2.
Then who stole the bat? Who did it? Well, who hid it in Dayton's golf bag?
Well, who was in the apartment when Dayton took away his bag? Not Pagoli, not Collins, nor Fisher. None of them had arrived yet. Only 2 people were there besides Dayton, Sparks and his wife. Did Sparky steal his own bat? Would he deliberately get rid of the one thing he needed most to win his bet?
No. Couldn't be Sparks.
Then it must be... You mean his own wife?
Mrs. Sparks stole that bat?
She's the only one left, so Sparky's wife must be the thief.
Ball 3, Maestro.
For Pete's sake, Ellery, why?
Mrs. Sparks.
Yes, Mr. Queen.
Will you come here, please?
You were wanting me, Mr. Queen.
You've heard what I just said.
Mrs. Sparks. Lily, why did you do it?
Oh, gee, I thought if Sparky lost his pet bat, he'd lose his bets. And Collins and Fisher and Pagoli and all the others. I thought that would cure him. But I didn't realize what it would mean to Mac and to Sparky's teammates and all the fans. I was scared to admit it.
Doggone it, a foul.
Ellery, do we have to tell Sparky?
If everything comes out all right, I don't see why, Nicky.
Oh, you're a darling.
Don't forget Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam came through in the clutch, and he always will. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Mr. Sears and Mr. Flynn for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment Mr. Flynn on his skill in solving the crime. We have for both Mr. Sears and Mr. Flynn a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
In just a minute, Ellery will be back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, here's a friendly tip from an old pal, our famous talking Bromo Seltzer train.
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Why, yes, fight headaches 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. You see, common sick headaches may often affect you 3 ways: pounding head, nerves that jingle, jangle, jingle, and upset stomach. So it seems sensible to take Bromo Seltzer, which is scientifically designed to fight all 3. Yes?
Bromo Seltzer gives quick relief from that pain in your head. Bromo Seltzer helps calm jumping nerves. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach.
Now you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or recurring headaches, see your doctor.
When it's a common sick headache that has you feeling miserable, let our talking train tell you how to lick it.
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Say, Ellery, come on back here a minute. You got anything to say before we close up this shop?
Yes, I have, Chappie.
Well?
Ladies and gentlemen, because you had asked for them, during the summer months, we brought you what we felt were the best of the Ellery Queen mysteries broadcast during the last 5 years. Tonight's story marks the end of these command performances. For with next Saturday's mystery, we will again bring you brand new Ellery Queen adventures.
Hello?
John?
Hello, Daddy. Where are you?
Down at the shipyard.
Shipyard?
Snooks and I got invited to witness a launching, and they're going to let Snooks christen the boat. Isn't that great?
Wonderful. What shipyard, Daddy?
Oh, naval secret, John.
Oh.
I'll tell you all about it when I see you. Goodbye.
So long, Daddy. Well, if they're going to start trusting baby Snooks with naval secrets, heaven help us.
We'd better get a move on, Snooks. There's the shipyard ahead of us. Oh, this is going to be thrilling. Are you nervous?
What's nervous, Daddy?
Oh, you know, kind of butterflies in your tummy.
You mean like when your body's in a hurry all over?
That's it.
Well, I ain't nervous. Are you, Daddy?
Oh, a little bit. It's not every father whose little girl is asked to launch a battleship. You're liable to get your picture in the paper, too.
Will I?
Sure. But, if they do want to take your picture, you'll hang on to my hand, won't you? Tell them I'm your dad.
You want your picture in the paper, too, don't you, Daddy?
Why, nonsense. I'm not a publicity hound. What do I care about my picture in the paper? You want me to stand in the background?
Uh-huh.
Camera hog. Okay with me. Come on, let's hurry.
Now, buy me some ice cream, Daddy.
You can't get ice cream at a shipyard.
There's a good humor man.
Where?
Down there by the gate in the white coat.
Oh, that's a naval officer.
I'll bet he's a good humor man.
What's the matter with you? How dare you assume that you know more than your father? If I say he's a naval officer, he's a naval officer.
Then why did he sell me this ice cream cone?
Huh? Oh. I'd have sworn he was an ensign. Darn fog made me think he had 3 stars on his shoulder.
3 stars is a general, Daddy.
Now, don't be argumentative. There aren't any generals in the Navy. Besides, he's a good humor man.
Well, buy me some ice cream.
You've got an ice cream cone in your hand.
I want another one for my mouth.
Please. This is one night I don't want any trouble at all. I would like to look pleasant when they take our picture.
You mean my picture?
All right, your picture. Child's a female Mickey Rooney.
I like him.
Will it hurt you if I get my face in the camera?
No, but it might hurt the camera.
Very funny.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't. Get rid of that ice cream cone.
I ain't even licked it smooth yet.
Then give me a bite of it.
No, I don't wanna. You buy one from the general.
Oh, selfish child. Won't give your own father a little piece of your ice cream cone. Why, even a low animal like a chicken shares its worms with other chickens.
Well, I'd share it too if it was worms.
Well, hurry up and finish it before we get into the shipyard.
Why?
Because you're going to christen a ship, and I want you to look dignified. Now, get rid of the ice cream.
No. One more lick, Daddy.
This whole business doesn't seem to make much of an impression on you at all. It's a great honor.
What is?
To be chosen for this function. Even the witnesses come here by special invitation only.
Yeah?
Yes.
What's witnesses, Daddy?
People who come to watch the ceremony.
Am I going to get married?
No, you're not going to get married.
Why?
Because this is not a wedding ceremony, it's a christening.
Well, don't you always have a wedding before the baby is born?
There isn't any baby. It's a ship.
With sailors on it?
Yes, with sailors on it.
Real sailors with tight pants?
Yes.
Can I take one home with me?
Take one home. Sailors aren't like dolls.
Some of them are.
It's growing up right under my nose.
I like sailors, Daddy.
So do I, but the Navy can't spare them for you to take home.
Why?
Because they have to be in a place where they can fight.
They can fight in our house. Everybody else does.
Snooks, keep your voice down. This is no place to discuss our domestic squabbles, and you can launch the ship yourself. I'm going home.
Here comes the photographer, Daddy.
Where? Where is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's only a welder.
I thought you was going home.
Well, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to let you cheat me out of this pleasure.
Oh, look at all the ships, Daddy.
You may look at everything, but don't make any remarks. And above all, don't ask questions.
Why?
A shipyard is a very secret place that the enemy would like to know about. And nothing must leak out through you.
It's leaking already, Daddy.
What is?
My ice cream cone. Look at my pocket.
Oh, Snooks. You didn't put that ice cream cone in your pocket. You didn't.
Didn't I? Feel it.
Look at your nice new coat. I should think you'd have enough pride to want to look clean for the event.
What event?
I told you 40 times. You're going to christen a ship.
Why?
It's a naval custom that all ships are christened before the water touches their bottoms.
When you christen a baby, it's just the opposite.
Has nothing to do with babies. The ship goes from its berth into the water.
Well, where is it born?
It's built in its berth. When the christening ceremony is performed by you, it'll slide down the ways.
Will I slide with it?
I hope so. Come on, before I lose my temper.
Now, don't be mad, Daddy.
Oh.
If you be a good little daddy, I'll let you have your picture taken.
Honest?
Yeah.
You won't forget that now.
Now, how big is the ship?
Why, it's over 200 feet long.
Yeah?
Weighs about 20,000 tons. And you're going to put it in the water.
All by myself?
Certainly. All you do is hit her with a bottle, and away she goes.
I guess I'll have to hit it pretty hard, huh, Daddy?
Oh, no. Doesn't matter how hard you hit it. Just so long as you break the bottle on her nose.
Can I clip her on the ear?
Sure. You can kick her in the teeth. The boat actually slides down the ways by itself after the burners sever the plates.
What makes it slide?
I think it's banana oil.
I think it's goofy, too. But what makes it slide?
Banana oil makes it slide. It's used as a lubricant. Look, there she is.
Who?
The man of war. Isn't she a beauty?
Is it a man of war?
Of course.
Why do you call it she?
Oh, there's a joke about it, but I can't remember what it is. Let's go over there. They're waiting for us.
Ah, here comes the child now. Is that you, Mr. Higgins?
Coming, sir. Climb up here, Snooks. Hi, there we are.
Shall I hit it now, Daddy?
No.
No?
Wait till the man tells you.
Yes, when I give you the signal, you say, I christen thee Rhode Island, and smash the bottle on the prow.
That ain't what I'm going to name it.
But that's its name. Don't you see it on the side?
I don't care. I'm going to name it Charlie.
What?
Yeah, I like Charlie. Shall I suck it?
No. And don't call it Charlie. Say Rhode Island. Now, just a minute. Don't worry, sir. She'll say Rhode Island. Won't you, Snooks?
Now I won't. What are you pinching me for?
Say Rhode Island.
Yeah.
If the child's going to be stubborn, possibly we
She'll
can...
say it. Just give the signal.
Suppose I drop the bottle.
Well, you can't drop the bottle. It's attached to the ship by a long chain. Are you ready?
Oh, where's the photographers?
Right below. Oh, and please stand back so they can get the child in the picture, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Burn one!
No?
Wait.
Burn two!
No!
Not yet. Smile at the cameras like these, Snooks.
Burn three! Burn four! Now!
I forgot what I have to say.
Say I christen thee, Charlie. Smash it quick. The boat's sliding. She forgot to let go of the bottle. Hang on! Oh, this is awful.
It's all right. One of the workmen grabbed her. The child's safe.
I know, but she spoiled the picture. What a friend.
The Treasury Star Parade. With Lieutenant Robert Montgomery, United States Navy, Miss Judith Anderson, Mr. Maurice Evans, Igor Gorin, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus. Our slogan, Millions for Defense.
Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom is what we're selling. Any bonds today? Save up the most we can. Here comes the Freedom Man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today.
This is Robert Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen, in the first of a new series of programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. For our opening program, we bring you two of the brightest stars of the American theater, Miss Judith Anderson and Mr. Maurice Evans, in a stirring performance of John Latouche's moving vignette in verse, The Statue of Liberty. But first we are going to hear the magnificent baritone voice of Igor Gorin, singing Pledge of Allegiance to the Flag. Igor Gorin.
High up here. You can see all the way over New York.
Yeah, over Staten Island, Governor's Island, all the way out to the ocean.
Yeah, I gotta send my postcard and tell her about it. Oh, hey, look out.
Pardonnez-moi.
Oh, that's all right. Looks like a foreigner.
My name is Jean. I am an immigrant from Marseille. I speak no English. What are these people saying? I wish I knew what they were saying.
See, Madge, did you see? There, that's Staten Island. And that other one, I think, is Ellis Island.
Did she say Ellis Island? I know that island. I've just come from there. My first sight of the New World was this statue rising up out of the mist, so tall, so proud. That, they told me, is the Statue of Liberty, keeping watch over America.
It's so high up here.
Ah, it ain't as high as the Empire State, I bet you.
Do they know I'm a foreigner? Do they look at me secretly, suspiciously? I am afraid and lonely. The world is so different now. Men are not friends anymore. If I could understand what they are saying, I could tell them so many things, and they could tell me what I want to know.
The Statue of Liberty was sculptured by Frederick Augustus Bartholdi, sent to America in 1877, a present from the people of France.
Did he say France? My country, France?
From the foundation to the torch is 305 feet 6 inches. The figure itself, from heel to head, is 111 feet 6 inches. The head from ear to ear is 10 feet, and the width of the mouth is 3 feet.
Some gal.
It's closing time. I guess that's all for today, folks. This way, please.
I cannot go. I do not know where to go. I am afraid of those gleaming lights and people, crowded streets and eyes watching. I will hide here for a while, for tonight, with this lady, Liberty. She came from my country. She was an immigrant, too. They've gone. They didn't see me. I'm not afraid now. Up here in the night, looking up at this lady's face. The river noise is soft and far off. The city breathes. Lying against this sculptured fold, I seem to feel the statue breathing too. My mind plays tricks. I have come a long way, and I am tired, very tired. In the light of this rising moon, the face of the statue there above me seems to be smiling.
I am smiling.
Now I think I hear her speaking.
I am speaking. I am speaking to you.
You speak my language?
I speak the language of all men. No matter how difficult the tongue, no matter how far away the place, when I speak, men understand me, and I understand what they are saying.
I am from France, arrived only today.
France. Yes, I remember France. It has been a long time, and a lot has happened. So many years I have been standing here, eyes turned toward Europe, holding high this torch of freedom I carry. Through the whirlwinds of tyranny, the hours of icy doubt, and the black rains of death, I have not let the light go out. And I will not.
In France now the light is out. In all Europe the light has gone out. I tell you, lady, there is no place for you on the continent. They've made you illegal. Go anywhere you like. The orders are to arrest you and shoot you on sight.
Sure, man. You think this is the first time I have been kicked around, spat on, forbidden? It doesn't bother me anymore. I'm old, Frenchman. Old as time, I guess. But men have always found me beautiful and young, and worth dying for. There are men fighting for me now. Men all over the world with my name on their lips. They will bring my light back to Europe again, to the hearts of all the world again.
My heart broke when my country fell.
What fell was not your country, Jean. A handful of dried bones, a column of dust, A structure of straw, that has fallen. But that is not your country, Jean. Not those men in whom faith has withered away to a dead blossom of treachery.
In this land you guard, you can speak easily. When you fight, it is for a freedom you have already. In this land, words are easy, and freedom is an easy thing.
Do you think it is ever easy, this freedom? This freedom we have fought for, paid for in bitter coin. I stand here as a symbol in this harbor, but long before they made a monument of me, long before that, I argued in courthouses, starved at Valley Forge, was flogged with the slaves, was torn apart by civil strife, shouted at, hissed. I hid in secret places, was killed by the bullets of assassins, lynched, discriminated against, misused. Oh, no. It has not been easy here, this freedom. All men are created equal, the old one said. And until this is true, throughout the earth, I and those who love me shall not rest or be silent.
If I could only hope, but I dare not hope. Tonight I come to you afraid. Do you know what it is to feel? To feel an invisible hand over the mouth, to examine every sentence for a dangerous meaning before speaking to a friend? When will men speak to one another again, casually, without suspicion, passing the time of day, commenting on the weather? When will children look up at planes overhead and not be taught to run for shelter? When will the cities of the world be freed from the flames of dictators, secret and destructive, the attack in the night?
All this will be sooner than you think. Once a poet said about me, only when all life and all the souls of men and women are discharged from any part of the earth, then only shall the instinct of liberty be discharged from the earth. Come up higher and stand here beside me. Can you see with my eyes what I see?
Yes, all of America and the people in it. In all that nation, is there a place for me?
It has been built by those like you who came here. From what the tyrants rejected, we have built a joyous nation, flinging its great towers into the sky, raising a race who will defend the rights of man against the wrongs of any man. In the continent there before you, the fields yield up their abundance. The earth pours out its oil and ore. From 1,000 factories come silver-winged ships, and from 1,000 smelters the flame soars high. Everywhere, everywhere, with all the wealth of her, all the might of her, America rises at last, vital and strong, no longer young, instead the mother of nations, to make all men free. And the poet's words we send to you, Czechs and Austrians, clenching impotent fists behind you while your other arm gives servile salute. To you, Jews, scattered over the earth, your children starved, your property stolen. To you, Germans, you poets in prisons, fighters underground and exiled. To you, Russians, waiting a command by a snowy cliff. And to you, Frenchmen, betrayed by puppets weary of war. And to you, Englishmen, standing with erect heads among your ruined cities, knowing no defeat. And to you, Chinese, your great rivers running red with heroic blood. To you, world, bewildered, torn apart by doubts, the message comes. Only when all life and all the souls of men and women are discharged from the earth, then only shall liberty be discharged from the earth.
Thank you, Judith Anderson and Maurice Evans. The Statue of Liberty is the symbol of American liberty and freedom. Freedom of speech and religion. Freedom from want and fear. Our boys in the armed services have pledged their lives to defeat the enemies of democracy and American freedom. Our fighting men are doing their share on the battlefront. We must do our share on the home front by pledging our dimes and dollars for United States war-saving bonds and stamps. We must fight, work, and save for victory. At maturity, your government will pay you $4 for every $3 you invest now. Buy all the war bonds and stamps you can afford regularly, every week or every payday. Uncle Sam needs at least 10% of our total national income invested in war bonds and stamps. Budget your income and invest in the future security of America. This is your country. Keep it yours. The United States Treasury wishes to thank the artists who gave their talents and this station for the use of its facilities. Check the radio columns of your local newspapers and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
Captain Midnight! Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, by the makers of Ovaltine. We've all been hearing a lot lately about vitamins and minerals. But the thing many of us may not know is this. Who is it that needs these extra vitamins and minerals? Is it the old or the young who need them? The rich or the poor? The farmer or the city dweller? What kind of people aren't getting enough of these vitamins and minerals to be enjoying the peak of health? Well, our government gives us the answer. Government authorities say that 3 people out of every 4 in America today, rich and poor alike, young and old, people in all walks of life, 3 out of every 4 people in this modern nation of ours are not getting enough vitamins and minerals to be at their best. Now, what they mean is that practically every one of us should be watching our vitamins and minerals. People everywhere should be protecting their health by making sure they're getting plenty of vitamins and minerals in their food. And that's why so many thousands of men and women and fellows and girls today are drinking their Ovaltine, because they know that 2 glasses of Ovaltine a day gives them all the extra vitamins and minerals they need. Yes, it's a fact. If you're just eating 3 good meals a day, including fruit juice, and you're not actually sick so that you should be under the care of a doctor, then Ovaltine will bring you all the extra vitamins and minerals you need to be in your best health. So, why should anyone be lacking in those all-important vitamins and minerals when Ovaltine solves the problem so easily? Why should anyone be tired, nervous, low-spirited, and under par from lack of vitamins and minerals when Ovaltine, night and morning, can give them all they need? So, why not start today with this good health recipe? 3 good meals a day, plus Ovaltine, night and morning. Why not get a can tonight? And now, to the exciting adventure, Assignment Under the Sea, with Captain Midnight and the Secret Squadron. Last time, you remember, Captain Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, and Ichabod Mudd discovered the secret exit from the Nazi spy headquarters behind the safe deposit vault beneath the tower building. Although none of the spies were captured, Captain Midnight, through the French refugee boy Henri Board, knows that the ace Gestapo agent, Baron von Karp, is operating in the United States. After returning Henri Board to his new American home, Captain Midnight and Chuck return to Secret Squadron headquarters. As our scene opens now, it is early evening, and Captain Midnight is in his private office. Seated with him is his second-in-command, Agent SS-11, otherwise known as Kelly. Listen as Captain Midnight asks,
Anything wrong, Kelly? No, sir. No, sir, nothing at all. I was just thinking of the story you told me about Henri Board. Imagine a kid 14 years old going through an ordeal like that.
Yeah, I know. Brings you up short, doesn't it?
Frankly, Kelly, very few Americans know what war is. In the last war, men fought against men on the field of battle. But there's been a frightful change. The Nazis call it total war. And that's exactly it. Old men, women, children, they get it worse than the soldiers do. I'm telling you something, Kelly. This business must stop. If it doesn't, there never will be a world worth living in.
You're right, sir. And the quicker every American realizes that, the better off he'll be. But now, what's the next move, sir? We've wrecked one Nazi spy headquarters, but we didn't capture a man. Baron von Karp is free, and no one knows what he'll be up to next.
I have a hunch that the Baron is particularly interested in the secret squadron. The agent who pretended to be Ray Block reported to him in the basement of the tower building, as did the driver of the car, who observed the landing of the cargo planes from the top of Devil's Hill. I've turned over all of our information to the FBI, and I want you to work with them closely.
I certainly will, sir.
These foreign spy rings in the United States must be smashed. They can do a great amount of harm if they're not. Why, think of the war industries here, which are vital to the cause of the United Nations. We can't allow these saboteurs to interfere with war production, and our supplies must be kept moving to the fighting front.
We'll do everything we can, sir. I'll put every available man on von Karp's trail. But if your theory's right, if the Gestapo is particularly interested in the secret squadron, we shouldn't have to go very far.
No. Let's take our cue from what happened today. I want this whole territory near the secret squadron headquarters filled with squadron agents. I believe Karp has been sent here to find out what we're doing and to stop us.
According to the plans already made, the largest flight ever to leave this field will take off at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's only a few hours off.
I know it, and I'm afraid it's going to be impossible to conceal the departure of such a large formation. But there's one thing I don't think von Karp can do, and that's to follow us.
No, sir. Thank heavens the Nazis don't have any flying fields or airplanes in this country. But tell me, Captain Midnight, how long do you expect to be gone?
I don't know that yet, Kelly. I'm merely following confidential instructions received 2 weeks ago.
I know you must be going some distance, because the cargo planes have a range of over 4,000 miles.
You're the only one, Kelly, who will know our location. We're establishing a new secret squadron base in England. And frankly, I don't know yet what our mission will be. That will be told to me tomorrow morning at daybreak beneath the surface of the Atlantic Ocean.
Great day. Why?
I'd like to tell you the whole story, but it's impossible. All I can say is that I'm meeting a very important person early tomorrow morning, and final instructions will be given me then. Agent SS-21 is to lead the cargo planes to the new secret field in England. I, in the amphibian, will be delayed on account of the meeting tomorrow morning. But Agent 21 will report to you by code as soon as he's landed. I also will report the instant I arrive. From that time on, we'll be in constant radio communication with each other. I want you to give me the latest developments in the Karp case.
Yes, sir, I will. And while I have the opportunity, sir, I want to wish you all the luck and success in the world.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. And I think we'll need a lot of luck, too. If my hunch is right, we're starting the most dangerous mission in the squadron's history. Come in.
Agent SS-2 reporting, sir.
Agent SS-3 reporting, sir.
And also Chief Mechanic Ichabod Mudd reporting for duty, sir.
Well, I'll be running along now, Captain Midnight. There's a lot to be done between now and 3 o'clock.
Very good, Kelly. I'll see you just before the takeoff. All right, you three. Gather around the desk here while we have a very brief conference.
Okay, sir.
Now, we're leaving at 3 o'clock on a very important mission. First of all, Icky, are all the planes ready for takeoff?
Yes, sir, they are. We found one bad engine, Captain, but that's been changed. Every plane's ready to take the air.
And when you say that, I know they're ready. They must be, because they're going on a very long flight.
Well, now, Captain, what about the amphibian? Is that to take off with the other?
I think you're trying to get a little inside information, Mudd. But the answer is yes. The cargo planes will take off first, and the amphibian will follow them.
And, if I ain't too nosy, who are to form the amphibian's crew?
Well, I think you have a right to know, Mudd. I'll be the pilot of the amphibian, and the crew will consist of Agents SS-2, SS-3, and Chief Mechanic Ichabod Mudd.
Boy, oh boy, isn't that smart?
That's the best news ever.
Forgot my vows, but don't look like we're starting on one of them things again.
Well, now, I'm sorry I won't be able to give you any more details. But frankly, I don't know much more myself. Now then, are all three of you packed?
I am, sir.
And so am I.
Heck, I've already got my bag stowed on board the amphibian, Captain.
I guess you must be a mind reader, Mudd. Well, Chuck, you and Joyce get your bags on board the amphibian, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, you three are to get on board at exactly 2:50.
You're to start the engines and be warming them up. I'll come on board just before we take off.
Captain, how far apart are the cargo planes to follow each other now?
They'll start their takeoffs from the underground hangar. Now, each one is to start moving as the wheels of the plane ahead leave the runway. I have an idea enemy agents will be watching our takeoff, so we don't want to waste any time about it. All right, you better report to the hangar at once.
That's the 34th one, isn't it, Chuck?
That's right. Here comes the 35th plane to the takeoff position. How many more to go, Chuck? Well, this is the last one. Then it's our turn.
There's a green light.
There goes number 35.
Well, gee, we better taxi into position.
Well, I thought Captain Midnight would do that. Well, he's still talking to SS-11 outside the pilot's room. You better get in position, Chuck. Okay.
It's almost time for the green light.
And Captain Midnight's shaking hands with Kelly. Here he comes down. I'll go back and lock the cabin door.
There's the light. Hurry, Captain Midnight, hurry!
I'm in. Mud's got the door locked. You in the pilot seat, Chuck. Take her off.
Okay, sir.
We're moving out of the hangar. Goodbye, headquarters field.
Am I okay, Captain Midnight?
Yes, Chuck. Don't take those wheels off too quick. Keep her nose down a bit more.
Airspeed's up to 90. Now she's 100. There's 110.
Bring the nose up, Chuck.
Yes, sir.
Now you can throttle back a bit.
See, everything's dark below. The runway and the hangar, everything's faded out.
We're on. We're headed for the Atlantic Ocean.
And at the same moment, on a lonely road below, a car with dimmed headlights is listening to the roar of the huge amphibian's engines. In the front seat of the car are Gestapo agent Baron von Karp and his assistant Drecker. Listen.
That's the 36th plane, Excellency.
Yes, Drecker. This time you have not made a mistake.
But the last plane was not the same as the other.
Yes, I saw that. It is an amphibian, not a land plane.
Captain Midnight often flies an amphibian like that.
What course are these planes flying?
They are flying slightly north of east.
That would be the Great Circle course to Europe. Those are large planes, Drecker. They must have a range of over 5,000 miles or more.
Perhaps they are carrying large bombs. Bombs to drop on our fatherland.
Oh, do not be stupid, Drecker. Bombing is not the function of the secret squadron, but they are undoubtedly leaving on a long flight. They are headed toward Europe.
But they could not land in Europe. That is only England.
Yes, Drecker. England. I wonder.
Yes, Excellency.
They would not fly large cargo planes such a long distance unless they were loaded. That is the question. What are they loaded with?
Supplies, Excellency. Emergency supplies for the American troops in England.
Of course not. The United States Transport Command carries such supplies. These must be for the secret squadron itself. Could it be possible?
What, Excellency?
They must be carrying supplies and equipment for a new secret squadron base.
A secret squadron base in England? What for?
That is what we must find out. Captain Midnight could be very dangerous in Europe. We must not allow him to enter.
What if he does? He will be captured. And that will make it easy for you, Excellency. You have been ordered to kill him. It is difficult here, but not so in Europe.
Look, Drecker. There are lights down the road. We must leave here quickly. I shall have to communicate with one of our U-boats at once. And there are many important code messages I must send.
It is now dawn over the Atlantic Ocean. Captain Midnight's amphibian has long since left the formation of cargo planes. At the moment, it is heading south, flying a prearranged course. Captain Midnight is in the pilot's seat, Chuck is in the co-pilot's place, and Joyce is just entering from the cabin. Listen.
How's everything in the cabin, Joyce?
Everything's okay. Dicky's asleep as usual.
Bud always needs to wait till he gets on an airplane before catching up on his sleep. The rest of the time, he's a regular night owl.
Hey, Jeter, we're losing altitude. We're down to 8,000 and, we were at 10,000.
I'm afraid you haven't been on your toes, Chuck. We've almost reached our destination.
What? We haven't?
But gee, me, look ahead of us.
Loop and loop. There's a formation of flying boats. What? Well, the sky's full of Navy fighters.
Yeah, look down on the water.
There's an aircraft carrier. And there's another. And another. And a whole string of cruisers and destroyers. They're in a large circle.
And that's why we're diving, to the middle of the circle.
Oh, but what in the world does it mean, Captain Midnight? Why did we leave the cargo planes? What are we going to do here?
Hey, and look. There's a submarine coming out of the water in the middle of the circle. I can see the spray around its conning tower.
That's where we're headed. We're diving down to meet that submarine.
Down, down drops the nose of the amphibian in a sharp dive. What is going to happen in the next few minutes? Why have all of these elaborate precautions been taken to safeguard the meeting between Captain Midnight's amphibian and the mysterious submarine, which has just appeared on the surface below? Don't miss the tremendous thrill tomorrow in the adventure Assignment Under the Sea. But now, don't forget, to be at your tip-top best, you've got to have plenty of vitamins and minerals. Not just a few of them, but all the vitamins and minerals that are essential to health. Well, then remember, here's all you need. 3 good meals a day, including fruit juice, and Ovaltine night and morning. Then you'll know you're getting all the vitamins and minerals any normal person needs. All one can profitably use, experts tell us, for better health. So don't be satisfied with less. Get all the extra vitamins and minerals you need with Ovaltine. Start on Ovaltine tonight. And tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, to Captain Midnight. Until tomorrow, then, this is Pierre Andre, your Ovaltine announcer, saying goodbye and happy landing. This program came to you from Chicago. This is the Blue Network.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger along the Rio Grande! Oh, Silver! Away!
In the simmering heat of a summer day, 2 horsemen rode along a lonely trail in the back country north of the Rio Grande. Spirals of dust shot from beneath their horses' hoofs and hung in the still hot air. Beneath the brims of their sombreros, their eyes were narrow, their features hard, ruthless, the unmistakable faces of outlaws.
We'd better be moving out of these parts, Vince. This country's getting a mite too civilized.
Never satisfied, are you, Lucky?
It ain't just me. The rest of the boys are getting restless, too.
I'm still the boss, Lucky. When it's time to push on, I'll decide when and where it'll be.
Sure, Vince. But you gotta admit that rustling ain't safe no more. It's too risky getting rid of the cattle afterwards.
I'm not figuring on rustling. They're going to open a new stagecoach line from Elbow Bend to Colby next week.
What about it?
They'll be freighting gold.
No stage stick-ups for me, Vince. This country's too open. Ain't no cover in it anywhere.
Getting scared, Lucky?
Not scared, Vince. Just... Say, ain't that a creek we're coming to?
Yeah.
You sure that sand crossing it's a ford?
It must be.
Well, you don't sound too convincing. I'm going to try it out.
You're worse than an old woman, Lucky. What are you afraid of, quicksand?
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, there.
Easy, easy.
I'm going to try it out with a rock. Here's a heavy one.
Be careful you don't fall in.
It's just like I thought.
What?
Quicksand. That sand swallowed that rock like it was starving.
Yeah? How wide would you say that creek was?
About 60 feet. Why?
Too wide for a stage to cross that sand on the other side?
Sure. Stage couldn't get more than halfway.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll sure be nice getting our hands on some gold again, won't it, Lucky?
What do you mean?
Stage is going to take the road.
You're local, though, Vince. The stage will take up the main trail straight through to Colby.
It won't. I'll have to switch the signpost at the crossing.
Switch the...
The Elbow Bend to Colby run is a new route for the stage company, Lucky. The drivers will be dependent on a signpost to direct them. Especially at night.
Yeah, that's right.
It's on the night stage that they'll be freighting the gold.
You mean...
I'm thinking we can make mighty handy use of that quicksand, Lucky.
You sure got a head between them shoulders, Vince. Wait till the boys hear about this.
That's right. We gotta be ready for the first stage to Colby. Get up there. Get up.
Night hung over the border town of Elbow Bend. It was a week later, and there was a bustle of activity before the express office. The night stage was being prepared for its first run to Colby. And from the shadow of a building nearby, a tall man who wore a white hat and a black mask watched the proceedings with his Indian companion.
That's Jim Lane now, Tonto.
Him drive stage.
Hold up there. All right, Lucky, you can hitch your team to the stage now. Coming, Jim.
Jim Lane not outlaw now.
He never was an outlaw, Tonto. He just fell in with the wrong crowd. When we helped him out of that scrape in Mexico, he promised to break with that gang. I knew he'd keep his word.
Him good man now.
He's coming this way. Give us a chance to compliment him on his new job. Hello, Jim.
The masked man. Well, this is a surprise.
You remember Tonto?
Sure. How could I forget either of you after what you did for me? How are you, Tonto?
Tonto fine.
Well, I kept my promise. I even got a job driving that stage.
I know, Jim. Congratulations.
Thanks. Say, am I indebted to you for this job, too?
What do you mean?
Well, when I asked to drive the stage, they cold-shouldered me. And then one day the marshal stopped me on the street and questioned me. A few minutes later, he took me to the express office, and the job was mine.
That's fine, Jim.
Have you been in town since I got here?
Yes, Jim. I wanted you to have your chance.
Just as I thought. Oh, how can I ever thank you?
By doing your job as well as you can, Jim.
You can rest easy about that, partner. I'm going to be the best stage driver the company has. Besides, I've got another reason for wanting to make good. You see that girl stepping into the stage?
Yes.
That's Barbara Wilkins. We're going to be married next week.
Congratulations again.
She lives in Colby. She's been over here visiting.
The horses are all hitched, Jim. We better get moving.
That man's face seems familiar. Who is he?
Lucky Peters. He's the guard for the gold.
You're carrying gold, eh?
Hey, Jim!
Come on! Well, goodbye, you two.
Good luck, Jim. Tonto and I may see you in Colby. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Great pair, them two. Hello, Barbara. Better tuck that robe around your knees. It'll get cold when we hit the trail.
Thank you, Jim.
Hey, give me a hand to the driver's seat, Lucky.
Yeah, here you are.
Yeah, the gold stowed away?
Yeah.
Come on, you cayuses. We're heading for Colby. Get up there.
Black clouds hovered in the heavens when an hour later, Vince Collins and his gang rode up at the quicksand ford at Elbow Creek.
All right, boys. Wait here till we see the stage. What are you laughing at, Luke?
Lucky getting a job as guard of the gold on the stage.
Yeah, that is kind of funny.
Nothing can go wrong now, boss. We switched the signpost, and the stage is a cinch to take this trail instead of the right one.
Yeah. Now remember, Luke, when the stage hits the creek, you take a couple of the boys and ride down there. Get the girl out and take her to Colby, then report to the sheriff.
I got you, Vince. After we leave, you and the rest of the boys will unload the gold, cut the horses loose, and drive the stage into the quicksand, right?
That's it. You'll sink without a trace. The express company will figure the gold went down with it.
Hey, boss, the stage is coming.
Get your horses out of sight over that hill, men. Luke, you and your boys stay here. Mind no slip-ups.
There won't be any, Vince.
Treat that girl passenger gentle. We want her to think you're trying to help her.
I understand, boss.
All right, boys, get them up. Get them back.
You sure this is the right road, Lucky?
Sure, Jim. I know this country like a book.
Well, don't look familiar to me. I'm pulling up.
Don't be a fool, Jim. You want to be late on your first run? We're doing Colby in an hour.
We'll never get there on this trail. You must have taken the wrong turn back at the ford.
The sign pointed this way.
Well, maybe somebody twisted it. I'm going to pull up.
Hey, there's Elbow Creek up ahead. That proves we're right.
That proves we're wrong. There ain't any creek on the new stage route. Whoa.
Hey, give me those reins.
Take your hands off. I'm driving this.
Hand them over quick. You'll get a slug from the shooting iron.
What? Hey, what's the idea?
I'll show you.
Why, you low-down, double-crossing coyote.
That'll teach you not to argue with a gun. Hold there. Hold up there. Steady now. Hold.
What's happened? Why are we stopping?
The bridge over the creek is down, ma'am. You can't go through, driver. That bridge is down. What happened? I don't know. The last big storm we had must have washed it away.
Ain't that a ford across the creek? I wouldn't advise crossing that, mister. That's quicksand. Got any passengers inside?
Just one, a girl. Mind giving her a lift to town?
Of course not. Boys, help the young lady out. Everything's set, Lucky.
Good.
What about the driver?
Yeah, he's out, but he'll be all right.
Thank you, boys.
Want me to hoist him up in your cayuse?
No. Vince and the boys will take care of him. They'll be here as soon as we leave with the girl.
Jim, where are you?
You better keep an eye on the girl. She may cause trouble.
I know what to do.
Jim!
He can't come now, ma'am. He's busy taking charge of the stage.
But he and the guard were fighting. I thought I heard a groan.
Must have been your imagination, ma'am. Jim's all right. The boys and me are taking you to Colby.
Following the new stage route, sometime after Jim Lane had set forth on his first run, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode at an easy pace toward Colby. Suddenly, the masked man reined in his great white stallion.
Who's got fella? Why we stop here?
That sign, Tonto. Arrow points along the other road.
Oh, that sign not right. That trail goes south.
Yes, I know. I'm afraid Jim may have taken it with the stage. You better investigate. Come on, Silver.
Get on, Scout. This road go to Elbow Creek. And the bad quicksand. No bridge.
With this moon, we'll be able to see the creek from the top of the next rise. A feeling I've seen the guard of that stage before.
Him may be outlaw. Steal gold.
Perhaps, Tonto. If he is, he may be working with a partner who switched the sign. There's the stage now. Whoa, Silver. Whoa.
Many men there. What them do?
Some of them seem to be unloading the gold.
They may be outlaw, huh?
Tonto, look. Two of the men are unharnessing the horses. Watch. They're driving them away.
Why them do that?
I don't. Yes. There's the reason. The gang is pushing the stage into the quicksand. They're trying to conceal all traces of the stage.
Kimasabi, you look there.
What is it, Tonto?
That fellow drives stage.
Jim Lane. He's a prisoner. See? Look. They've tied his hands.
That's right.
Now the gang's leaving, heading south. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Stage is sinking, Tonto.
Quicksand swallow stage plenty fast.
We can't let it. We've got to get that stage out. Faster, Silver. Faster, boy.
Oh, easy, Silver.
First, we'll make sure the gold was stolen.
Me climb tree.
That's a good idea. Now, you can climb on that limb and crawl out over the stage. Here, wait a minute. I'll give you a hand up. And look for the gold in the baggage compartment. The box with the lid open.
Tonto's happy.
Can you see it yet?
Box empty.
That's all we need to know. Come on back, Tonto. We've got to get that stage out of the quicksand to prove the theft. Sinking deeper every minute.
What we do?
We'll use Silver, Tonto. The scout to help him. We can pull that stage out. Here's my rope.
Spinning his lariat, the Lone Ranger skillfully looped a rack jutting from the rear of the stage. He threw a hitch about the pommel of Silver's saddle. Another rope was tied to Scout's saddle. Then he gave the signal.
Come on, Silver. You can do it. Hold, Scout. Hold!
The powerful white stallion and the sturdy paint threw all of their great strength into the task. The quicksand that was sucking the stage into its mire began to yield.
They're doing it, Tonto. The stage is pulling free.
Good boy, Silver. Plenty good, Scout.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Riding into Colby with Barbara, the outlaws, led by Duke, headed for the sheriff's home.
Oh, boy. Be back in a minute, ma'am. Just want to report what's happened to the stage to the sheriff.
Well, nothing's happened to it. It just can't get through.
It's freight and gold, ma'am. And there may be outlaws on the prowl.
Outlaws? Then Jim may be in danger. I'll go with you.
You wait here, ma'am. I'll take care of everything.
Oh, I feel...
Who is it? Luke Davis, Sheriff. I got news for you.
Who are you?
Just a cowpuncher, Sheriff. You mind if we talk inside?
What's on your mind, mister?
I want to report a robbery, Sheriff.
What's that?
That's what it appeared to be to the boys and me, anyways. We was riding along Elbow Creek when we saw the stage from Elbow Bend standing by the sides of the road.
Elbow Creek? What was the stage doing down there?
I don't know, Sheriff. Maybe the drive and the guard had a plan to steal the gold they was freighting.
What makes you think that?
Well, when the boys and me rode up to see what the trouble was, they both pulled guns on us. Told us to give the passenger a lift to town and keep our mouths shut.
I see.
We did like we was told. But when we topped a rise, I looked back and they were driving the stage into the creek.
Trying to ford it, eh?
Maybe. I heard the guard call the driver Jim. I figured...
Yeah, Jim Lane. I told the express company it was a mistake. Hiring a reformed outlaw for the stage. Well, he won't get far. I'll have a posse on his heels so quick it'll make his head spin.
At the outlaws' camp, Vince, Lucky, and their gang were celebrating the success of their venture. Jim, bound and gagged, lay on the ground near the fire.
How many of you boys still feel like moving on?
Not me, Vince. That gold looks too good.
That answer your beef, Lucky?
Yeah, I still say we ought to head for the border.
We'll wait for Luke. Maybe you'll have news that'll change your mind.
Luke's coming now, boss. Oh, boss. Oh, boy. Oh, there.
Everything go off all right with the sheriff, Luke?
Everything went fine, Vince. The sheriff rounded up a posse and rode to Elbow Creek. The stage had sunk into the quicksand just like we figured. There wasn't even a scrap of evidence.
You mean you couldn't even see the stage underwater?
Not a trace.
Funny you took it down so fast.
What'd you say about the driver, Luke?
Well, I told the sheriff Jim had driven me and the boys away with the gun and then drove the stage into the creek. That convinced him Jim was reverting to his old crooked habits.
Some smart sheriff.
He figures Jim mired the stage in the quicksand while attempting to get away with the gold. And that when the gold disappeared along with the stage and horses into the sand, Jim vamoosed.
That's what we want him to think, huh, Luke?
Yeah. The sheriff will spend all his time hunting Jim.
And Jim's not going to see Colby for a long, long time. We've got nothing to worry about, boys. Maybe we can even get our hands on some more of that gold.
Why, what do you mean, Vince?
There's another stage coming from Elbow Bend tomorrow night.
You ain't thinking of pulling that signpost trick again.
Maybe.
But the driver won't fall for that wrong road a second time. He'll know about it.
I got a different angle for this holdup. Suppose we stop the stage at the crossroads.
Yeah?
We make prisoners of the driver and guard, same as we did you and Jim. Then we drive the stage into the quicksand at the creek, first unloading the gold. Presto, the coach disappears and there's no evidence, nothing.
Well, what's the sheriff going to think if it happens again?
He's going to go hunting for Jim here. But he's never going to find him.
And the sooner we get rid of that hombre, the better it'll be for us, Vince.
Not yet, Luke. Jim's going to do a job for us first. Just in case somebody spots us waylaying the stage, Jim's going to be real prominent in front. And he won't be wearing a mask.
Early the next day, Barbara Wilkins called on the sheriff in his office. Her eyes flashed and her chin jutted forward in determination.
Well, Barbara, this is a surprise.
Sheriff, I hear you suspect Jim of trying to steal the gold from the stage.
That's right, Barbara.
Jim's innocent. He wouldn't do such a thing.
Jim's been an outlaw before, Barbara. I reckon riding in the same coach with gold tempted him back to his old habits.
That's not true.
I'm telling you, Barbara. Jim landed the stage in quicksand trying to make his getaway. And vamoosed when he couldn't budge neither the coach nor the gold.
I don't believe it. Jim's not that sort. We were going to be married.
I'm sorry, Barbara. Take my advice and forget Jim. He ain't worth the trouble.
Senor Sheriff, his stagecoach come down the road.
Stagecoach? The day coach ain't due from Elbow Bend till this afternoon.
His night coach, Sheriff. He's one that gets stuck in the quicksand.
How in thunder. You coming, Barbara? I want to gander at that stage.
I'm coming, Sheriff.
There she comes. 2 men on the box.
What? One of those men's an Injun.
And the other's masked. Get ready to cover him, men.
Don't shoot, Sheriff. The masked man's reining up. He's going to stop.
I ain't taking any chances, Barbara. Halt! Pull up them horses in the name of the law.
Put up your guns, Sheriff.
Stand where you are.
I'm turning this stage over to you as evidence. You'll find that the baggage compartment has been broken open.
Stranger is right, Sheriff. There's nothing here.
Then the gold was stolen. What have you done with it, stranger?
The gold was stolen by outlaws, Sheriff.
You're right, stranger. You and Jim Lane.
You're on the wrong trail. Neither I nor Lane had anything to do with taking the gold. In fact, Jim Lane is being held captive by the gang.
Jim, a prisoner?
Who'd believe that? If Jim Lane is with the gang, he's more than likely one of them.
That's not true.
If I were an outlaw, Sheriff, why should I drive the stage here?
We'll find out about that when the time comes. Meanwhile, I'm locking you up.
Whoa there, boy.
It's the marshal from Elbow Bend.
What's going on here? You're just in time, Marshal. This here's one of them outlaws that robbed the stage last night.
You're making a mistake, Sheriff.
He just rode up in that coach, and the gold's been broken out of the baggage compartment.
Sorry, Sheriff. That gold was the property of the United States government. And the government's taking charge of this case right now. Release that man.
I hope you know what you're doing, Marshal.
I do, Sheriff. I've already talked with your prisoner.
What do you mean?
Just this. Instead of locking up the masked man, you're taking orders from him.
That night, the Lone Ranger, once more astride the fiery silver, rode at the head of the sheriff's posse.
Ain't it time you told us where we're heading, stranger?
Crossroads, Sheriff. That's where the outlaws plan to waylay the stage.
Just point them out, and I'll do the rest.
I've told your men that we're just watching the holdup.
You told them what?
There'll be time enough to attack later, when we've gotten the evidence.
Besides, we've got to find out where they're hiding that first shipment of gold. Won't be carrying it with them.
Faster, Rex, faster!
Barbara, what in tarnation brings you here?
Jim's in danger, Sheriff, and I want to help.
This ain't no place for a petticoat. Now skedaddle.
I'm not leaving until we found Jim.
Right in your horses, men. You can watch the holdup from this hill. Oh, Silver, forward. There's the gang, hiding in that ravine.
Yes. With with this full moon, we can see 'em plainly.
They're the outlaws, all right. They're all masked.
One in front isn't.
Listen. Isn't that the stage rounding the bend?
Yeah, there she comes. The outlaws have spotted it, too. Heading straight for ambush.
That isn't the new stage that was marred in the quicksand.
No, Marshal.
Oh, I understood your Indian friend drove it back to Elbow Bend so it could make the night run.
I had a better idea, Marshal.
Say, that's Jim Lane in front of them outlaws.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Yes, it is Jim, Sheriff. But he's not an outlaw.
My eyes tell me he is, stranger. All right, boys.
Not time to attack yet, Sheriff.
What are we waiting for? They're tying up the driver and the guard, ain't they? And unloading the gold.
You can't accuse an innocent man, Sheriff. Jim Lane is the outlaw's prisoner. See? The man standing behind Jim is holding a gun on him.
It's true.
Look. They're driving the stage down the trail toward the creek. And Jim Lane's holding the reins.
I've seen enough. Tell your men to follow me, Sheriff.
Where to? We can't let them outlaws get away.
Hurry, Sheriff. Every minute counts. Come on, Silver.
All right, men. Follow the masked man. Come on, get up. Get up. Get up.
Smart hand with the stage, Jim. You double-crossing polecat.
Easy, son.
One thing's sure. I ain't driving these horses to that quicksand.
You'd better if you know what's good for you.
You don't frighten me. I heard you talking last night. You're figuring on murdering me after this job and hightailing it from Mexico. Oh, rain up there. Oh, boy, steady. No.
Lucky. What are you slowing up for?
Keep him covered, Vince. I'm taking the reins.
No.
Get up there, you ornery critter. Get up.
I'm riding along the trail with you, Lucky. I'll keep the kid in my gun sight.
What's that on the trail up ahead at the creek?
Looks like a wagon.
It's my new stage. Somebody must have pulled it out.
Pull up, Lucky.
No, I can't. The brakes won't hold.
You crash. Swing over to the side.
There ain't room. There's a ditch alongside.
Rein in your horses.
The horses are out of control. I'm going to jump.
Luke, take care of Jim. He's getting away.
Quick, now, boss.
Saddle him on your cayuse and head for camp.
See you there, Vince.
You all right, Lucky?
My leg. Oh. Feels like it's broken.
I'll give you a lift up my horse. Easy there now. Keep easy. Oh, there. Now we'll have a look at it back at camp. Make tracks for the hideout, boys.
We're with you, boss. All right, come on. The sheriff must have wasted that stage, Vince. And if he did, he may have followed our trail to the camp.
I should have listened to you in the first place, Lucky. We'll hustle back to the hideout for the gold and hightail it for Mexico pronto. Come on. Get up. Easy, horse. Get up there. Get up. Here's the camp, Lucky. We better have a look at that gold right away.
Yeah.
Pull up there. Move.
What do you want done with Jim, Vince?
Forget him for a minute. Couple of you boys start digging up that gold.
All right.
It ain't been touched, boss. If anybody had taken it, they wouldn't have bothered to fill up the hole.
Stop arguing. Help with that digging.
Just as you say, boss.
Where's that shooting coming from?
The woods.
That came from the south.
They got you cornered, Vince. You rode into a trap.
Put on your guns. You're surrounded.
Come and get us.
All right, men. Close it on them.
There goes his cook, Vince. I know that voice.
You tongue-wagging coyote. At least they won't take you alive. Oh,
bullseye for the masked man.
We got to throw in, Vince. There are too many for
It
it.
ain't that, you fool. You just can't see him to shoot at him. But I ain't giving up. I'll show him.
Oh, another hit for the masked man. Come on and get him. They're all reaching for the sky.
There, your business, Sheriff.
The gold is buried under that tree where they started to dig.
Yeah. Say, you're all right, stranger.
Wouldn't have located him if it hadn't been for you.
Tonto deserves a credit, Marshal. He drove Jim's stage to Elbow Creek for the outlaws to find.
If it hadn't been for you, I'd be 6 feet under.
We couldn't have acted sooner, Jim, or the sheriff would have arrested you for an outlaw. But you're clear now. And when you get back to Elbow Bend, don't be surprised to find not only your job waiting, but a raise.
A raise?
Call it a wedding present, Jim.
Jim. Oh, Jim, you're safe.
You're darn tootin' I am, honey. And guess
Come
what?
on, Silver. We've work to do. Get him up.
Oh, the masked man is riding away. Oh, and just as I was going to invite him to our wedding.
Hi-yo, Silver. Hi!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's 8:30. 8:30.
It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike offers you an opportunity to match your wits against 4 super wits. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica plus a $50 war bond plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, free and easy and go as you please. Information Please continues on its spontaneous path, the spontaneity being provided this week by the tried and true trio, Oscar Levant, Franklin P. Adams, and John Kieran, and our special guest, the eminent triple talker and Hollywood maestro, Gregory Ratoff, director of the forthcoming Columbia picture, Something to Shout About, which Mr. Ratoff says is merely a super-sensational smash. We're going to begin this evening with a question from Hope Olling Reynolds of Waterbury, Connecticut. And it's divided into 4 parts. Let's see if we can get 3 out of 4. The following names, gentlemen, are used in menus for dishes that are prepared with meat. Give the full name of the dish and tell what meat is used in preparing each of them. I'll give you part of the name. Now, the first is Benedict. Benedict. Mr. Kieran.
Eggs Benedict.
Eggs Benedict. Now, what meat is used in Eggs Benedict?
Ham.
Ham is right. Very good. Now we have a little harder one. Pojarski. Pojarski. Mr. Ratoff.
Pojarski cutlets.
Yes, Pojarski cutlets. Very good. And what meat is used, Mr. Ratoff?
Wheel.
What did you say?
Wheel. Wheel.
A wheel.
W-E-A-L. Wheel. Wheel.
A wheel is something that goes around and around and around. That's probably what you think a veal is.
That's the best Russian food. So that's
it is?
Yeah, wonderful.
Wheel and chicken.
It's the cheapest, too.
Yes, those are... What is...
I was a member of that club once.
Pojarski?
League of American Wheelmen.
What does Pojarski mean, Mr. Ratoff?
Pojarski, it was a general in Russia about 1,000 years ago.
Made cutlets out of it.
Yeah. No. He loved those cutlets very much.
He did?
So in honor of him, they called the Pojarski cutlet.
Mr. Ratoff, thank you very
much.
much.
You have heard of another dish called Befala Stroganoff. That was another general called Stroganoff.
They name all their dishes after generals?
Yeah. Yeah, most
that's a good
of them.
idea.
They're white generals, and they're all caviar after
The generals, the Russian generals, they win the war, so we
you bet
can
they
at
do.
least give them the cutlets.
You bet. How about this one? Tetrazzini. Tetrazzini, Mr. Levant.
That's spaghetti with cheese, and it's very white for some unknown reason.
No, you haven't got it quite right.
It's spaghetti tetrazzini with white and a colatura voice, I guess.
No, but you still haven't got any meat.
Cheese.
No, cheese is not meat, I think.
There's no... Oh, chicken.
Yes, chicken tetrazzini. Yes,
well, where I come from, you can't see the chicken.
Nevertheless, chicken tetrazzini, which is not named after a general, Mr. Ratoff.
Yeah, I know. She was wonderful.
I know, you know.
I'm just showing off for Oscar, you know. Just tell him.
And now, finally, Vino.
Schnitzel.
Thank you, Mr. Ratoff. Yes.
Wiener Schnitzel, that's again Will.
That's all right.
That's again Will.
But it's got an egg on top.
Mr. Ratoff's old friend, Will. How about this one from Mrs. Howard B. Merritt of Westfield, New Jersey? Well, I'm going to give you a short description of some children that you'll find in poetry. Tell me where we find them. The first child is a thankless child. Mr. Kieran.
Well, a thankless child is mentioned in King Lear, how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child.
Yes, that's exactly right. How about Fancy's child? Fancy's child, Mr. Adams?
That's from Milton.
That is from Milton, yes. And what's the reference?
I think it's in Allegro.
It is indeed. Quite right. Who is Fancy's child?
Something other Fancy's child, and if Johnson's Learned Sock Beyond is in there, too.
Yes, it is in there. Just a sentence before. Mr. Kieran?
Then to the well-trod stage anon, if Johnson's Learned Sock Beyond, or sweetest Shakespeare, Fancy's child, warble his native wood notes wild.
That's perfect, John. Very good. That was a nice double play. Now, how about this one? A 3 years child. A 3 years child, Mr. Adams.
He listens like a 3 years child, the mariner hath his will.
That's right. Very good, Mr. Adams. What's it from?
From the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner.
I think you boys are going on all cylinders this evening. Thank you very much. How about this from D.I. Glick of New York City? What producer would you associate with a film in which each of these stars appeared? For example, Deanna Durbin. What for Mr. Ratoff?
Joe Pasternak, the producer of my next picture.
He
I hope
is?
he's listening.
We all hope he's listening. Joe Pasternak, yes. Anna Nagel. Anna Nagel, Mr. Levant.
Herbert Wilcox.
Herbert Wilcox. And Gary Cooper. Mr. Ratoff.
Samuel G. Goldwyn.
Yes. Samuel?
Will.
Samuel J. Goldman. What is he? Does he have a middle initial? Mr.
No, I got mixed up.
Well, give it to him. He likes
Well,
him.
no,
He likes
Samuel
a little
Goldwyn.
extra
That's
stuff.
good enough.
Sure, that's good enough for you. How about this from Russell Shepard of Kenmore, New York? Name a work of the imagination, a novel or play or whatever, in which a member of royalty or nobility appears in the following roles. In which a member of the nobility appears as a shepherd. This would be a play in which Mr.
Was that the Maxwell Anderson play about Jerusalem last year?
I didn't see it. I don't know.
It's awful safe to guess that.
I'm inclined to think not, just offhand.
Shepard, what could be Wagner? No.
Yeah, I know.
Ratoff.
L'Aiglon. That's the Rostan's play in which the son of Napoleon appears as a shepherd. He comes for the interview to his grandfather dressed as a shepherd.
That's very good. I'm sure that's right. Is that right, Mr.
That's
Kieran?
perfectly correct.
Perfect response. Hey, you're very good this evening, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Kieran, would there be another one in Shakespeare?
Yes, there is, in Winter's Tale.
In Winter's Tale, there is one, and also in As You Like It.
How about Joan of Arc? I'm not clear on it.
Well,
Yes,
she
that's
is
true.
a shepherd girl. That's true.
Well-
But she's not a member of royalty or nobility.
She becomes that.
Well, she becomes a very great personage, but not a member of royalty or nobility. How about a work in which a member of royalty appears as a ragamuffin?
Who?
I know.
Well, a ragamuffin is a tough one. Ragamuffin, you know what a ragamuffin is? It's a sort of wheel cutlet, a little Mr. Adams?
Prince and the Pauper.
Prince and the Pauper, yes. The Prince
Well, now
Edward.
you see, that thing I know by heart, but I didn't know the word ragamuffin. You see?
Well, now you know it
I
by...
read Prince and the Pauper when I was 6 years old. As a matter of fact, in my country, everybody, every child
Reads the
six
Prince and the
reads
Pauper.
Prince and the Uncle Stam Cabin. That's the two most favorite.
And that's
books.
all.
Uncle Stam
Well, I mean,
Cabin.
lots of other things too, but these two.
Well, now you not only know it by heart, but you know what ragamuffin means. This is
No,
a
I
very
still
big
don't
evening
know.
for you.
Ragamuffin.
After the...
That's me.
You Mr. Adams, after this is all over, you tell Mr. Ratoff what ragamuffin is. He'll be crazy about it. How about a work in which a member of royalty, a member of the nobility, appears as a tree dweller? Tree dweller. Guy who lives in trees, Mr. Kieran.
Well, who lived there?
Mm-hmm. Who lives in trees, more or less?
Tarzan.
Tarzan, yes. Is he a nobleman?
It all depends on how MGM does on him this year.
Well, he is a nobleman in Edgar Rice Burroughs' stories. He's Lord Greystoke in disguise. I've never read the stories, but I'm sure
He's been
a lord.
unfrocked, as you know.
Has he been?
Well, look at his pictures.
How about this one? Joseph Rich of Hartford, Connecticut, sends this in. We're going to listen to some singing, gentlemen. What boy met girl to this music? And let's have the first. I have two hands, Mr. Radoff and Mr. Levant.
Rodolfo in Boheme.
Yes, Rodolfo meets what girl?
He meets the girl that
Yeah,
he
what-
falls in love with.
Yes,
Mimi.
what's her name? Mimi. Yes,
now.
Mimi is the name. Yes. Just to give the credit where credit is due, that was Mr. Adams. Now the next one.
Pretty, pretty maiden, pretty, tell me true. Hey, but I'm told, full willow, willow, way.
Mr. Adams?
That would be Patience, the milkmaid.
Patience, the milkmaid.
And Grosvenor.
And Grosvenor. What does he say to her? Under what conditions does he meet her? And what does he say?
Will you marry me? Hey, willow, way, Leo.
Well, it sounded a little better before, but that's the idea. And now the third and last of these meetings.
If they asked me, I could write a book about the way you walk and whisper and look.
That's very nicely sung. Mr. Levant?
Pal Joey.
Pal Joey, and sings the song to whom?
To a little girl named Lila Ernst. She's married now.
Is she? How's she coming along?
They're in front of a dog or a canary store on 6th Avenue. Kelly's his name, the boy.
Yes, the girl's name in the play, the musical comedy, is Linda.
Linda?
Yes, Linda. But you knew her real name, which is much better. That gives us 3 out of 3, and so far we've had no muffs. And now Mr. Rysdale says that the phrase, time's a-wastin', can be applied most appropriately to the subject of cigarettes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you've been intending to try Lucky's, but then you keep putting it off. If so, you may be missing something. For make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Better tobacco gives you more mildness, better taste, a more enjoyable cigarette all around. And smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Let me repeat. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Yes, smokers, the makers of Lucky's know that no cigarette can be any better than the tobacco from which it's made. That's why at market after market, year after year, our buyers consistently select the riper, lighter, milder tobacco, the truly Lucky Strike tobacco that gives you a better cigarette. Mr. Fadiman, have I demonstrated that for smokers who haven't tried a Lucky lately, time's really a-wasting?
Mr. Rysdale, your 60-second summary of the facts surely calls for action now. And now a question from Mrs. Edwin N. Foote, Jr. of Cornwall Bridge, Connecticut. Very nice town, too. What was the huntsman seeking when I tell you the following phrases? Daddy's gone a-hunting. What was the huntsman hunting for, Mr. Adams?
To get a little rabbit skin.
Yes, to wrap a baby bunting in. That's right. You wouldn't have sung that in Russia, Mr. Radoff,
No,
years ago.
not yet, no.
It's a little song we have
Rabbitsky,
here.
he'd say.
What was the huntsman seeking in this? They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care.
What's sought mean?
That's
sought,
by Lewis
sought
Carroll.
is the past of seek.
Is that like
It's an
ragamuffin?
irregular verb. Terribly irregular. Mr. Adams, what were you saying?
That's by Lewis Carroll.
It is indeed. What were they hunting? I know you know it somehow.
Oh, it's a very long...
The hunting of what?
Snark.
Why, of course, snark. Hunting of the snark by Lewis Carroll. Very good. What does snark mean?
Boojum.
The snark was a boojum, you see.
Yeah, well, that's all we're going to tell folks tonight. What was the huntsman seeking in this phrase? The prize we sought is won. What prize, Mr. Kieran?
That was the victory in the Civil War.
Yeah.
That's from Captain O' My Captain by Walt Whitman.
That's exactly right, yes. And now about this. How about this one from Harold Hirschfield of New York City? I kind of like this question. What's the difference, gentlemen, between a blend of straight whiskeys and a blended whiskey? Perhaps you've never thought there was any difference.
You did a conundrum, boy?
No, that ain't no conundrum. No, that's a real question.
A blend of what?
A blend of straight whiskeys. You know what that is, Mr. Levant. And a blended whiskey, Mr. Radoff.
A blended whiskey is a whiskey that is cut. And the different blends of whiskey is just the different tastes and makes.
No.
That's the bootlegger version.
No. I think Mr. Levant is right. That's a very cynical way of putting it. Mr. Kieran?
Well, I know I have an idea what a blended whiskey is, and a great many wines, too, are blended. They are blended from the beginning, and they are mellowed as a unit that becomes a blended whiskey and is aged in that style. But blending straight whiskeys, I wouldn't know anything about.
Well, there's a very definite difference. A blend of straight whiskeys is a mixture of whiskeys that are often of different ages, just as they come from the still with nothing added. You take each whiskey, you take the whiskeys and put them together. But blended whiskey is a mixture of straight whiskey or whiskeys plus alcohol, neutral spirits.
Well, that's what I said.
You did?
Word for word.
I never heard you say that.
What I said, that the difference is that the blended whiskey is the whiskey that is cut. Or what you said, that it's the whiskey which is added the alcohol in the whiskey.
Is this that famous Russian stubbornness that we hear so much about?
You got me here among the experts. They know everything. I know nothing but whiskey. I know.
You know what he's trying to say?
No.
Gentlemen prefer blends.
Nevertheless, I don't think we got that quite accurately, Mr. Ratoff, and I'm going to count that.
I got it very accurate.
You did?
Maybe you didn't understand me, but I said exactly what you...
Your answer is okay with Ratoff.
You said it wrong in a few million words.
Look, try this one,
Well,
Mr. Ratoff. Maybe I bet
sorry.
you can do just as well on this, or even more confusing. How about this? Brandy and cognac. What's the difference between brandy and cognac, Mr. Levant?
I don't know. I drink them both. Cognac is more Kimmel in it.
Oh, no. Cognac has no Kimmel in it at all.
It hasn't, huh?
No. Still, it's an idea. Mr. Kieran?
Well, for one thing, cognac proper is the product of a very special region in France. Cognac.
That's exactly right. And brandy?
Brandy may come from any great region.
And what may it be made from?
Well, it may be made from almost any wine. A lot of it's made from champagne. They call it fine champagne. And
no, that's not true.
It depends on the kind of toes that step on the grapes.
Brandy.
It's a high power liqueur.
Well, cognac may be very high power, too.
Double distilled.
Brandy can be distilled not only from grapes, but from apricots or any other fruits. But cognac is a grape brandy, as Mr. Kieran reminds us, made in a special district, the Cognac District. Well, I think on the whole, Mr. Kieran, your answer was correct. How about vodka and slivovitz? Vodka and slivovitz, Mr. Ratner.
That's where that goes.
Vodka is the Russian national drink that is made out of the wheat, and slivovitz, wheat, not wheel.
Made out of what?
Vodka is the drink that is made out of wheat.
Wheat. Oh, what we have on this
they
program.
make the bread
Wheat.
from.
Yes, I understand.
Cream of wheat.
And slivovitz, is a Polish drink made out of the prune.
Yes, prunes or plums. It's made throughout the Balkans, not only in Poland. That's right. And what was that thing, the Russian national drink again?
From wheat.
Yeah, but I know. What did you call it? What's it called?
W-H-E-A-T.
Yeah, all right. But I want to know how you say vodka, because I like to listen.
Vodka.
Ah, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. All right, fine. I'm going to bring that home with me. Vodka. All right. How about this one? See, we got one wrong and two right on that. That sends us on to Peggy Gardner's question. This one comes from Piedmont, California. Each of these men, gentlemen, was notorious. That means you got notorious.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Well, something like a ragamuffin.
Notorious as an aide, helper to some despot or tyrant. Who is the despot? Now, the first fellow is Vyacheslav von Pleva. Vyacheslav von Pleva. He helped a despot. What despot?
He helped despot.
He did.
He helped
Got it, Mr. Ratoff?
Yes, I have to
I'm
think
probably
of it.
mispronouncing that.
No, you're pronouncing it beautiful.
Yeah?
Peter the Great.
No.
No?
Ratoff the Great.
Ivan the Terrible.
No.
Ratoff
It's
the
recent.
Terrible.
It's about
Oh.
60, 70 years ago.
Alexander III of Russia.
That's right.
Yeah.
Zip goes the encyclopedia.
Well, no, let me make it the next two. Joseph Fouché helped a despot to Mr. Levant. Who was that?
Napoleon.
Napoleon. He was the head of
Yeah.
his secret police. Joseph Terboven.
He's in Norway right now.
Yes.
He's the gauleiter of Norway.
Yes, so doing his best to be one. And he, of course, we don't have to even mention
Don't mention his name.
Don't mention his name. Mr. Terboven has his hands full at the moment, but not as full as he's going to have them pretty soon. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one from Margaret Thomas of Warren, Ohio? This is, again, a musical question, gentlemen. What mountains do you associate with these compositions? There'll be 3 of them played. They should bring to mind a mountain or mountain range. Is that clear? Let's have the first.
Kazhin Mavanov.
Yes, the Caucasian...
Caucasian sketches.
Or suite, yes. Oh, what is that particular part that was being played by the studio pianist? Does that have a special name, Mr.?
No, that's the most popular part.
Procession of the Sardar.
They're the Sardar. There are three movements to it. The second one begins with a viola solo.
Very lovely. You said it was by Ippolitov Ivanov.
That's right.
Say that, Ippolitov Ivanov, for us.
Ippolitov Ivanov.
Thank you. I love to hear you say that. That's fine. And now the next one. I again have two hands. Mr. Kieran.
That is the favorite song of Uncle Franz Frisch, the manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia.
That's right, the Blue Ridge Mountains. Mr. Kieran Mr. Levant had his hand up, too. Now the third and last of these. Mr. Levant.
The Hall of the Mountain King by Grieg.
And what mountains are they?
That was a Peter Lorre mountain. He whistled that in M when he killed all the kids.
Yes.
That's an Ibsen play.
Yes.
Peer Gynt.
Yes, you got everything you say is correct, but I still want to know
Mr. Kieran knows about it.
I think it's Norway.
Yes, the Norwegian mountains. I don't know what the name in Norwegian would be.
You don't know either.
But they're Norwegian mountains, that's the point. How about this one from Israel Lerner of Brooklyn? Or perhaps we better save that for the last part of the program. And now here's a question that should be of particular interest to cigarette smokers. Do the tobacco experts at the auctions see the kind of tobacco that is bought for Lucky Strike and other cigarettes as well?
Mr. Fadiman, the answer is emphatically yes. Independent experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen attending the auctions obviously see just who buys what tobacco. And being independent, not connected with any cigarette company, they can be truly impartial judges. So it means a lot that with these independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
If I may add a word, Mr. Cross, every smoker knows that in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Better tobacco makes a better smoke. So, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it clearly to your own advantage to take a tip from the independent tobacco experts? Remember, that market after market, year after year, these experts, present at the sales, see the makers of Luckies consistently buy the riper, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike leaf. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross. That took 59 seconds. And now we'll go on with a question from Israel Lerner of Brooklyn. Identify these animals who went on journeys. The first was a cat who went to the coast of Africa. What cat was that? Mr. Kieran, was that your hand?
No, I didn't.
Creeping up?
When you got to the coast of Africa, I quit.
You were probably right anyway. What cat were you going to say?
I was going to say Dick Whittington.
That's correct. Went to Africa. See, you were right all along.
I didn't know it went that far.
Yeah? Did you never know that, Mr. Adams?
No.
Shall I tell you the story?
Yes.
Well...
Oh, that's right. I know that.
Mr. Kieran?
Sent it off on a trade and got rich by it.
Yes, he was sold as a mouser to a Moorish king. Well, that's in Africa, Mr. Adams, isn't it? Now, how about this one? A donkey who went looking for a rose. That is a tough one.
That was Nelson Eddy, the donkey song. Song of the donkey.
This is really a tough one.
In quest of a rose?
Yeah, a donkey who went in quest of a rose. Well, there's an old character in a story by Lucius Apuleius, the Golden Ass. Lucian, according to this tale, was turned into an ass, and he had to eat roses to be transformed back into a man. That's the whole point of the story. Does that come back to you, Mr. Redhawk?
Yes.
Were those roses blended?
Oh, no. One and unblended gives us one on a philosophical quest. A dog who went on a philosophical quest, Mr. Kieran.
Well, it's, I think it was a story by Hayward Broom, wasn't it?
Gandalf follows his note? No.
No, I don't think so. At least I'm not familiar with it. The only answer I can think of is the Gissing, the famous character in Christopher Morley's lovely novel, Where the Blue Begins. That loses us a $50 war bond, going out to Mr. Lerner and a set of the Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike. And how about this one from Louis Birnbaum of New York? I'll read some invented headlines that Mr. Birnbaum made up. From these headlines, give the title of the play that they describe. Here's the first. 6 aliens and American girl are arrested for creating disturbance.
My sister Eileen.
My sister Eileen. Who are the aliens?
The aliens are South American conga dancers.
The Brazilian Army.
Yes, practically. Yes, the Brazilian
They're the
Army.
Navy, as a matter of fact.
Navy, that's right. Naval cadets. They're arrested, as Mr. Levant reminds us, for doing the conga. How about this? Attempted suicide ends in double tragedy.
That's
play?
arsenic if you multiply it.
Well, it isn't arsenic, really. It's only
Oh,
small
Angel
dose.
Street.
No, there wasn't any attempted suicide.
You know, I didn't hear the question. Here
Attempted
I go.
suicide. Trouble is, I heard the answer. Attempted suicide ends in double tragedy. I have to call that wrong so far. Now, how about it, gentlemen? It's Ethan Frome. Remember Ethan and Matty in the play and the novel? Attempt suicide on the sleigh ride. It doesn't succeed, as they don't succeed in killing themselves, and the rest of their life is a result of that lack of
Well, you
success.
can have a million answers for that. Aida,
Well,
Romeo and Juliet,
we don't
all
have
of
it,
those.
though. How about this one? Proprietor of hotel for indigent itinerants found dead.
That's I love you, I love you, I love you.
Oh, no. Shall I say that again, Mr. Radoff?
I am very attentive.
Yes, you are
I hear
attentive.
everything you say, but I
Proprietor
cannot
of what?
remember.
What kind of place?
Proprietor of hotel for indigent itinerants found dead. Now, Mr. Adams, do you want to tell Mr. Radoff what indigent itinerants are?
Poor travelers.
That's right.
You mean
How about
bums,
that?
don't you?
Bums.
Yeah.
Might be.
Found dead?
They are found dead. Well, the proprietor of this hotel is found dead.
Well, that's the lower depth by
That's right.
Gorky.
Very good.
That's
That's
so
pulling it out of the
scary,
hat.
This is terrible.
Now, that's pulling it out of the hat. It's a difficult question. Thank you. Now, how about this one from John McClellan of Arlington, Virginia? What was the original meaning of these insulting words? The first word is knave.
Knave?
Knave. K-N-A-V. Knave, Mr. Radoff. Mr. Kieran.
Boy.
Yes.
Knabe.
boy. That's right.
German. Jack.
Well-
Jack in the carts.
Well, it has come to mean that. It's Middle English boy, from the Middle Anglo-Saxon knafa, boy or youth. The German is similar. How about villain? Villain. What's the original meaning of the word villain? Mr. Kieran again.
A villain was a worker on the soil who was attached to a little village. And he was merely a laborer, and because most of the laborers were poor and ignorant, it got that worse of meaning, which now...
Yes. Isn't that one of the laws of language that very often...
That's right.
I forget what the law is called. I think the law of pejorative meaning or something like that. Words get to
law of
be
cutlet
nastier and
pejoski.
nastier. One of those cutlets. How about cad? Cad. We call a man a cad. What does the word originally mean? Mr. Kieran again, our
I think
expert in words.
originally that came from the French cadet.
That's right. And what
A
does cadet
younger
mean?
son, and the younger sons were generally a worthless lot in those early days, as they say, and so we got this worse meaning from it.
That's right. That's exactly right, and that gives us 3 out of 3. And I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for. Mr. Radoff, thank you very much for coming to our party this evening. Now, it's next week's guest. One $50 war bond and 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And speaking of war bonds, you know, it's no gag, it's no cheap pun when somebody says, is bonds or bondage. The plain fact of the matter is that a large number of the world's population today are slaves. S-L-A-V-E-S, slaves. Now, the French are slaves, rebellious slaves, but slaves. The issue is very simple. Do we want to suffer the fate of the French? If not, the buying of war bonds is one small part of the answer. Think it over. Now, next week, Mr. Franklin P. Adams and Mr. John Kieran will be on hand, and we'll have 2 guests. Our first guest will be the versatile and popular stage star and talented author Cornelia Otis Skinner, an old friend of this program, whose new book, When We Were Young and Gay, will soon be published. And our second guest will be the one and only raconteur, littérateur, and Samuel Johnson of his era, Mr. Alexander Wolcott. Send letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast
in! Coming in! Fellas and girls, a week ago, young Eddie O'Brien came to this studio at Hop's request to tell you about the Junior Salvage Army and the drive for salvage that began on Monday of this week. Well, we received a letter from Eddie today in which he tells us of how the Junior Salvage Army drive is getting along. I'll read it to you. Dear Hop and Mr. Riggs and all the gang, I sure enjoyed being on your show last Friday. Mom says if you enjoy being a guest, you should always write to say thanks. So this is it. Thanks. Since I saw you last, I have become a sergeant in the Junior Salvage Army, and it's all on account of my grandma and Aunt Ellen are such great savers of old junk. I went through their attics and closets and cellars like a tornado and collected so much stuff that my pop had to load it in his car and drive me down to the schoolyard with it. Grandma and Aunt Ellen were so glad to have their attics and cellars cleaned that they gave me 25 cents each to buy war-saving stamps. Now I've got my eye on Uncle George's garage. He told me I could come over and look around on Saturday. Boy, there ought to be enough stuff lying around there to make me a lieutenant in the Junior Salvage Army, because Uncle George saved all his old license plates and lots of old tires and tubes. I'll let you know how I make out. Very truly yours, Eddie O'Brien. Well, it certainly looks like Eddie's on his toes, and I hope all of you are working as hard as he is to collect all the metal and rubber salvage lying around useless in your homes and neighborhoods. Uncle Sam needs rubber and metals very much to make bullets and armament and tank treads and lots of other things. Give your own homes a thorough going over from attic to cellar. Don't overlook a thing your family can do without. Keep your eyes open when passing vacant lots on your way to school. Don't miss a single place where salvage may be found. Turn in lots of scrap to slap the Jap, and the Nazis too, on the land, on the sea, and in the air. And now to our story. Risking almost certain death at the hands of a firing squad, Hop Harrigan, with all the courage and fearlessness of a true American, seems to have done the impossible. Disguised as an officer of the German elite guard, he made his way into the Nazi-controlled airport in Paris and stole a Messerschmitt 110, mounted with a new type aerial cannon. But no sooner had the stolen ship left the runway than the alarm went out. In a matter of minutes, squads of German fighter planes took to the sky with orders to shoot the Messerschmitt down at any cost. Searchlights swept the darkness. Anti-aircraft guns barked an angry rhythm. Desperately, Hop made radio contact with England, begged for an RAF escort to lead him across the channel.
Harrigan to K-37. The sky is black with Heinkels and Fogelwolves. I'm lost up here. Hold it. There's one on my tail.
K-37 to Harrigan. K-37 to Harrigan. Are you still with us? Over.
Harrigan to K-37. Those boys want to fight, and I'm going to oblige them. Dig in, Blighty. Harrigan to K-37. I got one. Boy, this cannon sure is a stuff. I blew him to bits. Standing by.
K-37 to Harrigan. Don't lose that Messerschmitt. Take no chances. Those are orders. Over. K-37 to Harrigan. K-37 to Harrigan. Come in, please. K-37 to Harrigan. Are you in trouble? Answer. Over.
Harrigan to K-37. Say, what's eating you guys? I can't pop off Nazis and use this radio, too. Take it easy.
K-37 to Harrigan. We must keep in contact. Are you all right? Over.
I'm doing all right, but this Messerschmitt looks like a soup strainer. It's full of holes.
Can you hold out, old chap? Over.
Oh, boy, I can now. The Spitfires just got here.
W to the Harrigan.
standing by. Come in, 489, W.
Up. This is Captain Kirby. I'm in the plane directly ahead of you. Follow me in.
Here I come. Lead the way.
You know, Harrigan landed that stolen Messerschmitt here. I was waiting on the runway to say hello and all that sort of thing. And I said, good job, Harrigan. Did you know he just looked at me and said, is my bed made?
Is my bed made? Well, fancy that. I guess the fellow didn't have much sleep in France.
Come in, come in. Harrigan and Tinker. At ease, gentlemen.
All caught up on your sleep? 14 hours, Captain Kirby.
He slept like he was in a coma.
Oh, yes. What? What was that?
Oh, tank means coma, sir.
Oh, quite right. Tinker, you must take more care with your diction.
Oh, quite, sir.
You know, Harrigan, we've decided to recommend a furlough for you, and you've earned it, man.
Oh, but, Colonel Maitland, I'm here to fly. To fly and fight. That's what I want to do.
Well, that's very sporting of you, Hop, but after all...
We don't need no furlough. Hop said so.
I told you that's how he'd react, Kirby. Well, what new job can we give him?
Well, how about that reconnaissance assignment? That's routine, restful.
All right. Here, Harrigan. What do you know about aerial photography?
Well, just a little, sir. Tank and I fooled around with it back home.
Take a look at these pictures. What do you see?
Let's see. Plane vibration sure makes it hard to get sharp pictures, doesn't it? Well, it looks like an island, sir.
That's Sector 3, Hop. An island on the Britain to Russia convoy route. Used to be Norwegian before the Nazis moved in. And all planes photographing that area came in from the north.
I see. At what altitude?
8,000 feet.
Well, then I guess this island's about 2 miles long. Well, maybe a mile and a half. About a half-mile wide. And there's a small village of, say, 40 houses on the east shore.
Gee, looks real nice, all them houses.
See any place for plane hangars, Hop?
Plane hangars? I know, sir.
Neither do we. It's a riddle, Hop, because somewhere in that area the Nazis are basing planes. Stuka dive bombers, to be exact.
Stukas, also known as Junkers 87Bs. Range with bomb load under 500 miles.
Right, Tinker. And those Stukas have been playing hob with our convoys. And that's why we are taking periodic pictures of the area. They must be based somewhere around Sector 3.
And you want us to take some shots, too, sir?
That's your assignment. Come.
Pilot Redfield reporting, sir. I have those new pictures of Sector 3.
Good. We were just talking about it. Have a look at these, Hop. Taken yesterday.
Same old island, I suppose.
Well, yes, it is, sir, except that the pictures were taken from the south.
Oh, no, old chap. I came in from the north, as usual.
Why, that's impossible.
Why, Harrigan? Let me see those pictures.
Well, the group of houses, Colonel Maitland. The houses are on the west side of the island on these new pictures.
What was that? Here, let me have a look at those.
He's right, Kirby. Those houses have moved. Redfield, are you sure you came in from the north?
Positive, sir. I made 3 runs over the island, all from the north. You can check my log, sir.
But hang it all, man. 40 houses don't pick up and walk across an island. It's fantastic.
Here, let's take a look at the map. Now, here's Sector 3. The red lines indicate where attacks on convoys took place.
Yes, they're all in that area, sir.
The devilish thing about this latest discovery is that the biggest convoy yet is sailing tomorrow or the day after for Russia.
Yeah, we can't send fighter protection. The map shows that. Prohibitive distance.
Aircraft carriers all tied up, too.
So we've got to crack the mystery of the moving houses before that convoy sails. Is that right, sir?
That's right. But take no chances, Hop.
Oh, no, sir. When do we start?
Immediately, Harrigan. That convoy must get through. Our Russian allies need this cargo desperately.
Yes, sir. We'll take off at once.
Remember, no chances, Hop. Just cruise around. Any sign of trouble and you head for home, right?
Yes, sir.
Good work, Redfield. You may have broken the mystery of these convoy raids. Now go on to your quarters and get some rest.
Thank you, sir. Good luck, Harrigan. And Tinker.
Thanks. I sure hope we do as good a job as you did, Redfield.
Oh, boy, Hop. This time I'm with you. No more worrying like I had when you was in France. Come on.
Good luck. Good hunting.
Gosh, Hop, we've been flying for hours. Ain't we there yet?
The island's dead ahead, Tank. But I've been experimenting, coming at it from different directions and checking the compass.
I don't get this north-south stuff. An island's an island and houses is houses. So if the houses are where they are, they're where they were, ain't they?
Whatever you just said, Tank, no. All I can say is that houses don't move, even in pictures.
Hey, Hop, I can see them houses through the glasses, and they look deserted. Get a little closer.
No, not yet, Tank. We gotta cover all the angles. That convoy must be important. Captain Kirby looked plenty worried, you know.
Yeah, and the colonel was kind of nervous, too.
No, I can't dope it out, Tank. Last week there were houses on the east and a thick forest on the west. Now the houses moved to the west and the forest moves to the east. Now maybe I'm
yeah,
nuts.
sure sounded.
houses and trees moving around like they was dancers or something.
No, I think we'll drop to 1,000 feet and look around, Tank.
Hey, are you crazy, Hop? That place may be full of Nazis, guys with guns. Pop, pop, and then there ain't no more Tank Tinker. Captain Kirby said to investigate, not commit Tom Mix.
What are you talking about? Commit Tom Mix?
Like them Japs is always doing. They commit Tom Mix.
You mean Harry Carey?
All I knew it was one of them Western actors. Harry Carey, Tom Mix. Oh, what's so funny? I heard you make plenty of mistakes.
Commit Tom Mix. Oh, you're a card. What's our altitude?
1,200. They're getting awful low, Hop.
The house is still there, Harry Carey?
I'll lay you up, will you? A joke's a joke. The house is still there. What'd you expect?
Well, keep watching. Through the glasses, Hop. They still there?
Sure. They're still there. Hey, they ain't.
Will you make up your mind? Are they or aren't they?
Well, first they was there and then they wasn't. Oh, Hop, you look. I'm scared. Because if my eyes are seeing straight, it means I'm off my nut. There ain't no houses.
Let me see. Hey, you're right, Tank. They've gone. They disappeared.
Oh, take me home. Where'd they go, Hop?
I don't know, Tank. But I'm sure gonna find out. Hold on. I'm gonna land.
Houses that come and go. Forests that walk across islands. Sector 3 on the Russian convoy route. Can Hop solve the mystery of the island with the moving houses? Don't miss the answer on next week's programs. Same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Yes, by all means, don't forget to tune in next week to learn how Hop solves the mystery of the disappearing houses. And don't forget to keep on digging up all the scrap metal and rubber you can find. Remember that you fellows and girls in the Junior Salvage Army have a very important job to do, an important contribution to make to the war effort. Remember that every old water or garbage pail, bed spring, tire, tube, doormat, in fact anything made of metal or rubber can and will be used to make war materials for our fighting forces. For instance, one battered old water pail contains enough scrap steel to make 3 bayonets for our soldiers and Marines. One broken-down lawnmower provides enough scrap steel to make 6 3-inch shells for our fighting Navy. And one old copper tea kettle can be turned into 84 rounds of ammunition for an automatic rifle. And you know what our soldiers and sailors and Marines can do to the Japs and Nazis with that. So get in there and fight like real soldiers. Earn rank in the Junior Salvage Army. Get in the scrap by digging up scrap, all you can find, to help America win this war.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you next week. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network. Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast, ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in.
Fellows and girls, a week ago, young Eddie O'Brien came to this studio at Hop's request to tell you about the Junior Salvage Army and the drive for salvage that began on Monday of this week. Well, we received a letter from Eddie today in which he tells us of how the Junior Salvage Army drive is getting along. I'll read it to you. Dear Hop and Mr. Riggs and all the gang, I sure enjoyed being on your show last Friday.
Mom says if you enjoy being a guest, you should always write to say thanks. So this is it. Thanks. Since I saw you last, I have become a sergeant in the Junior Salvage Army, and it's all on account of my grandma and Aunt Ellen. They're such great savers of old junk. I went through their attics and closets and cellars like a tornado and collected so much stuff that my pop had to load it in his car and drive me down to the schoolyard with it. Grandma and Aunt Ellen were so glad to have their attics and cellars cleaned that they gave me 25 cents each to buy war-saving stamps. Now I've got my eye on Uncle George's garage. He told me I could come over and look around on Saturday. Boy, there ought to be enough stuff lying around there to make me a lieutenant in the Junior Salvage Army, because Uncle George saved all his old license plates and lots of old tires and tubes. I'll let you know how I make out. Very truly yours, Eddie O'Brien. Well, it certainly looks like Eddie's on his toes, and I hope all of you are working as hard as he is to collect all the metal and rubber salvage lying around useless in your homes and neighborhoods. Uncle Sam needs rubber and metals very much to make bullets and armament and tank treads and lots of other things. Give your own homes a thorough going over from attic to cellar. Don't overlook a thing your family can do without. Keep your eyes open when passing vacant lots on your way to school. Don't miss a single place where salvage may be found. Turn in lots of scrap to slap the Jap, and the Nazis too, on the land, on the sea, and in the air. And now to our story. Risking almost certain death at the hands of a firing squad, Hop Harrigan, with all the courage and fearlessness of a true American, seems to have done the impossible. Disguised as an officer of the German elite guard, he made his way into the Nazi-controlled airport in Paris and stole a Messerschmitt 110, mounted with a new type aerial cannon. But no sooner had the stolen ship left the runway than the alarm went out. In a matter of minutes, squads of German fighter planes took to the sky with orders to shoot the Messerschmitt down at any cost. Searchlights swept the darkness. Anti-aircraft guns barked an angry rhythm. Desperately, Hop made radio contact with England, begged for an RAF escort to lead him across the channel.
Harrigan to K-37. The sky is black with Heinkels and Focke-Wulfs. I'm lost up here. Hold it. There's one on my tail.
K-37 to Harrigan. K-37 to Harrigan. Are you still with us? Over.
Harrigan to K-37. Those boys want to fight, and I'm going to oblige them. See you in, Blighty. K-37. I got one. Boy, this cannon sure is a stuff. I blew him to bits. Standing by.
K-37 to Harrigan. Don't lose that Messerschmitt. Take no chances. Those are orders. Over. Come in, please. K-37 to Harrigan. Are you in trouble? Answer. Over.
Harrigan to K-37. Say, what's eating you guys? I can't pop off Nazis and use this radio, too. Take it easy. I'm doing all right, but this Messerschmitt looks like a soup strainer. It's full of holes.
Can you hold out, old chap? Over.
Oh, boy, I can now. The Spitfires just got here. Standing by. Come in, 489, W.
Up. This is Captain Kirby. I'm in the plane directly ahead of you. Follow me in.
Here I come. Lead the way.
Jolly good show, eh, what? You know, Harrigan landed that stolen Messerschmitt here. And I was waiting on the runway to say hello and all that sort of thing. And I said, good job, Harrigan. Did you know he just looked at me and said, is my bed made?
Is my bed made? Well, fancy that. I guess the fellow didn't have much sleep in France.
Come in, come in. Harrigan and Tinker. At ease, gentlemen.
All caught up on your sleep?
14 hours, Captain Kirby.
He slept like he was in a coma.
Oh, yeah. What? What was that?
Oh, tank means coma, sir.
Oh, quite right. Tinker, you must take more care with your diction.
Oh, quite, sir.
You know, Harrigan, we've decided to recommend a furlough for you, and you've earned it, man.
Oh, but, Colonel Maitland, I'm here to fly. To fly and fight. That's what I want to do.
Well, that's very sporting of you, Hop, but after all...
We don't need no furlough. Hop said so.
I told you that's how he'd react, Kirby. Well, what new job can we give him?
Well, how about that reconnaissance assignment? That's routine, restful.
Oh, all right. Here, Harrigan, what do you know about aerial photography?
Well, just a little, sir. Tank and I fooled around with it back home.
Take a look at these pictures. What do you see?
Let's see. Plane vibration sure makes it hard to get sharp pictures, doesn't it? Well, it looks like an island, sir.
That's Sector 3, Hop, an island on the Britain to Russia convoy route. Used to be Norwegian before the Nazis moved in. And all planes photographing that area came in from the north.
I see. At what altitude?
8,000 feet.
Well, then I guess this island's about 2 miles long. Well, maybe a mile and a half. About a half mile wide. And there's a small village of, say, 40 houses on the east shore.
Gee, looks real nice, all them houses.
See any place for plane hangars, Hop?
Plane hangars? I know, sir.
Neither do we. It's a riddle, Hop, because somewhere in that area the Nazis are basing planes. Stuka dive bombers, to be exact.
Stukas, also known as Junkers 87Bs. Range with bomb load under 500 miles.
Right, Tinker. And those Stukas have been playing hob with our convoys. And that's why we are taking periodic pictures of the area. They must be based somewhere around Sector 3.
And you want us to take some shots, too, sir?
That's your assignment. Come.
Pilot Redfield reporting, sir. I have those new pictures of Sector 3.
Good. We were just talking about it. Have a look at these, Hop. Taken yesterday.
Same old island, I suppose.
Well, yes, it is, sir, except that the pictures were taken from the south.
Oh, no, old chap. I came in from the north, as usual.
Why, that's impossible.
Well, why, Harrigan? Let me see those pictures.
Well, the group of houses, Colonel Maitland. The houses are on the west side of the island on these new pictures.
What was that? Here, let me have a look at those.
He's right, Kirby. Those houses have moved. Redfield, are you sure you came in from the north?
Positive, sir. I made 3 runs over the island, all from the north. You can check my log, sir.
But hang it all, man. 40 houses don't pick up and walk across an island. It's fantastic.
Let's take a look at the map. Now, here's Sector 3. The red lines indicate where attacks on convoys took place.
Yes, they're all in that area, sir.
The devilish thing about this latest discovery is that the biggest convoy yet is sailing tomorrow or the day after for Russia.
Yeah, we can't send fighter protection. The map shows that. Prohibited distance.
Aircraft carriers all tied up, too.
So we've got to crack the mystery of the moving houses before that convoy sails. Is that right, sir?
That's right. But take no chances, Hop.
Oh, no, sir. When do we start?
Immediately, Harrigan. That convoy must get through. Our Russian allies need this cargo desperately.
Yes, sir. We'll take off at once.
Remember, no chances, Hop. Just cruise around. Any sign of trouble and you head for home, right?
Yes, sir.
Good work, Redfield. You may have broken the mystery of these convoy raids. Now go on to your quarters and get some rest.
Thank you, sir. Good luck, Harrigan. And Tinker.
Thanks. I sure hope we do as good a job as you did, Redfield.
Oh, boy, Hop. This time I'm with you. No more worrying like I had when you was in France. Come on.
Good luck. Good hunting. Godspeed.
Gosh, Hop, we've been flying for hours. Ain't we there yet?
The island's dead ahead, Tank. But I've been experimenting, coming at it from different directions and checking the compass.
I don't get this north-south stuff. An island's an island and houses is houses. So if the houses are where they are, they're where they were, ain't they?
Whatever you just said, Tank, no. All I can say is that houses don't move, even in pictures.
Hey, Hop, I can see them houses through the glasses, and they look deserted. Get a little closer.
No, not yet, Tank. We gotta cover all the angles. That convoy must be important. Captain Kirby looked plenty worried, you know.
Yeah, and the colonel was kind of nervous, too.
No, I can't dope it out, Tank. Last week there were houses on the east and a thick forest on the west. Now the houses moved to the west and the forest moves to the east. Now maybe I'm
Yeah,
nuts.
sure
but I just-
sounded houses and trees moving around like they was dancers or something.
No, I think we'll drop to 1,000 feet and look around, Tank.
Hey, are you crazy, Hop? That place may be full of Nazis. Guys with guns. Pop, pop, and then there ain't no more Tank Tinker. Captain Kirby said to investigate, not commit Tom Mix.
What are you talking about? Commit Tom Mix.
Like them Japs is always doing. They commit Tom Mix.
You mean Harry Carey?
All I knew it was one of them Western actors. Harry Carey, Tom Mix. Oh, what's so funny? I heard you make plenty of mistakes.
Commit Tom Mix. Oh, you're a guard. What's our altitude?
1,200. They're getting awful low, Hop.
The house is still there, Harry Carey?
I'll lay you off, will you? A joke's a joke. The house is still there. What'd you expect?
Well, keep watching. Through the glasses, Hop. They still there?
Sure. They're still there. Hey, they ain't.
Will you make up your mind? Are they or aren't they?
Well, first they was there and then they wasn't. Oh, Hop, you look. I'm scared. Because if my eyes are seeing straight, it means I'm off my nut. There ain't no houses.
Let me see. Hey, you're right, Tank. They've gone. They've disappeared.
Oh, take me home. Where'd they go, Hop?
I don't know, Tank. But I'm sure gonna find out. Hold on. I'm gonna land.
Houses that come and go, forests that walk across islands. Sector 3, on the Russian convoy route. Can Hop solve the mystery of the island with the moving houses? Don't miss the answer on next week's programs. Same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airwaves. Yes, by all means, don't forget to tune in next week to learn how Hop solves the mystery of the disappearing houses. And don't forget to keep on digging up all the scrap metal and rubber you can find. Remember that you fellas and girls in the Junior Salvage Army have a very important job to do, an important contribution to make to the war effort. Remember that every old water or garbage pail, bed spring, tire, tube, doormat, in fact anything made of metal or rubber can and will be used to make war materials for our fighting forces. For instance, one battered old water pail contains enough scrap steel to make 3 bayonets for our soldiers and Marines. One broken down lawnmower provides enough scrap steel to make 6 3-inch shells for our fighting Navy. And one old copper tea kettle can be turned into 84 rounds of ammunition for an automatic rifle. And you know what our soldiers and sailors and Marines can do to the Japs and Nazis with that. So get in there and fight like real soldiers. Earn rank in the Junior Salvage Army. Get in the scrap by digging up scrap, all you can find, to help America win this war.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you next week. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. With Miss Gladys Swarthout, John Garfield, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and Frederick March is our master of ceremonies.
Van
bonds of freedom is what we're selling bonds today.
This is Frederick March, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the new series of programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Right here beside me is one of the loveliest ladies of the opera, the concert stage, and the screen. A small, dark, vivacious, and utterly ravishing creature. Miss Gladys Swarthout, singing Bless This House. Thank you, Gladys Swarthout. Out of the darkness and despair of war have come inspiring and heart-lifting deeds of heroism and valor, which have made nations cheer and poets sing since the beginning of the world. Gene Fowler has added his contribution in a tense and exciting tone poem, and Meredith Wilson has written an equally thrilling symphonic poem to accompany it. The Jarvis Bay, as read by John Garfield.
Bulletin from the London Bureau of the Associated Press, November 6, 1940. The administration today announced the sinking of the Australian freighter HMS Jarvis Bay while on convoy duty in the mid-Atlantic. She's an old freighter of some 14,000 tons, standing in the roadstead of a port somewhere south of Singapore. She lists a bit. Her gear is obsolete. Her iron skin blistered, pocked with rust. Her engines are rheumatic, and a sawtooth screw will yield less 14 knots. She's the old Jarvis Bay of Australian registry, resting between tides, somewhere south of Singapore. The Jarvis Bay is nodding half asleep when a gig draws alongside and there's brought aboard a flag of the blue field. A storied ensign, emblem of the British Naval Reserve. Up the starboard ladder way there comes a new master, puffing somewhat with middle age. He looks about, he looks above, below, forward, aft he peers. His is the manner of a man recapturing a memory. He is Fogarty Fagan, called from retirement to command the Jarvis Bay. His voice rolls against the breakwater. His big hands grasp the teakwood rail. He swears a bit, and finally, the Jarvis Bay awakens. Soon a battery is supplied, a small one. Guns of 5-inch caliber. Then, with 100 young reservists for a crew, the Jarvis Bay puts out to sea from somewhere south of Singapore. Captain Fogarty Fagan has a distant rendezvous with other old masters, summoned from retirement, from their little farms, from their office stools, from their fireside chairs, from the cities and the shires. Now up comes the Jarvis Bay, up from tropical waters, through Suez, through the Strait of Gibraltar, out and across the Atlantic, and to the Americas. In a harbor of the north, and with brave haste, the old hulls are laden to their loading lines with cargoes from us to Britain. Captain Fogarty Fagan listens to the rumbling of winches as things needful for the life beat of England's great heart are stowed aboard. Hurry, damn it, Mr. Wilson, sir, he shouts to his first officer. We're not sleeping now, Mr. Wilson, somewhere south of Singapore. From a Canadian bay, from behind the fog bank of November dawn, a convoy line puts out. 38 ships put out to sea with cargoes for Britain, a consignment to help sustain the life-beat of England, goods to provision an isle that for 1,000 years has prized the freedom and the dignity of man. The morning of the 5th finds the Jarvis Bay and a convoy strung like a procession of pilgrims against the dawn. The ship's bell sounds. The practice rounds are fired. The sun is on the meridian, and Fogarty Fagan shoots the sun for latitude. 8 bells again, and Fogarty Fagan shoots the sun for longitude. And then at 5 o'clock, the lookout calls from the crow's nest. Ships are off the starboard bow! Through his glass, Fogarty Fagan makes out smoke. A black gargoyle in the sky, east by southeast. Then sights a ship, hull down. And now a battleship comes broiling over the horizon. She opens fire with heavy guns. Captain Fogarty Fagan telegraphs his engine room to strain the boilers till they burst. He bellows, curses, brings to bear the pop guns of his battery against the Goliath armor of the battleship. He sends up smoke to screen the fleet. He orders all the convoy ships to scatter wide and fast. Then Fogarty Fagan sets out alone to meet the battleship. 5-inch guns against 11-inch guns. Eggshell hull against Krupp plate. Damn it, Mr. Wilson, sir, he shouts. We're not hearing mandolins today, somewhere south of Singapore. This is a mad thing to do, this sea charge of the Jarvis Bay. Yet a sky of dead admirals look down from the Grand Haven. Look down on Fogarty Fagan, whose senile tub steams for the battleship. Nelson, Drake, Beatty, Harwood. Yes, and the Americans, Porter, Farragut, and John Paul Jones all look down in wonderment. And now a burst of shrapnel rakes the Jarvis Bay and tears the right arm from the sleeve of Fogarty Fagan. He does not fall. He grasps the teakwood rail with the other hand, masking his agony with bellowings that rise above the guns. Nor will he let a bandage be placed upon the stump. He waves the stump, and Mr. Wilson knows, and the sky of dead admirals know, that if a hand were there, it would be making a great fist. Still steaming toward the battleship, Fogarty Fagan keeps his little guns ablast. A salvo comes with the top roll of the battleship, and now the ensign, emblem of the blue field, is shot away. Enraged, bloody, rocking on his heels, Fogarty Fagan roars, "Hoist another ensign! Damn it! Mr. Wilson, sir, hoist another flag!" The boatswain procures a flag from the locker, a flag used for the burial of the dead at sea. The Jarvis Bay, ablaze from stern to bow, at dusk still fires her puny guns and will not change her course. Salvos from turrets, guns 3 over 3, make great geysers grow about the old ship's wake, but still her guns give voice. And now she's struck below the waterline. Her boilers go. The Jarvis Bay begins to settle by the stern. Yet sinking, still she faces her antagonist. And then the waters begin to close over her. The waters close over Fogarty Fagan and over the flag that was once used for burials at sea. And now night spreads its shroud. Of 38 ships in the convoy, 29 are saved. Their cargo saved to help sustain the life beat of England. While a sky of dead admirals look on and claim Captain Fogarty Fagan for their own. The Jarvis Bay goes down as no mere casualty of storm, to rust out fathoms deep in common grave, with sisters unremembered by the years. The Jarvis Bay of Australian registry from somewhere south of Singapore goes down in the history of an isle that for 1,000 years has prized the freedom and the dignity of man.
You know, friends, to hear some folks talk, they're all Colin Kellys and Sergeant Yorks. They're all ready to help our country by talking. But how many of us are ready to help by sacrifices? Let each of us ask himself, am I only talking patriotism? Or am I really acting patriotism? Am I just waving a flag? Or am I investing in war bonds and stamps regularly, week by week? Am I living with all my accustomed comforts? Or am I giving up something so that I can invest a part of my income in the war bonds that help give our fighting men the weapons they need? Only bullets and bombs will win this war. To help pay for them, we should each invest a part of our incomes in war bonds and stamps regularly, every week or payday. Remember, this is your country. Keep it yours. The United States Treasury Department thanks the artists who gave their talents for this performance. Gladys Swartout, John Garfield, and Frederick March. A special bow to Gene Fowler and Meredith Wilson for the poem and music of The Jarvis Bay. And appreciation to this station for the use of its facilities. Tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, men. This is your four-motored show, buzzing the AEF and opening bomb bays loaded with music and laughter, and shooting for a direct hit on all APO and FPO numbers found on those letters to Command Performance, Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Yes, sir, this is your show, and you're stuck with it. And that goes for all hands, male and female, in the service of Uncle Sam and the United Nations. Tonight, the CO in charge of the old CP is a fellow who has a habit of staying up there at the top of that Hollywood hit parade, and a habit of making friends all over America. Your master of ceremonies, Joe Smith American in person, Robert Young.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and hello, fellas. On the way to the studio, we picked up the mailbag, so before we lay a bit of a big-name band on you, let's knock on a couple of those APO numbers. Hello to Sarge Konetsky at APO 848, and the gang who signed themselves Jungle Happy, Yo-Yo, Handlebar, Sea Ration, Sturgeon, Sack Kid, and the Sad Sack. Our best to 958 and Rudy Marcius, Outrigger Caruso, Battler Barletta, and Teetotaler Keeley. Hello, Bob Eichler and the self-styled Cairo Commandos in Barracks 17F. Yes, Bob, your letter got past the censor, and why shouldn't it? By special request of the Galloping Ghost of the China Coast and Turkey-Necked Werner, Windy Ward, Goon Paulie, Lover Searles, and the Navy Mob, here's a deal we put over by command of thousands of you guys. The whole band of Charlie Spivak and their first tune, Bésame Mucho. Charlie Spivak and Company. See you in a jiffy with the pepper and hot sauce. Right here for the pill rollers of 877, for Texas Roy Hutchins and the Marines in the South Pacific, for the Coast Guard everywhere, for Private Almanza at 714, who wants Lamour, Lake, and Tierney sent COD. Who doesn't? For Pilot Bill Kent at 52C, with love from Joan Arnold with the Army Air Command at 851. Private Louis Geller at 942 with love from Gene. And Sarge Jack Bomar at 948. We're ordering to active duty the girl who hit into a double play from vaudeville to stardom at Paramount. That charming comedienne of the flicker industry. And a favorite screwball of the RAF. Glamorous, curvaceous, what am I saying? Cass Daly.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Gosh, I finally made it.
Well, Cass, you're all out of breath. What happened?
Oh, well, you know how it is in Hollywood. Thousands of adoring fans milling around, pushing you and calling you.
Well, do the men in Hollywood bother you very much?
Oh, it's about even.
It must be dreadful being so popular.
Oh, yes, and I'm so tired of it all. Men. Gee, every time you look down, there's a man at your feet.
You have that?
Well, I did until Marsharopoulos got drafted.
Well, I understand how it is with the public. You know, I'm in pictures, too.
Oh, you are? You boy, you. But seriously, Mr. Young, you know, I've got a terrific problem.
Yeah?
And maybe you can help.
Sure.
You see, I want to marry a soldier, and I just don't know what to do.
Why not?
Well, do you think I ought to marry the kind of a soldier who whistles at every girl on the street, or the other kind?
What other kind?
Well, now, never you mind. There's a lot of them who are just crazy about me. For instance, the Marine at the canteen the other night.
Marine, huh?
Yeah. He came up to me and he said, "Oh, Miss Daly, you're beautiful." He's kidding. And I said, "Gee, do you really think so?" And he said, "Sister, I only got a 3-hour pass. They're all beautiful."
Oh, he sounds pretty level-headed. Anxious. Tell me, Cass, did he try to get fresh?
He certainly did. I hadn't known him 3 minutes before he took me off in the corner, and he kissed me, and he kissed me, and kissed me.
Did you slap his face?
Did I what?
Did you slap his face?
As soon as he got through,
Well, you can't judge a man too hastily. He might be a very nice boy.
Well, he probably is, for a corporal.
A what?
Corporal. You know, that's as high as you can go and still have friends.
Corporal, huh? And do you have any boyfriends who have a higher rank?
Oh, sure. I got a fellow who's an officer on a submarine.
Oh, did he have any trouble getting used to working underwater?
No. When he was a kid, he had his head caught in a goldfish bowl for 3 weeks.
A goldfish bowl on his head for 3 weeks? What did he have to eat?
Fish! What do you think, Ramshaw?
Amazing. How come you left the bowl on his head for 3 weeks?
Well, he never said anything, so I thought he liked it. You know,
Well, Cass, that was quite a predicament. But our predicament right now is to answer all those requests for your version of Old Man Mose.
Okay, here comes old kid. Listen to me. Oh, listen to me. Now, I just found out something new. Something I'll disclose to you. Something you won't think is true. Listen to me, will you please? Now, everyone is singing Old Man Moses dead. So to his house I wandered with a slow and heavy
daily. Well, fellas, here's a letter from Corporal Lloyd Miller in Sicily. Dear Command Performance, this may be an unusual request. I was married to Vivian, the sweetest girl in the world, by a Methodist preacher. But I was so darned excited that I only remember Vivian saying, I will, and me mumbling, I will. If you can do this, I'll be very grateful. I'd just like to listen again to a bit of what that preacher really told us. All right, Lloyd, we'll run back over the part you've forgotten. Lloyd Miller, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife, to live together in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her, in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her, so long as you both shall live? Remember, Lloyd, that's where you said, I will. Vivian heard the same words, and she answered, I will. The minister said something else, too. I charge you both, as you stand in the presence of God, to remember that love and loyalty alone will avail as the foundation of a happy and enduring home. If the solemn vows which you are about to make be kept inviolate, and if steadfastly you seek to do the will of your heavenly Father, your life will be full of peace and joy, and the home which you are establishing will abide through every vicissitude. Corporal Lloyd Miller, we're glad we've been able to answer your request. And here, gentlemen of the AEF, is Charlie Spivak's orchestra doing I Know That You Know. Mailbag. We'll hit old 986 with a slap on the back from Davenport, Iowa, to Engineer Ross Williams, Jr. What's new with you 10 Pennsylvania quartermasters in hut number 3, Iceland? And can't you do something about the cute Army nurse in Iceland who signs herself the old maid in quarters 4-6? There's no manpower shortage up there, you know. Thanks to the American Red Cross for making command performance available to Private Rodier, Wells, Nicholson, and the third base depot on Island X. Incidentally, you Red Cross folks get terrific plugs in those letters from the AEF. You're doing a great job. But fellows, so many of you go for that music of the panhandle. We've got an old panhandler here tonight that you all know. Here's an accordion, a guitar, and a big favorite, Tex Ritter. Thank you, Bob. There's a new song written especially for the fellows, From the Lasso a Rainbow for You. Don't cry, little girl, won't you smile? You know I must leave for a while. Got a touch of Texas in my heart. Didn't think that we ever would part. Gonna lasso a rainbow for you. Gonna lasso a rainbow for two. Will be shining by my side when I come to claim a bride. Gonna lasso a rainbow for you. Fare thee well, Texas belle. Keep my heart, for you know I'll be true. I'll ride back when the sun is shining on a cloud with a silver lining. Gonna lasso a rainbow for you. Fare thee well, Texas belle. Keep my heart, for you know I'll be true. I'll ride back when the sun is shining on a cloud with a silver lining. Gonna lasso a rainbow for you. Thank you very much. Now I have an old song here requested by some of the boys, an old Texas song of the cotton fields, the Ballad of the Boll Weevil. Oh, the boll weevil lamb, a little black bug, come from Mexico, they say. Come all the way to Texas, looking for a place to stay. They're looking for a home, Lord, Lord, they're looking for a home. Now the first time I see the boll weevil, he's a-sitting on the square. Next time I see the boll weevil, got all of his family there. They're looking for a home. They're looking for a home. Now the farmer say to the weevil, what make your head so red? Weevil say to the farmer, it's a wonder I ain't dead. Looking for a home, boss. Looking for a home. Now the merchant got half the cotton, the weevil got the rest. Then leave the farmer's wife with one old cotton dress, and it's full of holes. It's a full of holes. Now the captain say to the missus, what do you think of that? Boll weevil done made a nest in my best Sunday hat. Gonna have a home. Gonna have a home. Now, if anybody should ask you who it was that made this song, tell 'em to the tall Texas man with a pair of blue tuckings on, ain't got no home, ain't got no home, po' boy. Thank you, Tex Ritter. Man, as the months of war roll by, your big show keeps getting more and more commands for a gal whose name keeps getting bigger and bigger on the marquees in your hometown. A very talented actress and singer, a girl with a twinkle in her voice, and you guys in her heart. Janet Blair.
Thank you, Bob, and love to all of you, with a special helping for Corporal Mike Antitank Sanger from San Antone, and Harvey Swartz and the RAF on Malta. Hello to Jerry Laubacher in Johannesburg, and to Private Bridget Grimes over there in Perth. Darlinger at 3-2, how are the Home Guards? And love to Sarge Tommy Cole and the British gang in Simla, India. At 980, 6 infantry officers claim to be frostbitten, windblown, smudge-spattered, lovelorn, married war bachelors. And, well, we'd better do something about it. If not actually, musically then. Okay, fellas, how will this be? I want someone to watch over me. The somebody I'm longing to see, I hope that he turns out to be someone who'll watch over me. I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood. I know I could always be good to one who watch over me. Although he may not be the man some girls think of as handsome, to my heart he'll carry the key. Won't you tell him please to put on some speed, follow my lead, oh how I need someone who watch over me. Although he may not be the man some girls think of as handsome, to my heart he'll carry the key. Won't you tell him please to put on some speed, follow my lead, oh how I need someone who watch over me.
Very good indeed, Janet Blair. And it's Charlie Spivak's time again on Command Performance. Charlie, what's it going to be?
Well, how about Swing Low, Sweet Chariot?
Oh, brother, I heard you do that one.
Do you like it, Bob?
Man, you play that song right out loud, don't you?
Well, we hammers it out substantial like, Brother Young.
Well, Brother Spivak, you just hammer away, hammer away. and his orchestra in the grand finale of another command performance. We're left with plenty of swell letters yet to answer, and that's one good reason you'll find your big show holding open house on a worldwide scale again next week. A second good reason being that it's a privilege to work for you guys who are working over the Axis. This is Bob Young speaking from America, sending you the affection of your loved ones here at home, plus the admiration and respect of the whole United States of America. So long, fellas.
This is Ken Carpenter with a closing notation that command performance is arranged in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and is produced for you men and women of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Yank, the Army Weekly, presents G.I. Jive. Here 'tis, fellas, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. Now, to get what you want in jazz, just ride. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Well, put them requests in here, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Well, look out, GIs. We're coming at you there with the beatenest batch of hot wax to ever take a whirl in the ever-loving jukebox. And presiding over that quivering needle here is something blonde, curvaceous. Yardbirds, meet up with that lovely lady at the cinema, Miss Phyllis Brooks.
And all the time I thought he was talking about Shirley Temple. Well, Gates, we've got all four burners going full blast. So let's flip the lid of the first one and dig little Ginny Sims saying, I'm like a fish out of water.
You hear me singing songs about your subtle charms. I give the world itself to win them. My place is in your arms. My arms are out of place whenever you're not in them. Like fish out of water, sky with no star, the glamorous Hetty without the Lamar. I'd like to murder the guy who put the headache in my horoscope. I'm just a dilly, that's all, the little lady they call Arabella the doe. I'm like a picture by Disney, minus the mice, a shrimp a la Creole without any rice. Although I love the fire, how I tire answering false alarms. Like fish out of water, who certainly ought to be in your arms. I'm like a fish that's out of the water, oysters in the month of June, a serenade by Cole Porter without any tune. Although I love the fire, how I tire, answering calls to arms. Like fish out of water, a nautical daughter, a fish out of water that certainly ought to be in your arms.
Cheer up, Jenny. Things could always be worse. Like, for instance, the hillbilly Jimmy Walker was telling us about. Seems that this character spent a year courting his gal. Finally, her pappy poked a shotgun in the swain's midsection and said, "Son, the time has come for me to ask you something. Are your intentions honorable or dishonorable?" "For gosh sake," said the boy. "You mean I have a choice?" And, gentlemen, you have no choice at this time except to listen to Rustle of Spring as breezed around by Lucky Millender. Is that bad? That was lolly like a hot tamale. Now, fellas, here's the favorite story of the man who made the Brown Derby famous, Al Smith. It's about the citizen who was attending his first political jamboree. Suddenly the gent missed his watch and reported the loss to the district leader. "Where were you standing?" whispered the boss. "Over there," said the victim, "next to that tall guy." In a few minutes the leader returned and handed the watch to its owner. "Thanks," said the man. "What did he say?" "Shh," said the other. "He doesn't know it yet." And, fellows, here's that little beauty, Begin the Begin, by Artie Shaw. And while the melted wax from that item is still dripping, let's look at a couple of quickie items. Hollywood is all set to make a flicker based on the life of Eddie Rickenbacker. But get this, there won't be a single shot fired in the film. No flag waving, no battles, no accident in the Pacific. Just the story of a barefoot boy growing up. And one of your favorite radio programs, Duffy's Tavern, will also be made into a movie, with Ed Gardner in his role of Archie. Now, here's Ray McKinley with that oldie that's still a goodie, Without a Song. Well, fellas, that's it for today. It's been a lot of fun talking to you, and I hope you like the music.
Thanks a lot, Phyllis Brooks, and goodbye for now. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
As the and listen to more. You've been at ease for the past quarter hour with music by Carmen Caballero and his orchestra. Songs were Bells of St. Mary's, Moonlight and Roses, Sylvia, You Haven't Changed at All, and Laughing on the Outside. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
For the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade, it's Sound Off. Greetings and welcome, gang, to another heel and toe exhibition, and there's no restriction. This is Boots Barnett, lowering the boom to sound off with your favorite four, the stuff you ordered. There's some mighty fine bands on the old beaten-down stand this trip, a canary or so who can really make you feel it right down to your toes. The riffs will rally in Hot Horn Alley, and if you're set, here they come. Number 4 on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade. The big order came in from the Gates and the Solomons. They picked a dilly, the tune Old Man River, and the knocked-out music of Stan Kenton's band. Fort Kenton has one of the finest bands wrecking the walls these days. And now let us mingle with the minuet, a dainty dish of dulcet flying the banner of number 2 on your favorite 4. If my noggin nudges me correctly, this antique Rembrandt threw a solid beam several seasons ago. But back again for another whirl through the courtesy of orders and orders from the gang on Kiska and Attu. The tune they torch for, It's Been So Long. And Harry James holds hands with Helen Ward. Ah, and this gal is absolutely...
Cause it's been so long since I held you tight when we said goodnight. It's been so long. Honey, can't you see what you done to me? I've been in a kind of daze for days and days and days. Feeling blue and missing you in oh so many ways. Cause it was so nice when we had that date every night of 8. It was so nice. Then we said goodbye. What a fool was I. Let me get back in your arms where I belong. Cause it's been oh so long.
Yes, boys and girls, every tune you hear on this Taffy Tug has been ordered by the GIs all over the world. And the best thing about it, your song or tune will get to you wherever you may be. Send all orders for favorite songs or ditties to Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And we'll appreciate it very much if you will mention in your letter whether you hear this program by shortwave or over your local station. Thanks, Yanks. Attention, men. Everybody in? We now present the Pewter Pin. The award for the nicest letter of the day goes to Private James Christian, APO 980. Thanks, Jimmy, and here comes your sound-off special, one of those leapin' largos entitled A Jumpin' at the Jukebox. It's Al Donahue's band.
Dig, dig, dig.
We're digging, digging.
Hip, hip, hip.
We're happy, happy.
Jump, jump, jumping at the jukebox. Swing it, gate.
We're swinging, swinging.
Cut that plate.
We're cutting, cutting.
Watch it, mate.
We're watching, watching.
Jump, jump, jumping at the jukebox. Digging, put in a nickel, take a chance. Swinging, what'll it get you? Romance. Jump, jump, jump.
We're jumping, jumping.
Dig, dig, dig.
We're digging, digging.
Hip, hip, hip.
We're happy, happy.
Jump, jump, jumping at the jukebox.
And I think you'll be glad to know that Al Donahue is making a terrific comeback these days. Now, gather round, Gates, and let's unveil today's tack-up tune, the Queen of the Ball, It Beats 'Em All. You know, when a ditty receives as many orders as this one did, it was an easy matter for it to reach up and snatch the #1 spot on your Red Hot and Blue tune parade. Thanks to the wax overseas, their orders enable you to hear Joe Stafford sing, I Love You. #1 and the Honey Bun.
I love you, hums the April breeze. I love you, echo the hills. I love you, the golden dawn agrees, as once more she sees daffodils. It's spring again, and birds on the wing again start to sing again that old melody. I love you, that's the song of songs, and it all belongs to you and I love you, the golden dawn agrees, as once more she sees daffodils. It's spring again, and birds on the wing again start to sing again that old melody. I love you, that's the song of songs, and it all belongs to you and me. To you
Well, boys and girls, the tunes you boasted have been toasted and roasted, leaving the back burners yearning for more goodies to serve in the bill of fare. That order of yours is very welcome, so let it hit us, will you? Before I blow out the lights and put the reap beats to bed, let me wish you all the very best of luck in everything you do. This is Boots Barnett inking the endorsement on another Sound Off produced for the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thank you.